Woke up, told myself to push and never stop. I've been stressed out, watching both these hands around the clock. With my eyes wide, trying to get the panorama shot. Whole world getting blurry to me, answers getting lost. So I watch my back and keep it moving to the front. And remember that the world's yours, do it how you want. You've been waiting here for too long, think it's time for you to move on. Realize that there's real lies in these real times to be strong.
I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 waiting. But will you wait for me?
My whole life I'm forever grinding, waiting for my time to shine just like a diamond. But life is rough and I ain't with that funny stuff. I use it all as motivation, but it's hard to have the patience. Watching time fly by might be the hardest thing I have to do in life. Frustrated that I ain't where I want to be yet, but I know that I'ma make it if I chase that check. Yes.
Cause I done seen the time go by for too many years now when the stars were aligned. Cause I done seen the time go by. Yeah, I done seen the time go by.
I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 waiting. But will you wait for me?
Cek, cek. Cek, cek, cek. Cek, cek, cek. Oke. Aduh, kena delay. Oke, moga dia lancar-lancar aja. Oke, selamat sore semuanya. Selamat datang di channel pribadi gua. Oke, bentar. Oke. Mic problemnya harusnya udah aman. Gue ucapin selamat datang buat siapapun kalian yang menikmati siaran langsung gue pada sore hari ini. And let's go. Hari pertama dari wildcard AniMajor dari WePlay eSport. Jujur gue masih nervous sih untuk nge-live-in match AniMajor pada sore hari ini. Karena ya banyak hal yang terjadi dan banyak thoughts yang gue pertimbangkan untuk melakukan live stream ini gitu. But I'll try my best and then hope you guys like the stream, enjoy the game. Let's have fun with me. Ini bakal jadi hari yang panjang. Melihat schedule pada hari ini tuh bakal ada straight 6 jam. Start dari jam 6 sore nanti. Dan berakhir di match di tengah malamnya ada Nikma lawan Invictus Gaming. Oke, buat kalian semua yang sekiranya ingin menyaksikan official live streamnya udah gua taruh di link di description. Ada 2 stream dari grup A dan juga grup B. And then for further info lu juga bisa cek di deskripsi gua, ada link official dari WePlay eSports-nya. So today, sesuai dengan schedule menu yang udah gua jadwalin di sini, ya gue bakal nge-cast start dari match grup B, di mana pada sore hari ini akan mempertemukan Vici Gaming melawan Nikma. Oke, bentar ngopi dulu. Sumpah cuy, gue sebenarnya masih gugup di sini dan hampir nggak tahu harus ngomong apa. Oke, kita cek dulu di YouTube. Oke, YouTube lancar, bla bla bla. Oke, melihat waktu streamingan gua di sini sekarang udah menunjukkan jam 6 kurang lewat 7 menit. Maybe sekarang bakal gua pindahin aja sihnya ke game. Kita bakal nunggu lobby dari game pertama di grup B ini mulai antara Vici Gaming melawan Nikma. Oh ya, for your information, streamingan gue ini menerapkan delay 7 menit di OBS-nya. Jadi maybe gue bakal telat untuk nge-reply komen-komen yang mungkin bakal sampaikan gitu. Ya iyalah, Dota gua ini lagi not responding. Oke, bentar gue reload dulu dari Dotanya. Oke, Dotanya udah on. Gue matiin dulu logonya bentar, ganggu di sini. Harusnya di Europe West, Ukraine. Yaps. Kok nightbot gua nggak jalan? Ya udahlah, nggak apa-apa lah, kalem kan wae. Alright, menurut lobby tanya ya di sini. Untuk lobby game pertama udah ready di sini sebenarnya. Bakal ada di stream A dari tim Secret melawan AS Monaco Gambit kalau gua nggak salah ini. Yap, dari tim Secret melawan AS Monaco Gambit. Dan untuk stream B-nya yang bakal gua stream Vici Game Enigma. Untuk lobby stream B-nya masih 8/10. Kita bakal tunggu sampai lobbynya hilang, and then kita bakal masuk ke draft dari game pertama. Nightbot gue masih error. Salah komen gue kayaknya.
Woke up, told myself to push and never stop. I've been stressed out, watching both these hands around the clock. With my eyes wide, trying to get the panorama shot. Whole world getting blurry to me, answers getting lost. So I watch my back and keep it moving to the front. And remember that the world's yours.
Oke, maybe sembari menunggu, gua sedikit mengingatkan kepada kalian, buat siapapun yang sedang menonton tayangan streaming gue pada sore hari ini, jika lu suka dengan streamingan gue, lu bisa support gue dengan memberikan gue help dengan like, share, subs, or share whatever lah yang biasa lu lakuin ke orang-orang yang lu subscribe di YouTube gitu yang suka nge-stream. Or maybe lu bisa bantu gue lewat donasi lewat Saweria dari barcode yang udah ada atau link yang udah gue taruh di description box. Gue gak memaksa, tapi kalau misalkan lu berkenan, ya itu sangat berarti banget buat gue.
My whole life I'm forever grinding, waiting for my time to shine just like a diamond. When life is rough and I ain't with that funny stuff, I use it all as motivation, but it's hard to have the patience. Watching time fly by might be the hardest thing I have to do in life. Frustrated that I ain't where I want to be yet, but I know that I'ma make it if I chase that check. Yes.
Cause I done seen the time go by for too many years now when the stars were aligned. Cause I done seen the time go by. Yeah, I done seen the time go
I've
by.
been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 waiting.
Oke, untuk update lobby udah 10-10 dari kedua game dari masing-masing grup. Oke, melihat dari AS Monaco Secret, sebenarnya gue lebih excited stream A sih. Tapi ya berhubung gua Nikma Fengge, gua disclaimer aja di awal-awal. Karena emang sebenarnya dari jadwal hari ini juga gue lebih cover nikmanya doang anjir hari ini. Oh iya, update soal AS Monaco kemarin siapa aja selain Noan yang keluar ya, lupa gue. Scroll. Oh iya, Noan sama Soneiko lebih memilih pulang ke Navi, merelakan kesempatan untuk major kedua ini. Dan untuk pengganti dari AS Monaco Gambit itu udah ada mid-nya itu Lorenov sama Soneiko support kan ya. Diganti sama Ain. Iya nggak sih? Atau gue salah baca Wikipedia? Nah, baru benar. Gue salah setting nightbot gue, anjir. Oke, game pertama lobbynya udah mulai harusnya di sini karena udah hilang dari list. Buat kalian yang lebih excited dari match Secret lawan AS Monaco Gambit, lu semua bisa beralih ke streaming yang menyediakan ya match dari grup A. Dan jangan lupa kalau misalkan kalian mencari official streamnya ada di description box gua. Dan untuk mengetahui info lebih lanjut mengenai AniMajor ini, gua udah ngasih link dari official website dari WePlay esports-nya. Dan untuk bracketnya juga udah ada dari Wikipedia. Langsung aja klik di description box gua untuk info lebih lanjut. Dan masih bakal menunggu untuk lobby game kedua di sini. Aduh, temanya di sini anim. Gue pengen nyetel lagu anim sebenarnya, cuman takut copyright anjir.
とよ まるでいつかのワンページのような君と僕が出会えたこれを奇跡って言うのかまるでいつかのワンページのような君と僕が出会えたこれを奇跡って言うのか遥か未来へ今駆け出した
Oke, welcome semuanya yang ada di streamingan gua. Sekali lagi, enjoy the game, enjoy the streams. Dan kalau misalkan ada yang dari lu semua menyukai streamingan gua ini, lu bisa support gua dengan memberikan gua komen, like, share, subs, or anything else. Atau enggak, lu bisa bantu gue juga lewat Saweria yang udah gua taruh di description box untuk link dan juga barcode yang udah ada di layar. Oke, masih menunggu dari lobby stream B-nya di sini. Jadi 9/10 lagi sekarang.
You and me, hanging from the willow tree, quietly drifting in the open breeze. Suddenly, the wind blows you away from me. Now I see we were never meant to be. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason.
Oke, mungkin sebaring nunggu lobbynya mulai, gue mungkin bakal bahas update baru dari Dota tadi pagi sih ya, lebih tepatnya. Oke, dari Dota official website-nya di sini ada update untuk Dota Plus-nya, di mana di update kali ini mengembalikan fitur high five. Bagi kalian yang langganan Battle Pass dari tahun ke tahun belakangan pasti nggak asing lah ya dengan fitur high five ini. Dimana lu ya bisa nge-high five sama satu temen lo ataupun sama lawan. Menurut gue Valve di sini melakukan langkah yang bagus mengingat mengembalikan hype dari menjelang TI gitu. Even though yang bisa menggunakan high five ini cuma yang punya Dota Plus. Lu udah punya prize pool 40 juta nggak mau ngasih high five gratis anjir. Cuma boleh yang punya Dota Plus doang. Kampret emang Valve, nggak kenyang anjir duitnya. Oke, kita scroll lagi ke bawah. Ada Dota Plus Seasonal Treasure untuk Summer ya. Iya, Summer. Seperti yang gue udah tunjukin tadi temen gue ada yang nanyain. Menurut gue di sini setnya ganteng-ganteng sih. Dari yang gue rekomendasiin sebenarnya ada Chaos Knight, Ode nih, WK. Dah itu dong. 1, 2, 3. 3 hero ini coy, ganteng-ganteng semua setnya. Gak ngerti lagi gue. Oh sama Sven sih, Sven lumayan lah. Even terlalu simple, tapi kayak ini tema-temanya kayak Devil May Cry gitu enggak sih? Udah sampai kenyang. Alright, lobby udah kembali 10/10. Udah kembali 10/10. Aduh, mau ngomong belibet banget. Tinggal nunggu lobbynya hilang, and then kita bakal langsung nonton draft dari game pertama antara Vici Gaming melawan tim Nigma. Oke, mungkin gue bakal intip official streamingnya dulu sebentar. Kayak pengen tahu aja gue apa yang terjadi gitu sama kedua tim.
Also looking at it.
Ini mah BTS, WePlay. WePlay Dota B. Oke, untuk di WePlay official stream di Twitch-nya ini masih perbincangan sih antara analis-analis. Oke, apalagi ya? Kayaknya update dari Dota cuma itu aja sih, dari yang gua cari-cari tahu di pagi tadi. Oh, sama ini, update seasonal quest and guild rewards. Guild tire, bla bla bla, lu bisa chat di sini. Oh, ganti chat wheel guys, ganti chat wheel untuk platinumnya. Ada 3 chat wheel baru yang udah di refresh dari Dota ininya. Dari Dota, dari guild ini, guild tire-nya untuk platinum ya. Karena yang bisa pakai ini cuma platinum doang. Di rankingin gitu. Dari silver yang cuma bisa pakai emoticon, gold udah bisa nge-spray, dan platinum untuk pakai chat wheel-nya. Oh iya, sama ini pengumuman open qualifier untuk bukan direct invite, apa sih namanya? Regional qualifier untuk TI. Mengingat ini bakal jadi major terakhir di PC di season 21 ini, dimana pada hari terakhir nanti majornya akan ditentukan 12 tim yang bakal jadi tim direct invite untuk mengikuti The International ke-10. Oke. Oh, lebih masih ada aman. Oke, untuk tanggal udah ada di depan layar kalian di sini. Dari Eastern Europe dan South Amerika bakal dimulai di Juni tanggal 23 sampai 26. North America dan juga Southeast Asia bakal mulai di Juni tanggal 30 sampai tanggal 3 Juli. Dan untuk region Cina Eropa bakal mulai di 7 Juli sampai 10 Juli. The International is near boys, Agustus udah dekat. Kurang lebih 2 bulan lagi sampai akhirnya kita tiba di main event terbesar dari Dota 2. Tapi tenang aja buat kalian yang mungkin berpikir bahwa ini bakal jadi event terakhir dari Dota 2 secara internasional semua region ya. Enggak kok. Kalau misalkan lu buka Wikipedia, bakal ada ongoing event, 2 event besar di sini. Dari ESL One Summer 2021. Sama apa ya satu lagi? Oh, sama BTS yang lagi jalan. Even itu nggak dapat divisi poin, at least itu bakal jadi ajang pemanasan sih untuk beberapa tim buat ikut regional qualifier-nya. Dan berhubung lobbynya udah hilang, and welcome guys, I present you game pertama dari Vici Gaming melawan tim Nikma dari match wildcard dari WePlay AniMajor 2021. Oke, maybe gue bakal matiin dulu lagu gua sebaring nunggu draftnya mulai, dan gue bakal ganti ke musik Dotanya. Oke, sekali lagi gue ucapin selamat datang buat orang-orang yang udah tiba di channel gue di sini. Enjoy the game, enjoy the stream. Hope you guys like it, and then jangan lupa untuk support gue agar gue semakin niat untuk bawain konten ini. And here we go, draft dari game pertama antara Nikma melawan Vici Gaming dari match wildcard stream B dari AniMajor 2021, presented by WePlay Esports. Untuk Nikma dia bakal main di Radiant side, dan untuk Vici Gaming dia bakal main di Dire side. First banning phase dari Vici Gaming udah ada respect ban ke arah 2 hero support dari tim Nikma. Udah ada Ayo dan juga Ancient Apparition. Melihat 2 hero tersebut, satu mungkin ini respect band ke arah GH, dan untuk engine operation-nya sebenarnya itu menjadi hero yang memiliki pick rate paling tinggi ya. Untuk let's say yang gue tonton sih region Southeast Asia, dari match BTS kemarin banyak banget yang nge-pick AA. Kayak contoh Galaxy Report sama Galaxy Racer sama Bumi Sports. Dan dari tim Nigma udah ada Nyx Assassin dan Brood Mother Band dan langsung ngamanin hero Grimstroke oleh Vici Gaming.
Radiant's turn to pick. Dire's turn to pick. Morphling.
Oke, dari tim Nigma udah langsung ngamanin Clockwork dan juga Morphling di sini. Clockworknya maybe bakal dioper ke arah GH. Dan Morphlingnya masih cukup versatile di sini, akan dimainin sama ILTW kah atau bakal dimainin sama Miracle untuk mid lane-nya.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke, take a deep breath. Jujur gue nervous anjir.
Dire's ban now.
Oke, dan Vici Gaming langsung ngamanin Doom untuk pick kedua di ronde pertama dari game pertama ini. Langsung memanfaatkan advantage dari Soulbind Grimstroke, bakal ada double Doom melihat lawannya nih juga ngambil Morphling.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds remaining.
Oke, langsung masuk ke banning phase kedua di sini dari Vici Gaming. Udah ada Ursa Warrior Band, dan dari Nigma langsung nge-ban Templar Assassin. Melihat udah ngambil Doom, Templar menjadi salah satu advantage di sini. Melihat Doomnya udah jadi bener-bener counter banget di game ini. Dengan memanfaatkan burst damage TA dari Melt dan juga Psyblade, ini bakal jadi fight yang kuat banget dari Vici Gaming secara late game-nya menurut gue.
The Dire get a ban.
Red King ban klasik, menghindari adanya reincarnation untuk nge-waste ultimate dari Doom. Dan dari Nigma udah nge-ban Puck juga. Morphlingnya maybe bakal dimainin di mid lane di sini karena melihat Pucknya langsung di-ban dari banning phase kedua.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Dan last ban dari banning phase kedua dari Vici Gaming udah ada Chaos Knight di sini. Menghindari Phantasm, takut salah Doom, maybe.
5 seconds remaining.
Tebak-tebakan aja dulu. Oh ya, anyway, sedikit intermezzo aja. Sebenarnya di rumah gua pada saat streaming ini sedang hujan ringan sebenarnya. Tapi melihat kejadian random kemarin, kadang mati lampu 5 detik nyala, tiba-tiba wifi gue RTO. Jadi mohon maaf kalau misalkan streamingan gue ini berhenti mendadak. Melihat dari regulasi streamingannya juga cukup ketat dengan 7 menit delay, itu juga bakal apa ya, jadi salah satu trouble sama problem gua kalau misalkan gua bakal restream gitu. Bukan masalah niat gak niat, cuman ya teknisnya ya nggak asik banget gitu. Mending gua mati lampu sekalian anjir daripada apa teh? Maksudnya mati lampunya lama gitu. Daripada mati 5 detik nyala lagi internet RTO, anjir itu bakal bikin bete banget coy. Dan last band dari tim Nikma udah ada Bad Rider di sini. Gua nggak tahu sebenarnya dari Vici Gaming atau Meta Cina itu main Bad Rider mint atau enggak. Tapi kalau misalkan sampai ketemu Bad Rider, ya morplingnya bakal boncos coy. Dibakar pakai sticky napalm, di engage pakai firefly kalau misalkan udah dapet timingannya, tinggal manggil support. Fast level 6 ngambil lasso.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Oke, untuk hero ketiga dari tim Nikma udah ada Snapfire Pick di sini. Sorry, sampai kenyang. Oke, melihat adanya Snapfire Pick di sini dan Doom yang menjadi lawan dari tim Nikma, menurut gue morphlingnya kalau misalkan main di mid ya, maybe bakal main Morbid Yasha, farming Lincoln Spear dulu untuk item pertama, and then bakal bikin Aghanim. Bisa jadi Snapfire atau bisa jadi Clockwork. Pakai baterai assault buat nge-engage bisa, open vision pakai rocket flare bisa, jadi Snapfire nguki diri sendiri juga bisa. Pokoknya banyak lah situasional itunya. Semisal ngambil Aghanim, tapi tetap bakal Lincoln Spear first item sih untuk nahan spell dari Doom, dan dari Vici Gaming udah ngamanin Earth Spirit untuk support 4-nya di sini. Oke, dari Vici Gaming kayaknya bakal maksa main cepat, menebak morphling yang bakal main di mid. Perang di menit power rune, grinding silence, bikin unshadow cepat. Dan dari tim Nikma udah langsung ngamanin Darkseer untuk dimainin sama mind control. Last pick bakal diamanin untuk ILTW.
10 seconds.
Welcome back, landlubber.
Welcome back, landlubber.
Dyer's ban now.
Faceless Void.
Oke, Faceless Void langsung diamanin sama Vici Gaming, counter dari Snapfire di sini menurut gua, sama berkemungkinan untuk nangkep morphlingnya sih. Untuk dari segi late game ya. Tapi untuk dari segi laning phase, melihat lawannya Darkseer, Faceless Void bisa at least sustain di lane dengan balikin darahnya dengan menggunakan Time Walk.
5 seconds remaining.
Ditambah temennya Grimstroke gitu kan, bisa engage juga pakai Inkswell, kena stun kan, dikasih silent, bash, movement slow dari Stroke of Fate, bakal jadi lane yang kenceng sih dari segi Vici Gaming.
Seconds.
Oh, yang pakai Hanche itu si DY.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke. Posisi satunya masih Poyoyoyo. Gue kira ini anjir. Poyoyo, kok Poyoyoyo anjing, yonya 3.
Dyer's ban now.
Oke, masuk ke banning phase terakhir dari draft game pertama. Dari Nikma udah nge-ban Lina. Salah satu match up mid lane yang bikin sebel juga. Morphlingnya bakal boncos dengan adanya right click dari gua lupa nama skill 3-nya Lina. Pierre Soul, Dragon Slave sama LSA. Dan dari Vici Gaming udah ada Tiny dan juga Juggernaut Band.
Ten seconds. Dire's turn to pick.
Kopi gue udah habis. Dan last band ada Dead Prophet.
Ten seconds.
Mid laner apakah yang bakal diambil sama Vici Gaming di sini melihat Doom-nya bakal dimainin sama Old Eleven untuk offlane.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Void incarnate.
Dan last pick dari Vici Gaming langsung ngambil Void Spirit di sini. Ngambil hero yang strong early ke mid.
Choose your hero.
Main Aghanim Scepter maybe untuk ngasih silence dan 2 charge dari Resonant Pulse untuk ngelawan Morphling-nya. Dan Lycan ternyata yang diambil sama tim Nigma untuk ELTW. So itu dia guys, draft dari game pertama, match wildcard dari streaming B di sini. Dari AniMajor KIF 2021 presented by WePlay. Gue bakal nyalahin logo dulu, melihat ketentuan dari WePlay ini sudah seperti itu. Mungkin ya kalau gue nggak salah baca. Seperti yang gue bilang di sini dari Vici Gaming sebenarnya memiliki strong line up untuk melawan Morphling-nya di late game. Tapi melihat tim Nigma sendiri punya side lane yang cukup strong menurut gua, ini bakal jadi match yang cukup imbang. Maybe bakal 60-40 untuk Vici Gaming, melihat banyak yang bisa mecahin Lincoln-nya Morphling di sini. Tapi kayaknya nggak bakal main Morbid Yasha deh. Maybe main Morbid untuk lifestyle farming gitu kan. Bikin Lincoln, bikin Ethereal Blade untuk langsung instan combo shotgun. Dan dari Vici Gaming, maybe dari setupnya versus Void Spirit, sama Doom Grimstroke. Pokoknya 5 hero-nya gerak aktif dari sini. And welcome guys, game pertama, here we go. AniMajor Day 1.
Prepare for battle.
I'm so excited, man.
You 13 mana, boy.
But I'm too nervous to this game. I'm too nervous for this game. Kayak langsung naro observer ward di area pinggir di sini untuk ngamanin power rune. Sama melihat ini sih paling backupan dari orang-orang, dari support-supportnya yang gerak ke mid. Oke, tim Nigma kayaknya udah mengetahui posisi observer ward dari Vici Gaming di area tebing di jungle bawah. Ngecek dengan menggunakan Lycan Wolf. Berhasil mendeteksi 3 hero dari Vici Gaming di area power rune atas. Power rune bawah sorry. Dari high ground triangle maksud gue. Oke, ini berkemungkinan 3-1 sih. Oh enggak, GH langsung gerak agresif di sini ke arah Poyoyoyo. Poyoyo ke Poyoyoyo. Oke, bounty bakal 2 untuk 2 aja. GH masih melakukan agresif movement ke arah Poyoyo di sini, langsung ngambil time walk cabut untuk balikin darah. Dengan modal boost of speed di sini bakal jadi agresif lane di lane atas dari tim Nigma-nya. Klasik combo dengan menggunakan Darkseer, Baterai Assault, Ion Shell. You know what's gonna happen gitu lah. Oke, match pertama dari mid lane di sini. Morphling Void Spirit. Sebenarnya di sini dari Miracle sama mid lane-nya siapa ini? Lupa gua.
Consider an alternative.
Hot 11 di Ntar gue lupa anjing mid laner-nya. Sabar. Oke, ada atu strike gitu, ngamanin range creep.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Ori. Iya, aduh lupa sih gua. Sama-sama strong di sini dari Morphling Void Spirit, dimana dari Miracle dia punya atribut shift, dan dari Void Spirit ini dia punya Resonant Pulse untuk ngamanin Lasir dan bakal mainin aggro aja untuk saving posisi. Tapi dari atas ada pick off ke arah DY Grimstroke yang berhasil di pick off sama main control. Look what I said, Baterai Assault Ion Shell ditambah boost of speed dari Clockwork itu bakal jadi agresif play dari Nigma anjir. Mungkin kata-kata gue di sini sedikit memihak, but that's the truth. Oke, dari Ori-nya langsung ngamanin power rune di area bawah. Belum memiliki battle. Dan dari segi lasit, Miracle menang ya 2-3 wave sih di sini. Imbang sebenarnya melihat wave-nya Nigma di area mid baru habis. Bakal disemprot terus pakai adaptive strike. Morphling Miracle langsung main agresif di sini, memaksa Resonant Pulse-nya keluar dari Ori. Di area bawah, ILTW masih bermain dengan Lycan Wolf, menjaga posisi yang cukup aman di sini dari matchup dia melawan Doom. Pulling dari PYW. Oh, dia straight ke arah ini coy, dia straight ke arah Tranquil. Maybe dari Ori-nya yang bakal main On of Shadow ternyata. Gue ngerti sekarang, tapi kenapa nggak ngambil Ember ya? Don't know lah. Oke, di area atas wave dari tim Nigma udah mulai meluk tower dari Vici Gaming di sini. Jumlahnya juga udah numpuk. Poyoyo bakal manfaatin aggro untuk dapetin creep wave-nya di sini. GH gerak ke arah triangle, melakukan stacking, nyimpen bounty-nya untuk Miracle maybe. Last hit menuju water rune Miracle. Ngebait Ori harus enggak. Gue kira bakal ngebait anjing.
You're going nowhere.
Oke. GH-nya megang botol, nge-refill botol untuk main control dan berhasil dapetin water rune dari area bawah. Baterai Assault ngusir aja di sini dari Ori. Di area atas main controlnya main sendiri. Dengan berbekalkan Ion Shell level 2. Ditambah mana regeneration dari Infuse Raindrop di sini. Time lock connect, Baterai Assault langsung dikeluarin. Poyoyo, time dilation, cabut dengan menggunakan time walk, regen darah. Balikin botol ke main control. Stroke of Fate, saving range script, tapi sayang sekali berhasil di-deny sama GH. Di area mid, Miracle berhasil ngamanin 32 CS, 11 deny. Sementara Ori-nya cuma dapat 20 lasit dan 3 deny coy. Udah punya Red Band dan juga Infuse Raindrop, ditambah Magic Wand, ini bakal jadi ransom yang kenceng banget untuk sustain di area lain. Tapi dari atas GH berhasil di pick off di sini. PYW melakukan rotasi, right ke tim right click, dan lasit dari Poyoyo berhasil memukul pulang 2 hero dari tim Nigma. Bermain dengan Tranquil sebagai first item di sini, PYW bakal jadi roamer ketiga lane anjir di sini. Rolling Boulder kedua berhasil dikeluarin, dia tendang dari batu. Boulder Smash dibantu juga dari DY. Berhasil menghindar dari Inkswell. Dan berhasil dapetin power reach di area bawah. Nice. Nice guess.
Are Radiant using echolocation?
Oke, langsung ada Fortify juga yang dikeluarin sama tim Nikma. Kok Fortify? Scanning. Oke, masih mencoba untuk nyari power threat dari Miracle.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Dan dari Ori masih agak jauh dari Urn of Shadow-nya.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Fortify di area atas. Oh yo, farming meluk tower. Main control sama GH-nya udah bersiap untuk nge-engage maybe di sini. Shift di area bawah ternyata Alt 11, darahnya udah sekarat dan right click dari ILTW. Kritikalnya cukup sakit untuk nge-pick up Alt 11 dari Doom. Illusion Drone di area bawah, Miracle bakal coba ngambil bounty dulu di area atas. Double bounty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Miracle-nya nggak main Lincoln coy. Dia ternyata main Manta E-Blade. Langsung aja. Dia nggak bermain Lincoln. Oke, ILTW udah punya power threat. Bakal gerak langsung ke arah Echo Saber. Melihat udah nggak ada Necromonicon, meta relikan sekarang meta right click aja. Tapi padahal sebelum Necromonicon dihapus ya juga emang right click anjing. Oke, Alt 11 udah ngisi mid di sini. Melihat CS-nya nggak terlalu damai. 36-47 perbedaannya. Di area atas main control, sudah mulai bermain backdoor. Level 3 dari Ion Shell udah cukup sakit di sini. Jadi Poyoyonya harus benar-benar ekstra hati-hati. Di area bawah, Kuroki bermain dengan medallion untuk awal-awal. Ada engage dari Boulder Smash. Kuroki terkena movement slow. Follow up by DY di sini. Inkswell Classic ngejar, berhasil nangkep, enggak, masih bisa cookie out dari Kuroki. Dan ILTW sekarang bakal join beserta GH, berhasil ngurung dari Earth Spirit. Open dari Shift, ngurung 2 orang dong. What are you doing, Ori? Tapi dari Astral Step-nya berhasil nge-pick off GH. 2 hero support 4 berhasil di-pick off di sini. Dan di atas, oh nggak di area mid, Alt 11 berhasil nge-deny tower. Oke, dari Miracle dia bakal jadi mode petani di sini. Dapetin Yasha, ngebusin farming, gas ke arah Manta E-Blade, classic build dari Morphling tanpa adanya Lincoln Spear dari Vici Gaming yang punya Doom. Gue nggak tahu sih eksekusi dari Miracle bakal kayak gimana. Tapi di area atas, Remnant nggak berhasil connect, Inkswell pun demikian. Masih bisa cookie ke area seberang. Stroke of Fate, checking vision, nggak berhasil kena dari Kuroki. Bakal TP pulang, tapi terlalu sakit. Disimulate di match dari Ori. Rolling Boulder berhasil nangkap ILTW di area tower belakang. Dan langsung TP pulang. Ke tower 2 di area mid. Berbekalkan Echo Saber yang udah ready, sekarang bakal kuat makanin camp di area jungle. Tambahan dari damage dan juga mana regen.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oke, udah ada 2 teleport commit di area tower bawah. Rocket flare check. Gak berhasil nangkep siapa-siapa di area backline dari Ori. Commit smoke. Mungkin kedetek sih dari vision ininya. Ada ping-ping juga dari Vici Gaming. Dari DY. Di simulate resonant pulse sudah keluar, ada TP backup juga dari mereka. Roket. Hookshot connect, ada 2 orang, setup dari wall of replika, tapi Ori bisa dapetin kill dengan menggunakan astral set di sini. Oke, Miracle datang langsung ke deny tower dari area bawah. GS-nya berhasil dibunuh. Sedangkan di area atas ILTW mencoba melakukan aggressive movement di sini ke arah Alt 11. Ada backup juga dari Poyoyoyo. Mortimer Kisses sudah ke waste Scorcher Earth, terlalu sakit, masih bisa dikejar dengan time walk dan harus down Snapfire dari Kuroki. Mereka bergerak agresif ke arah atas, melihat bakal ada timing bounty run di sini. Mundur ding. Gue kira bakal tetap stay di area triangle. Stroke of Fate ganggu. Rocket Flare ke area atas, dicek. Double damage, berhasil diambil sama Earth Spirit, PYW. Masuk ke area Roshan, ngejuk langsung. Ini masih bisa kena dong. Dari baterai assault, Pikuro, hookshot, gak bisa kemana-mana. PYW. Ada active strike dari Miracle, terlalu sakit. Dan berhasil nge-pick off Earth Spirit. Oke, melihat udah masuk ke menit 12, gue bakal pindah ke arah network dari Miracle yang menjadi top network sementara di sini dengan 6.400 gold. Oke, secara dari Poyoyonya ke Haras di area save lane dari Vici Gaming, tapi dia tetap bisa sustain coy. Dia balap-balapan sama ILTW dari peringkat 2 sama peringkat 3. Udah punya milestone juga. Bakal dapetin strong point untuk farming. Detection berhasil nangkep Poyoyoyo. Commit smoke dari Kuroki dan juga GH. Miracle bakal opening visionnya di sini. Tapi dari Vici Gaming juga berhasil nemuin duluan di sini, dikasih silent dari Phantom Embrace. Inswell connect di simulate, terlalu sakit, gak bisa cover dari GH-nya dan bakal down sama Grimstroke. You are boom connect di sini ke arah Lycan yang mencoba membantu dari ILTW, tapi masih bisa di backup dengan menggunakan Mortimer Kisses. Ada tip strike, berhasil memukul pulang Grimstroke. Alt 11 terkena movement slow yang terlalu sakit. ILW. Oh enggak. Bayangan wall of replikanya main control di sini. Rolling boulder cabut. Kena vision sebenarnya dari Hitan Tower. Langsung pulang dari Earth Spirit-nya. PYW. GH udah balik ke lane. Bakal gerak ke arah Hood of Defiance sekarang untuk nahanin magic damage. Miracle udah punya Yasha, 200 gold lagi untuk dia dapetin ultimate orb dan bakal ready dari Manta Style. Rolling boulder masih bisa cabut dengan menggunakan Surge Mind Control. Terus tahan di sini. Hookshot, Battery Assault, ngurung pergerakan dari PYW. 3 orang dikurung di power cock-nya. Astral Step kedua udah dikeluarin. Rolling boulder nggak berhasil keluar di sini. Miracle berada di masalah, udah nggak punya mana, masih bisa time walk cabut dengan nyaman jadi Void. Jadi versus Void, tapi GH berhasil di pick off lagi di sini sama Ori. Masih bisa rolling boulder. Oh nggak di engage lebih lanjut. Dari Vici Gaming yang menang vision di sini coy, di area triangle. Dari ILTW bergerak ke arah Armlet of Mordigian untuk tambahan armor dan juga damage. And then bakal strike ke arah Assault Cuirass. Manta Style ready dari Miracle sekarang. Bakal bermain dengan Manta Dodge untuk menghindari Doom dan disable lainnya.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Vici Gaming. Oh, di wardnya, udah di ward di area sini. Wardnya Vici Gaming. Udah stick 3 orang di area jungle bawah. GH bakal mencoba. Oh, di ward. Gue kira gerak ke arah bawah. Oke, kelihatan visionnya pakai rocket flare. Oke, mencoba untuk checking vision, tapi ada hookshot di sini di area mid lane. Dikasih Phantom Embrace, Magnetize juga keluar, ditarik dengan menggunakan Remnant. Masih terlalu sakit damage yang diterima, tapi udah ada. Oh enggak, belum hook, tapi Miracle berhasil dapetin killing spree kill ke arah Earth Spirit PYW. Berhasil di setup di sini sama tim Nigma dan maybe bakal coba masuk ke area Roshan. Dengan adanya Echo Saber yang ready dari ILTW dan Manta Style yang udah dipegang sama Miracle, ini bakal jadi Roshan yang cepet, di mana Kurokinya udah megang medallion juga coy. Anjir, ini kalau bikin Aganin dapetin scatter blast,
Radiant's middle tower.
peres dong anjir harusnya.
Stop me if you've heard this one.
Dan Roshan pertama untuk tim Nikma di menit ke-16 berhasil diambil sama Miracle di sini. Dan yap, ternyata dia langsung gas ke arah Lincoln. Tapi bakal nyari Ethereal Blade-nya dulu. LTW udah megang Armlet of Mordigian. Sekarang bakal ngejar ke arah Assault Cuirass. 1000 gold untuk dapetin plate mail, dan pada saat plate mail jadi maybe bakal nge-engage untuk setup smoke dari tim Nikma. Brightstone kedua dari Kuroki. Wait, really? Oke, checking dari bawah, ternyata Ori melakukan split push di sini dengan advantage dari creep gerobak. Dari atas PYW running boulder cabut.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Checking dengan menggunakan Lycan Wolf. 5 hero dari Enigma sekarang udah stick di area atas. Bahkan trade tower menurut gue di sini melihat kedua tim nggak punya fortify sama sekali. PYW nggak boleh nge-show sih di sini. Even bakal ada TP backup dari Enigma udah strong banget coy, dengan Aegis advantage yang udah dipegang.
Dire's top tower has fallen. DY bergerak ke arah 4 staff di sini untuk item escape untuk nolongin teman-temannya. Poyoyo udah punya Sage, advantage dari tambahan status resistant. Follow up udah di TP juga ke area tower atas. Inkswell Astral Step masih bisa waveform cabut, masih ada Phantom Embrace di sini. Bonus gold berhasil diambil. Arcane Rune di area mid lane diamanin untuk Miracle sini. Roshan timing tinggal 3 menit lagi. Rocket Flare ke area triangle, nggak berhasil nangkap siapa-siapa. Shift dikeluarin sama YLTW. Vision dibuka pakai Lock and Wolf. Mortimer Kisses opening vision. OT11 bakal jadi target sama YLTW di sini. Rolling boulder berhasil nangkep Miracle. Right click di Miracle click, ada Team Strike vacuum dan dapetin dominating kill streak. Hookshot terlalu pendek, tapi kan nangkep siapa-siapa. YLTW dapetin kill ke arah OT11 dan ada Team Strike kedua dapetin kill ke arah DY Grimstroke. 3 kill berhasil diamanin sama tim Nikma di sini. Menyisakan 2 hero core dan juga Aegis advantage. Ini bakal jadi strong point untuk tim Nikma. Menangin lane dari lane tengah dan juga lane bawah, maybe. Oke, lane bawah wave-nya bakal di-push terus sama Ori di sini. Miracle-nya nyamar jadi Earth Spirit loh, gokil. Kata gue rolling boulder sendiri kok dia yang kesetun. Guardian Grave ready sekarang dari Darkseer. Main control. Hookshot ke arah triangle. Berhasil nangkep OT11 di sini. Engage. Dan bakal ngorbanin diri aja sekarang dari GH. Efek dari Inkswell. Terkena Void. Terkena Chronosphere Void. Doom. You are Doom di sini. Kena ke arah Darkseer. Dan bakal jadi strong point untuk Nikmanya. Right click dari ILTW dan juga Miracle. Turun ke bawah. Active Strike masih bisa kena.
Double kill.
Oke, 11 salah ngedum. Shapeshift dikeluarin di sini, bakal ngejar dari Orinya yang nggak punya escape skill, masih cooldown.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Holy shit, what a fight di sini dari Vici Gaming anjir. Inkswell nge-clear wave di sini, bakal balik dengan menekan time walk, masih bisa survive dari Poyoyonya. Time Dilation, Miracle, dispel dengan menekan manta, dikasih double silence di sini, rolling boulder connect ke arah ILTW, hookshot, Aegisnya pecah dari Miracle, mundur dulu dari ILTW.
Rolling Boulder, nangkep Miracle. Atribut shift ke arah strength. Astral Step, Kuroki bakal down. Dissimulator terlalu sakit di sini dan bakal cabut sebenarnya. Search dipakai karena main control di sini. Miracle masih bisa cosplay jadi Versus Void. Out 11 mengejar dengan menggunakan dagger, masih bisa waveform cabut dari Miracle. Double turun. Gue kira ngambil double charge waveform. E-Blade ready. Ada vision sebenarnya dari Outpost, tapi nggak bakal di-engage maybe dari Miracle dan juga main control. Aghanim Scepter udah berhasil didapetin sama Ori, bakal dapetin silence dari dari Resonant Pulse Void Spirit. GH-nya udah bakal jadi tumbal aja anjir. Makanya dia bikin hood. At least dia bisa survive lebih lama gitu untuk nahanin spell-spell yang masuk. Oh yo, udah megang Sign of Yasha, Sense in Yasha juga, dan bakal gerak ke arah Eye of Skadi untuk ngelawan Miracle-nya. Kuroki bakal coba nyari untuk Lotus Orb. Commit Smoke berhasil nangkap posisi dari Ori. Nice power cock di sini. Open dari shift waveform ke depan yang tidak enggak. Miracle maksud gua combo shotgun cepet hilang aja dari DY. Doom ready dari Blacking Bar ready dari Doom sekarang. Alt 11 Poyoyo bakal coba farming sembunyi-sembunyi di area jungle lawan. Miracle TP ke area bawah. PYW-nya masih bisa nendang ke belakang. Rolling Boulder cabut TP. Rolling Boulder kedua. Narik lawan dong. Oke, untung pulang, tapi dari Ori-nya berhasil nangkep kill karena Kuroki. You are Doom di sini. Cara main control lagi. Open dari Blacking Bar. Kan bakal boncos. Ke trigger buyback dari Snapfire.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Good option di sini dari Vici Gaming Doom main controlnya, dimana dia nggak bisa nge-save ILTW dengan menggunakan search, dan ILTW di setup dengan cukup rapi di sini dengan tambahan silence dari Resonant Pulse-nya Void Spirit. Oke, masih mencoba mencari shift fast guard. Poyoyo masih cukup jauh dari Eye of Skadi or Spirit. PYW bermain dengan Blacking Bar. Ada commit smoke juga di sini dari tim Nigma. Open vision, force stop, nice banget catch up dari hookshotnya GH. Adaptive strike instan aja. Mereka berhasil dapetin godlike kill streaknya di area triangle. Nigma ILTW berhasil nge-spot Versus Void-nya Poyoyo. Udah ready sekarang dari School Basser.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Nggak gerak langsung ke arah Assault Cuirass di sini. School Basser bakal mencoba nge-cash hero-hero yang berkemungkinan bakal cabut. PYW, Boulder Smash, checking vision, nice banget. Miracle masih sempat-sempatnya cosplay. Rolling Boulder kedua kagak berhasil connect. Wrong predict. Main kolok dia ke kanan, Gox. Oke, Rosan kedua bakal up 50 detik lagi. Menuju menit 25 ya. Sekarang skor 16-14 untuk keuntungan tim Nigma. Tapi dari segi net worth dari Vici Gaming-nya nggak kalah cuy. Even beda under 1000 gold. Vestus Void bakal open vision di sini dengan adanya commit smoke dari Vici Gaming. Ngamanin outpost terlebih dahulu untuk EXP. Oke, bakal nge-hold dulu sekarang dari Vici Gaming. Poyoyonya masih terlalu jauh coy. 400, 2000, 2400 gold lagi anjir, masih cukup jauh untuk Eye of Skadi-nya.
Mereka bermain dengan illusion, ILTW also pop up dari shape shift, hookshot connect ada PYW di force up keluar di sini. Weapon E-Blade masih bisa survive ternyata dari Earth Spirit. URB masih open dari Blacking Bar-nya Old 11. ILTW menjadi free target di sini. Chrono Spear berhasil keluar. Darkseer-nya berhasil ketangkap di sini sama Void Spirit-nya Ori. Kuroki dia nggak punya item cabut di sini. Kukinya cooldown, dia nggak bikin glimmer dan bakal jadi kill kedua, kill ketiga malah untuk Vici Gaming. Yo berhasil ngamenin double killnya di sini. Miracle masih berada di area backline, Phantom Embrace ke arah yang salah, dan Miracle-nya bakal mundur terlebih dahulu. Sekarang Vici Gaming udah strong banget cuy. Sumpah parah. Gak ngerti lagi gua. Void Spirit bakal ngambil kayak Ensage, E-Blade Adaptive Strike berhasil ngebunuh dari Ori. Boulder Smash ngasih movement slow di sini. GH bakal ngorbanin diri aja, sedangkan mereka masih bisa cabut dengan menggunakan Time Walk. Nyamar jadi Passes Void di sini. Blink Dagger ready dari Mind Control, dikasih silent pakai Geomantic Grip, ditembak lagi dengan menggunakan Boulder Smash. Miracle masih ada spot di sini. Dari Observer World, Poyoyo bakal coba ngekorin terlebih dahulu. Ke-trigger buyback dari Clockwork dan sekarang bakal ngambil Roshan kedua untuk tim Nigma. Tambahan Aganim Shard. ILTW shardnya ngapain ya? Summon Wolves. Causes one of your prep ways to include control. Anjir. Summon Wolves-nya tapi ya lumayan sih uncontrollable, tapi tetap aja coy. Oke, Aganim Shard-nya dipakai untuk Darkseer, bakal jadi Jojo di sini. Melihat temanya AniMajor, right click, jeding. Ada tulisan kanjinya, nggak tahu gua artinya apaan. Padahal normal punch doang anjing. Miracle udah megang Ultimate Orb, masih cukup jauh di sini dari Lincoln Sphere-nya. Item jungle-nya aja maruk anjir, Titan Sliver, Grove Bow, Nether Shawl. Cek dari atas, ada PYW melakukan strat apa itu namanya? Split push. Follow up by Clockwork dari GH, TP pulang dari Earth Spirit ya. Udah ready dari Blacking Bar dan maybe bakal coba untuk setup smoke, dan Eye of Skadi juga udah ready dari Poyoyo. Aduh sampai kenyang, aduh parah. Shield Guard juga udah ready sekarang dari Old 11. Dengan keunggulan 2000 net worth, ini udah jadi strong point untuk Vici Gaming, melihat dari core-core-nya udah punya item yang lebih dari cukup untuk team fight. Sage masih mencoba dicari untuk Void Spirit-nya Ori. LTW mencoba untuk mencari Orchid sekarang di sini untuk ngasih silence. Masih punya cheese sebenarnya di sini, tapi kalau misalkan dia yang kedum bakal jadi useless dari cheese-nya. Tapi prioritas Vici Gaming maybe sekarang bakal tetap ke Darkseer-nya Mind Control sih. Karena setup yang bisa menangin tim fight-nya Nigma tuh menurut gue cuma dari vacuum wall of replikanya doang. Udah titik. Miracle ready dari Eye of Skadi ternyata. Pantesan gue bingung, kok duitnya nggak kaya-kaya. Bikin Skadi dong dia. Ya. Paham gue sekarang. Nyaho aing. Oke, shift commit di sini. PYW bakal ngorbanin diri, masih bisa cabut. Gue kira ke blocking anjir pakai badannya ILTW. Hookshot tapi kena ke arah ILTW-nya. Vacuum nge-cancel teleportation, masih bisa cabut dengan menggunakan rolling boulder. Miracle terkena silence dari Resonant Pulse di sini. Udah terlalu kencang dari strength yang didapatin karena attribute shift. Open dari Blacking Bar, PYW masih bisa bertahan di sini. Dari right clicknya Miracle. Blink ready dari Old 11. Bakal coba open vision di area jungle atas.
Lycan Wolf detect, berhasil blink cabut, Kuroki berhasil turun dengan menggunakan cookie. Terkena efek dari Shiva's Guard, tapi nggak bakal ada engage lebih lanjut dari Vici Gaming. Sedangkan Miracle bakal coba untuk farming dulu untuk Lincoln Spear-nya di sini. LTW udah punya Orchid sekarang, bakal dapetin advantage berkat adanya Silence. Maybe bakal mencoba pick up Earth Spirit gitu. Karena Earth Spirit-nya bener-bener ganggu coy. Dengan level 14, tambahan rolling boulder range-nya itu loh, distance. Ditambah dia punya Blacking Bar anjir. Itu harus bener-bener dimatiin. Di luar 3 core yang menjadi prioritas utama dari tim Enigma di sini. Open Vision dengan menggunakan Lycan Wolf berhasil nangkep posisi dari Poyoyo yang time walk area bawah. Oke, cabut dulu. Dari tim Enigma masih punya advantage dari Aegis, tapi waktu tersisa 30 detik lagi untuk Aegis time ya. Aduh, gue pengen kencing tapi kayaknya bakal ada perang anjir. Open dari Shapeshift, hookshot nice banget, dikasih silent. Power kok ke arah belakang, vakum. You are doomed di sini dari main control, masih bisa survive enggak? Open Blacking Bar dari Old Eleven dipendung dengan menggunakan Infernal Blade dan bakal down dari controlnya. PYW, Magnetize berhasil di pop up di sini. Mereka berhasil cabut dengan menggunakan waveform. Terbakar dengan adanya Spirit Vessel di sini. Terkena silence. Point versus Void. Boyoyo. Oh, nice backup di sini. Masih bisa cabut. Dia ngambil talent 2 waveform ya. Itu level 25. Oh, time walk. Time walk. Pantes kata gua anjir, gua kira dia ngambil waveform buat charge anjir. Oke, masuk ke menit 33 di sini. Skor sementara 21-20. Sengit banget perang dari kedua tim di sini. Ini kudu timing Miracle Lincoln dulu demi apapun. Dia bikin butterfly. Maksa Void untuk bikin Monkey King Bar. Poyoyo lagi nge-Q ke arah Satanic. Open dari Shapeshift di sini. Hook shot, connect, GH dimundurin pakai power cock. Nggak ada follow up lagi dari timnya. Shapeshift masih dalam 20 detik. Ngebug anjir, gue nggak ngeliat Warta tadi di situ.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Sheesh.
Radiant
Rocket
are
cek
scanning for
area
enemy.
high ground dari tower mid. GH bakal bikin Aghanim Scepter sekarang. Refresher skill. Double hook shot. Double hook shot.
Radiant's top
Tambahan
tower
attack
is
speed,
on the
movement speed
rocks.
juga di sini untuk GH dari overclocking. Old Eleven Classic Doom di sini bakal bikin refresher orb. Tapi dari tadi gue nggak ngelihat double Doom sih. Sumpah demi apapun gue nggak ngelihat double Doom dari tadi. Mungkin karena DY-nya jadi prioritas juga dengan adanya Morphling Miracle yang bisa jump ke arah backline lebih cepat. Regeneration rune. Ada vision di sini nice banget, berhasil nangkep movement smoke dari Vici Gaming.
Wolves need no
Wolves need no armor. Vici Gaming loh supporter badge-nya. ILTW, the fuck.
Void infusion.
Void Infusion, Arcane Rune berhasil diamanin sama Ori. Di area atas bakal coba nge-engage. Oh, udah di warning. Rocket Flare nangkep posisi Old Eleven. Polisi gak tuh? Wolf checking. Reveal Dust. Ready dari Butterfly Miracle dan sekarang bakal coba untuk nyari Satanic di sini. I need to know, am I could be the one to call when I... Lupa gue liriknya.
Main control, classic push lane dengan menggunakan Ion Shell. Roshan ketiga bakal ready dalam 2 menit 13 detik lagi dari sekarang. Boom, there you goes. Flare check di sini. Bayangan dari Miracle mencoba untuk clear wave. Rocket on, blink, you are doomed di sini. Open dari kolom, nangkap posisi dari 3 hero. Dari mata turun berhasil down, disusul sama Kuroki. Ketrigger dari buybacknya, terkena silent. Nice aku mau replika comment di sini. Masih cukup strong dari mereka dengan adanya atribusi ke arah strength. Weapon ke area belakang. Open dari Magnetize, time dilation dari mereka berhasil memberhentikan pergerakan dari Vici Gaming dan Orinya berhasil dapetin double kill di sini. Clockworknya ikutan dieback dari Kuroki dan juga main control ultra kill tapi di area backline. Mereka berhasil dapetin kaki streak ke arah Poyoyo. Poyoyonya nggak punya buyback di sini. 111 detik. Shift masih bisa ngejar, PYW nggak bisa cabut, masih ada silence juga dari Orchard of Malevolence. Tapi ini trade yang gak profit coy. 4 orang ke-trigger dari buyback dan 2 orangnya dieback. Even dari Poyoyonya gak punya buyback juga gitu. Tapi dari segi trade-nya itu bener-bener gak ini banget anjir. Gak profit banget. Wingswell clear wave dari DY terlalu offside, hookshot gak berhasil connect di sini. Masih bisa force of cabut sih karya high ground. Dan Miracle sekarang bakal coba untuk ngambil tower di area mid. Refresher ready bakal lompat ke depan. Mantap dodge di sini. Refresher double doom connect dengan Bogor dan juga Miracle bakal double. What a wipe out di sini. Iya PW. Astagfirullah. Nikma, what are you doing? Astaga. Ini mumpung 3 orang mati ya, 3 lane dia menangin Nikma di sini. Gua bakal ke toilet bentar, anjir cuy, gua kebelet. Be right back.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Radiant think fortification can save them.
Any Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Bounty. Dire are scanning for enemies.
Kayak Roshan ketiga berhasil diamanin sekarang sama Vici Gaming. Sorry gue berbalik. Breaking bar tinggal 100 gold lagi dari Poyoyo. Ini bakal jadi strong fight banget anjir dari Vici Gaming. Siapapun yang menangin tim fight kali ini dia bakal menangin gamenya. Melihat cuma DY doang di sini dari Vici Gaming yang punya buyback.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Spell Prism, Illusion Escape berhasil ditemuin sama tim Nikma.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Miracle bergerak ke arah Blink Dagger sekarang. Illusion Escape Manta Style 3 bayangan. Bakal jadi strong point untuk nge-push lane di sini dari Miracle. Bakal gerak ke arah Swift Blink maybe, I don't know. Tapi dari Miracle terlalu fragile anjir di sini. Dengan refresher orb yang ready dari Doom, ini bakal jadi triple Doom menurut gua. Doom pertama maybe untuk nge-engage 1 orang. Dan dari Grimsword-nya bakal nahan dari Soulbind, and then bakal di follow up lagi segitu sama Ult 11-nya. Ini setup yang chaos banget dari Vici Gaming, demi apapun. Commit smoke, ngambil outpost di area bawah. Smoke-nya pecah. YW. Jadi ward dulu di area tebing. Mereka ada dagger. Game of True Sight ready sekarang dari Earth Spirit. Bakal nangkapin orang-orang yang invest. GH dengan Aghanim Scepter juga udah siap. LTW masih terlalu jauh dari Black King Bar. Ini dari Vici Gaming bisa nge-force fight sih. 3 hero dari sekarang dari buyback, susulan dari Doom dan juga Earth Spirit PYW. Illusion.
Jackpot.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Ada Pip Strike kena di sini ke arah DY. Open dari Soulbind ke arah Illusion, sayang sekali. Ada Black King Bar yang di pops up di sini dari Ult 11, masih bisa cabut, nyamar dari Earth Spirit Miracle. Dispel dengan menggunakan mata style di sini. Oke, bentar guys, gue habis di chat sama orangnya WePlay, gue kurang naro sponsor dari Secret Lab. Main control, dia bakal bikin Lotus Lincoln atau gas ke Lincoln itu. Mirip-mirip soalnya itemnya. Kuroki ready dari Vladimirnya. Tambahan armor, mana, dan juga lifesteal. Commit smoke sekarang dari Vici Gaming. Dagon Gaming. Level 5 ready sekarang dari Ori Void Spirit. Dagger ke area atas, Scorcher Earth menyala. Ult 11 bakal ngamainin outpost terlebih dahulu. Main control, masih mencoba untuk nge-red di sini. Lincoln-nya ready sekarang, melihat dia yang selalu jadi target. Lincoln ready, masih belum ada informasi di sini. Dari Vici Gaming masih berada di area bawah. Oke, sekarang baru commit smoke. Poyoyo. Orinya bakal bukain map di sini. Open dari double damage. Miracle berada di high ground, pecah dari smoke-nya dan Aegisnya reclaim. Oke, tower 2 bakal coba untuk dijebolin terlebih dahulu. Nebangin pohon dari PYW untuk opening vision. Makan tuh Dagon ilusi.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oke, main control masih nge-red di area bawah, tapi Kuroki berhasil ke pick off di area atas sama Ori. Solo pick off yang aduh, I don't know what to say, man. Masih punya cheese dari Void Spirit-nya Ori, bakal jadi ancaman sih. Dengan cheese yang gak punya durasi habis gitu kan. Ini Lincoln nggak mau diambil nih. Demi Alek dah. Checking vision di arah high ground, cuma berhasil nangkepin sentry. Di area atas, Arcane Blink ready sekarang dari Ult 11.
Lotus Orb. Ih, kebiasaan. Octarine Core yang bakal coba dicari sama Vici Gaming sekarang. PYW bergerak ke arah Lotus Orb. Udah punya plate mail. Ini bakal jadi strong sih dari Earth Spiritnya. Glimmer Cape ready dari DY untuk item escape di area bawah. Miracle mencoba nge-push di sini dengan mic control. Open dari Manta dan juga Illusionist Cape. Dia bikin side of Vice. Ya. Kreatif ya, Bun. Refresher Shard masih dipegang sama Poyoyo untuk double chrono di sini. Udah megang Demon Edge juga, bakal langsung straight ke arah MKBN, tinggal sedikit lagi. 1100, 2100, 2700. Udah ready sih, maybe simpen buyback. Miracle sama main controlnya kekurangan duit untuk buyback. Durasi dari cooldownnya udah siap. Masuk ke menit 48, skor sementara 23-30 dengan advantage 23.000 net worth dipegang sama Vici Gaming. 23 net worth anjir, ketinggalan apa gue sampai mereka mode petani? Octarine Core ready dari Void Spirit, Ori. Masih nahan buyback sih dari kedua tim.
Dire are scanning for enemy.
Double damage di pop up sama Miracle. Gak megang sepatu sama sekali coy, movement speednya cuma 300 anjir, lemot. Oke, open dari Blacking Bar, ILTW di sini bakal di-engage. Poyoyonya masih ngamanin Chronosphere, berhasil nangkep posisi ILTW doang sendirian di sini. Ditarik pakai remnant, Dagon berhasil nge-pick off ILTW, Lycan di sini. Eternal Blade adaptif masih bisa survive dari Out 11, cabut pakai time walk di sini, terkena Silence Miracle, ketarik dengan menggunakan remnant. Masih ada rolling boulder kedua, Dagon terlalu sakit, burst damage yang masuk dan dua core dari tim Nigma berhasil dipukul pulang di sini. Bonyok, itu nggak bisa nahan, cok. Dagon level 5. Poyoyo open dari Doomnya yang arrow. Gue kira Poyoyonya aja. Shoot, 27 network makin melebar, cok. Makin melebar anjir networknya, menuju 30.000 perbedaan network. Kuroki, time walk, Poyoyo, time dilation, isi millet, Dagon, monster kill streak, instant kill ke arah Kuroki. Di area bawah BYW bakal coba di-engage. Hookshot, double hookshot, Aghanim Scepter, overclocking, masih pakai chainstone tapi megang Minotaur Horn di sini, blocking dari rolling boulder dan harus pulang dari Earth Spirit yang nggak punya gem. Berhasil di save kah? Enggak berhasil di save. Beli Heart of Taras dari Out 11, resepnya udah berada di courier. Masih nahan buyback 6.000 gold, udah berada di kantongnya Out 11. Pakai King Bar ready sekarang dari Poyoyo. Mencoba engage di sini ke arah mind control dan it's gonna be a force buyback for Nigma, I guess. GH-nya berhasil ditangkap juga di area tower bawah. Oke, ke trigger buyback dari GH dan juga mind control. Aras ready, 2 core udah megang next itemnya masing-masing di sini. Dari Poyoyo dan juga Old 11. Old 11 bakal strong banget cuy. Commit Smoke bakal nyari, ILTW bakal open vision dulu pakai anak-anakannya. And it's off. Ori bisa sendiri di sini. Roshan kelima ready. Aghanim blessing. Time dilation. Cabut pakai weapon. Hook shot. Follow up. Berhasil murung. Old 11 di sini. Overclockingnya udah dibuka. Dikasih hack. Mortimer Kisses di cancel pakai Earth Spiritnya PYW. You are doomed ke arah main control godlike kill streak berhasil diambil sama Ori. Dipentuk pakai Infernal Blade, gak bisa debut kemana-mana. Magneta Silence dominating kill streak di sini. Tersisa ILTW ini yang masih punya buyback. 2 hero dari main control dan juga GH gak punya buyback di sini. 90 detikan cooldown, respawn time I mean. Gol perbedaan goldnya. Roshan keempat apa kelima nih gue lupa, berhasil diamanin sekarang sama Vici Gaming. Aghanim Scepternya bakal dipegang sama Void. Nge-trigger time lock dari time locknya. Chance Nikmang menang menurut gue di sini udah nggak ada anjir. Dikasih refresher shot dari Ori-nya. Bakal punya 4 astral step dengan spear ready sekarang. Poyoyo bakal coba ngebadanin dulu untuk ngambil Rex di area tengah. GH masih 9 detik lagi dari respawn time. Dan sekarang bakal coba untuk commit untuk dapetin Mega Crips dari Vici Gaming. Mortimer Kisses di pop up di sini. Check up dengan tekan time walk, masih bisa di backup dengan Ingsway. Black King Bar masih 8 detik lagi di sini. Poyoyo clear wave dengan menekan time walk. Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Boom. Di sini. Boom. Pasti ada orang di sini. Boom. PYW ngintip dulu di sini. Berhasil nangkep GA. Soling Boulder udah bye-bye. Blink ke depan, you are doomed di sini. Open dari Black King Bar dari Old 11 masih bisa cookie cabut di similat. Defense-nya terlalu sakit dan nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain. Prona dapetin 2 orang. It's gonna be GG. Dah, aku males.
Double kill.
Radiant better raise a defense for their bottom barracks.
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
GG diketik akhirnya Kuroki.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fire victory!
GG Vici Gaming. Bisa gue bilang ini comeback anjir. Sumpah dari Nikma tuh 3 lane-nya strong cuy. Bener-bener strong banget, parah. Gue gak ngerti lagi anjir. Di drag, bener-bener di drag sampai ke late game.
Dan lu tahu sendiri region Cina petani semua. 3 hero ini petani, bener-bener petani anjing. Dari under 30 menit menurut gue ini strong pointnya Nikmas nih. Lewat tuh nih ya, bubar decline. Oke, bakal ada break dulu maybe dari turnamen dari setelah match pertama tadi ya. Itu ngomong gitu susah banget. Bakal ada break maybe di sini. Sembari nunggu lobby dari game kedua dimulai, gue bakal break dulu sebentar, ngambil minum, istirahat. Sumpah coy. Aduh. Gue masih nggak bisa percaya game tadi, sumpah. Oke, be right back sama gue. Masih tetap bersama caster yang lagi merintis ini. Jangan kemana-mana.
5 seconds. What'll it be? The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ancient apparition. Ten seconds.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Grimstroke. Tiny. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Puck.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be? Dire's turn to pick.
Jungle Shaman.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Mereska has arrived.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dyer's turn to pick. War Chief. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dyer's ban now.
Mars!
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dyer get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Ursa Warrior.
Choose your hero.
Finally came up for air. Prepare for battle.
И на линии все вроде бы должно быть хорошо. Причем там реально вроде ни одна линия проигрывать прям жестко не должна, а то и должна выигрывать. Очень хорошие комбинационные составляющие, очень хорошая работа по Рошину. Единственное, что там может быть с Tower Damage все не так хорошо. Ну, я думаю,
все даже
тоже как-то
прям очень нехорошо, да, у них.
Да, да. Ну, а в ответ, в целом, не то чтобы Tower Damage был прям тоже какой-то сумасшедший. Хотя ладно, там
побольше.
Тини,
Там
Кентавр,
Тини,
да.
Кент и вот Шаман с ультой.
Это правда. Вот с точки зрения работы по объективам, конечно, у Вичи ситуация поинтереснее обстоит. Но тем не менее, я не верю в спектру, и я не буду продолжать это говорить на протяжении всей игры. Я вот сказал сейчас, просто запомните это, и мы
Намотайте на ус, что говорит Аренда.
Не, мотать на ус не надо, мы потом уже посмотрим, как говорится. Да. То, что я говорю...
Что потом вспомнить просто Арена. Вот ты говорил, спектра не выигрывает, она выиграла по итогу.
Ну вот это да. Это как раз, что у меня примерно та же история была с Луной. Когда я везде и повсюду говорил о том, что Луна физовая, ну то есть Луна работает только магическая, физовая Луна не работает. И в целом из всего того, что я говорил, примерно так оно и вышло. Ну посмотрим, как оно будет сейчас, что произойдет, потому что линия для спектры в любом случае очень и очень сложная. Да, против тебя придет комбинация Марс и Мерезка, и попробуй постой против такого лайна. А ты под протекцией кого? Под протекцией Грима, который в целом-то сам хочет играть агрессивно. Получится ли спектру играть агрессивно, это уже вопрос. Будем наблюдать. Потому что со стадии лейнинга у Нигмы проблем не было абсолютно никаких. Они все отстояли хорошо на прошлой карте, и раннюю стадию отыгрывали довольно эффективно. Но вот в макро уже дальше, конечно, у них были проблемки.
Мне кажется, что будет похоже с Папа.
Вот это начало.
В предыдущей карте что же самое, да, было? Тоже у нас убивали Гримстрока, Дивайна.
Ну, чуть позже убили.
Ну, чуть-чуть позже, да, но суть та же.
Но суть немножечко не соглашусь с тем, что суть та же, потому что здесь сноубол просто сумасшедший. Если в той карте после того, как сделали ФБ, там прям, ну там ДС, да, сделал ФБ, ну, купил он себе чуть быстрее ботл, а как-то прям ой-ой-ой из-за этого не улетел куда-то там по нетворсам, да, он был топовый. А в этой карте я очень сильно сомневаюсь, то, что у спектры получится быть топовый по нетворсам.
Контрол спамить фразу на Текис, отыграл доту вообще. Жаль, наверное, Вичи не понимает, хотя Ксинкью из ЛГД когда ЛГД прилетели почти всем составом, кроме нас, Интусея в Киев, и уже начали тут местные пабы играть, когда попадался вместе с Айсбергом и Флаем в одном пабе, я писал 19 в общий чат.
Даже так.
То есть китайцы осведомлены о том, что у нас происходит на СНГ-сцене.
Обалдеть, это на самом деле даже
круто.
поражает меня, если честно.
Обычно мы, знаешь, больше интересуемся, это что там в Китае, и больше знаем о том, что у них там на
Ну, о более сильном регионе ты обычно больше знаешь, потому что наш все-таки регион, как это неприятно признавать, но он явно не силен вот на том этапе, который сейчас находится. И, соответственно, то, что там такие ребята знают что-то о составе Нави, это, конечно, довольно интересно. Именно конкретного Флая.
Да. Вот мне кажется, на этой карте будет какая-то похожая история с предыдущей, где Нигма действительно хорошо лайнинг отстоят, у них, в принципе, на этой драфты заточен. У них сильный очень мидгейм, есть кому спейсить, есть кому бегать, но они могут убиться об вот, отсутствие тавер дэмэджа. И весь свой там, потенциал в ранней игре просто будет нивелирован за счет того, что Вичи выйдут в лейт и там победят. Но, возможно, так не будет. Мне просто кажется, что вот похожая ситуация.
Да, тут гадать довольно сложно. Тут очень многое будет решать, опять же, моральная составляющая, потому что на первой карте, казалось бы, для Нигмы все есть. Ребята все очень круто делали, но абсолютно беспомощно смотрелись против Vici Gaming. Реализовать свое преимущество, все эти Аегисы и так далее. Второй Рошен. Казалось бы, ты забираешь второго Рошена. Что тебя вообще может остановить? Это на самом деле даже по морали Нигмы может, я думаю, ударить. ЛТВ вот хорошо занимает раньше крипа. Очень важно вам. Ну и мы, я смотрю, тут тоже спокойно фармить не дают. Тоже линия не самая приятная для Урсича, да, тут должны его, по идее, подщемить. Аппарат, персонаж. Опять же, аппарат. Это же импища. Это же просто, это же аппарат. Это аппарат.
Еще и фиксация классная под аппаратом, где арены Марса есть. Там, я вижу, Миракл очень сильно просел от Тинника. Сильно, ну, пока жив Миракл. Я вот такое интересное увидел фигбая у Урсы. Это наличие худа. После покупки там ботинка первого сразу же худ.
Чтобы не отлетать от
прокаста Тиника, наверное, в этом логика. Я просто не могу сказать, что у Вичи прям очень много магии. Вот, например, у Нигмы очень много магии.
Не, ну у Вичи, смотри, ты вешаешь Инксвелл.
Ну и Тиник, да, с прокастом влетает.
Ну, да, он тебе может устроить. Ну и опять же, с этим худом ты на ранней стадии лучше стоишь на лайне, потому что тебя, я так понимаю, тоже там Кентавр будет спамить дабл-эйджем, и колечко тебе на реген. В целом в этом есть такая хорошая стратегическая составляющая. На ранней стадии тебе худ позволит спокойно стоять линию за счет доп. Регена, а в перспективе ты еще и не будешь умирать от вот этих неприятных прокастов. Плюс, опять же, ты от маски на Урсе уже давным-давно ушли все. Через эту маску не играют. Ну, вообще, конечно, Як еще любят играть, я слышал.
Ну, сейчас уже нет. Сейчас предпочитают просто диффузик, да, и активно играть. С тех пор, как 7.29 БФ подрезали, все чаще я вижу, как, ну вот особенно в Китае.
А я
там
чаще замечаю.
Что через БФ вообще не играют. Берут активный билд, диффуз и пошло-поехало.
И пользуется моментом, не теряет время даром. Линия была отпушена, Кентавр чувствовал себя комфортно, мог спокойно и качаться, и впитывать экспу. Отбивая дабл, я просто сделал дабл-стак, что просто замечательно. А с другой стороны, конечно, кто это будет фармить, это довольно...
Ну, Кентавр, наверное, либо Тиник.
Нику, наверное, тяжело будет. Все-таки, я думаю, там магический будет Тини. Опа, Элевен!
На мужика, да, Элевен стоял, срался. Умер, конечно, но самое главное, что он экспу получил с Урсы.
Да. Для АЛТВ ситуация не очень приятная, но Куру такой, да, нормально, братан, все нормально, с леса камбэкнешь, а я сейчас тут побыстрее айсбластик. Вичблейдик. Поехали.
Да, вот Спектра, конечно, не самый очевидный выбор на этой карте, но это Вичи. Они отталкиваются не от того, что там модно сейчас и что сейчас в основном команды берут, а от того, на чем удобно играть их керри. По ее половину DPC сезона играл на Спектре и Ай-лиги, поэтому ему удобно, окей.
Да, вот так вот.
Хотя, опять-таки, да, герой, наверное, не самый очевидный, которого ты хочешь брать против Урсы, против такой линии, как Марс Драквиллоу, против того же аппарата.
И вообще, в принципе, в этой мете герой не то чтобы самый такой прям рабочий, да?
Но на самом деле это и хорошо. Я помню, как у нас была мета в конце 2020 года, когда у нас появлялся Void Спектра каждую игру. Сейчас от этого отошли, эти герои появляются, когда надо. Они не являются имбой, чем-то там, знаешь, Miracle.
Живет. В ответ тоже пытается.
Там фейрик есть у Ори, главное не перенаглеть Miracle.
Молодец, что под Denial еще, может быть, этого. Побаивается. Ори подставился. Ну, фейрик у него был в запасе, поэтому он все контролировал. Тос Avalanche имеется, и подставляться, конечно, Miracle сейчас тоже нельзя. Он без шифта играет, знает об
Тоже
этом
с
Ори.
фейриком.
Ну, 300 хп даже с фейриком от...
Опа!
Помощь с воздуха. Очень вовремя. Должны забирать, конечно же. Еще бы, если бота удалось бы заобузить, но тут и так.
Да,
Нормально.
они классно вообще разыграли. Как только он получил 6-й левел, этот койл
Что
сразу
я вижу?
ставится.
Я вижу молнии в 2 на шамане. Интересная ситуация. Шамане молнии в 2. Я такого просто уже лет 200 не видел. Молнию в 2.
А что выкачивают?
Ну, обычно молнию в раз, лосо. Максит вроде как. Молнии вообще в один, хекс, лосо. Ну, обычно. Хотя я на четверках не супер много шаманов видел, в принципе. Интересненько вообще. Отыгрывают Vici Gaming по всем параметрам.
Какая же огромная разница между Спектрой и Марсом. Команд контрола настолько линия комфортная.
Ну, так оно и должно быть. 100%. Вот если было бы по-другому, это была бы, конечно, полная беда. Ну, пока вроде как Спектру с Марсом оставили 1 на 1. Спектр по луке должен качаться. Он там увидели, Марс на него инициировал. Девайс здесь попадает под фокус. Но Ори в ответ Тос Avalanche удает очень больно Miracle. Miracle очень близок к тому, чтобы отъехать и все-таки погибает. PYW подтянулся, лассо прокачал. Ну и бежать, пока хоста еще работает. Все-таки уйдет отсюда. Но не без подключения дополнительного героя. Левана за это сразу же выгоняет с лайна. PYW уже здесь с флаской, с арканами.
Сколько же он работы, конечно, проделывает по карте. И Пака убили, очень важный фраг. И Левана он тут отхилил.
GH, я так понимаю, получил Тос Avalanche от Ори.
Но выжил.
Пережил, да.
Так, тут Марсу не перенаглеть, но его нечем здесь убивать.
Вообще ни в коем случае Марсу нельзя погибать. То есть тут нужно... Большой молодец, Mind Control. От него очень многое зависит, потому что Спектра из леса камбэкает очень тяжко. А если мы посмотрим еще на item build, то это вообще item build не на фарм в лесу, да? То есть ты там не можешь... С БМ можешь, но без БМ нет. Что тут такое?
Интересно, он будет вообще БМ покупать в этой игре? Либо откажется от БМ и сразу же там условная Яша появится?
Но он может делать все, что угодно, но скорость его фарма будет достаточно медленной в любом случае. Но понимать, Тос Avalanche хорошо зашли.
Просто Avalanche? Без Тоса. Реал. GH, но осталось у него очень мало хп, конечно, хотелось бы его добить. 3 саппорта гуляют. Соответственно, на что они рассчитывают? Что Тиник куда-то выйдет на речку, и они его словят на Дримкойл? Наверное, на это расчет, но вроде бы Тиник там всех спалил.
Тиника поддушивает, это достаточно важно, не давать ему прям фрифарм, но как мы видим, там классы одинаково у нас. Фейзы Марс приобрел. За счет этого Спектру немножко подотпустили, мы видим, да, по нетлоксам слегка начинает выгонять. Начинает Avalanche, попыточка добить, Тос может даже успеет дать, да, успевает дать Тос, но поймает все-таки GH в лассо.
Или нет?
Уже быстрый. Еще и стампит Кентавра прожали, но слегка поздновато. Пытается Тини здесь выживать. PYW. Ну, PYW пытался сделать килл.
Причем получился плохой стампит, так как 2 героя стояло под койлом. И импакт, да, не на 100%. Был внесен этим мейтом.
Да.
Как только получил 6-й левел, сразу же его нажал. Вообще я удивлен, что у Кентавра настолько все хорошо.
Так а что у него должно быть?
Ну, против Урсы, знаешь, там,
да
возможно, не самое приятное.
Против Урсы с аппаратом это вообще фрилайн для Кентавра. Сейчас Кентавр слишком жесткий, с этим вангуардом так он вообще... А Урса, он как раз-таки более-менее что-то может тебе начать делать. Как раз к моменту появления вангуарда, по левелам, если брать. А с появлением вангуарда Урса опять тебе ничего не может делать. Вот так и получается. А аппарат — это вообще слабая линия. Поэтому здесь они так хорошо и стоят.
И пришел и свой вар задымает. Так, Куроки. Ну, Куроки минус. Легкая цель.
Яков ответ. Он еще и курьера забрал. Корона сработает, но мало что из этого получится извлечь.
Либо он Тос, я так понимаю, под 9-ю минуту, и он его сворует. И инвиза. Но его могут найти, они его видели на сентрике и обсервере. Миракл, правда, успешно откидывает арбу и ну, GH, скорее всего, вверх. Хотя пытается выиграть лишнее время в Shadow Round, но, наверное, не уйдет.
Прожимает, нормально так продамажил. Дримкойл, тут 2 килла можно сделать. Да, вообще замечательно. И в ответ еще дальше, но айсбласта нет. Поэтому забрать не получится точно. Смотрим. Близится блинк у него.
Класс, так, еще и стаки подфармит.
Подфармить их еще тут надо умудриться. Маны не так много.
Клэри точно пошел еще. Еще одна арба и...
Еще одна арба, и сюда могут прийти. Очень опасно, на самом деле. Здесь, конечно, отыгрывает Миракл, но его не наказали за это. И еще и под...
И аркадор нужно, правда. Ну, может, могло ли быть более идеально в этой ситуации?
Все супер круто, и правда.
Худ прикупил Урсевич.
БМ все-таки делает, мы видим по Йой.
Марс обдинаивает. Выход от двух саппортов. Вернее, не от саппорта, а вот от Тиника и от Шамана. GH убить это...
Сразу прячется, да. GH забрать крайне тяжело. Террорайз прокастовывается. Тут немножко не скомбинили по итогу.
Они еще и не убили по итогу его.
Ну, они и не пытались. Есть ощущение, что тут от защиты больше отыгрывал GH. Не хотел драться.
Не, я именно про Тиника. Что они не убили фею по итогу. Хотя вчетвером выходили на нижний.
Да. Ну, тут, может быть, стоило как-то прожать, не знаю. В общем, вышло как вышло. Кентавр еще и стампид прожал. Да, теперь стампида нет. Айсбласт пошел на упреждение. Сразу же сюда дримкойл. Легкий килл на спектре. Вот так. Супер легкий килл. Причем очень ожидаемый, потому что стампид был потрачен. С другой стороны, опять же, когда тебя ловит дримкойл, на стампиде далеко не убежишь. АЛТВ типа Миракл.
Сразу же пытается Вичи как-то ответить в миде. Ну, вообще был тяжелый.
Блинкдаггер долетает. Теперь опасно, сразу вешается Инксвелл, но Блинк сразу же сбили змейки. Так что скомбинить не удалось, и эффект неожиданный. Блинк должны были видеть. Очевидно, он прям нагло прилетел. Бедламом фармит Дарквиллоу. Что-то тоже хочет приобрести. Все-таки это четверка Дарквиллоу будет с артефактами. Часто Дарквиллоу в последнее время и на 5-ю позицию пикают. Здесь будут юлы, как мы видим в планах.
А спектру-то идут искать, там хороший вард стоит.
Знаешь, спектру особо искать и не нужно. Пока у него нет БМа, лес он фармить не может, он качает только линию. Вот, конечно, он сейчас побежит в лес, но как он будет его качать, я не знаю.
Вот смотришь на его ситуацию, настолько все плохо у Пуэё. Но я такое количество игр Вичи видел, когда у Пуэё было все плохо на линии, даже на этой спектре, и потом каким-то чудом он оттуда выкарабкивался.
Ну, будем смотреть. А что там у нас делает АЛТВ Урса? Диффуз, да, все-таки? Ну, наверное, раз уж делает диффуз, значит, все-таки шансы, конечно же, у Вичи Гейминг именно в глубоком лейте имеются очень большие. Как ни крути.
Спектра, да, убивает людей.
У спектра в лейте разносит.
可能帕克这个点有一定比较大的优势以外，其他几个点都还可以接受吧。
Porque para las apariciones que ha tenido dentro del equipo de Vici Gaming, siento que se podía aprovechar un poquito mejor.
E olha só a rotação.
Dire's top tower is about to take the
talvez projetando alguma coisa aqui. Olha lá. A daga de trocação apresentada pelo Ori. Já gasta o ultimate. E é interessante como o Ori nem tenta, né? Ele sabe que aquilo ali vai forçar a TP, ele simplesmente vem, força um teleporte e já volta. O ultimate também utilizado pelo ILTW. Tem resposta da Enigma, eles querem brigar. Tem Espiral dos Sonhos, tem Faca da Bruxa no Miracle, serpentes elas foram dropadas, enquanto o GH tá morto.
Ah, mira, junto con ella apareció para combinar otra vez más lo que sería el Ice Blast junto con el Drinkoil.
掉完之后的话，
Забираешь еще и героя убиваешь при этом. Так, стампит. Куда?
Севича.
There is in range, he's tossed back into DY. IW going to turn and try and fight for the arena with a spear and the Ice Blast coming in. They're going to take down Ori here with an Ice Blast and slay him. Miracle with a coil catching the Centaur too. The Hex though, PYW and Pueyo get into the back lines with the Ancient Apparition. The Soul Bind is also going to connect onto the puck and the Mars. But PYW is down and Pueyo left here without any backup. Nigma surround the Spectre. Now there's no retreat. IW, he was the one that was initiated on, gets a double kill. Oh, DY, he's fine. TP's home successfully.
This build on Ursa allows them to take these earlier fights, because without the hood, he wouldn't be tanky enough. And Miracle, he is once again having a blast. Both of the mid laners pretty much, but this time around, Miracle having a better time. I don't think you get this kill. The Dark Willow, does she have ulti? She does, but still respecting the damage that he can tank, plus also the TP rotation. Tiny's
Oh, look at that. Straight onto Kuro, but you said it, the counter's there. He's got fluffy hats, the fluffy hat for AA. And PYW down the river, isolated, taken out quickly by Nigma, who moved forward aggressively. Great spear back. Mind control, finds the pick, and they'll ice blast him into oblivion. A double for Miracle, and they want Old 11 now as well, apparently. Tanky Centaur be down. I mean, DY is being dug by the pump. Old 11 in the core. DY down, a triple for Miracle, and GH picks up the 4th.
Yeah, they're like something that I mentioned, you know, but fluffy. I've seen Mind Control getting multiple fluffy hats. I didn't mean that for this particular game. If you get more than 2, that's actually griefing. But 2 is fine. Ancient Apparition, we see him get 1300 HP. We have Dark Willow also having just 1 casual fluffy hat, which allows you to not die after Tiny using a combo on you, and very quick rotation from Nigma. They understand, like, there's no Spectre Haunt, there's no Stampede. Let's try to make stuff happen. They kill the tower with the catapult wave on top of it. Pretty much the stars aligning for them.
Oh, absolutely, and now they've got this Miracle Puck with Blink Dagger.
It's big, like it's Puck with a Blink Dagger, it's Ursa with a Hood and a Diffusal Blade in a few hundred gold. It's time to keep
Just keep on running at them. PYW out on his lonesome in the middle of the trees there, and a good spear off the Tiny. The combos just keep flowing for Nigma. One after the other, they get pick off after pick off, and Vici Gaming starting to crumble. DY in the Ice Vortex slowed down. Miracle gets the coil, solo onto Grim, take him out.
A lot of drawing on a minimap, like they are here. We know, we can see it. Apparently, Vici Gaming, they don't have any vision. Nigma, they set up a high ground ward. Like this ward will most likely get devorted, but they got the most out of it. Even if it's placed like straight away, you get a kill or 2. They can also protect that ward easily, and Centaur getting closer to the Blink Dagger, so he could potentially be the one initiating on top of the Tiny. Tiny now upgrading the boots, the power treads, going into Echo Saber. They need that a little bit of extra burst, like that second hit is something all you need to finish off a certain hero.
Absolutely do. Absolutely do, and he's going to try and farm that up at the top. Taking out some neutral creeps. Well, I mean, PYW, he just can't really show on the map. We were talking about the threat of
Mind Control suggesting another fluffy hat for Kuro. He's holding on to 3 right now.
He's got 3 fluffy hats. Oh, he's the Ushanka King right there as they get the catch on to Centaur. He's popped his hood, Vanguard up. Oh, it's just destroyed by all the magic damage.
You're not tanky. Like, they have probably the best setups in the game for AA to hit the blast. You have Mars, you have like even Dark Willow stun.
And they're not really long cooldowns, are they?
Yeah, they don't really rely on any of the cooldowns, so they can keep fighting all the time, and that's exactly what they're doing.
BKB on MC. He's got Blink Dagger already, so whenever he sees a target, he can jump an arena. While Ori, yeah, this Ursa's going wild on him. The Tiny's not going to last long. He's going to try and blink away. He's pretty speedy. Pops his 1, but in comes that Blink Arena we were just mentioning. Mind Control closes the door on the Tiny.
Very clean game from Nigma. Just going in, keep fighting, not losing any of the heroes.
Allows them to take Roshan whenever they want to, doesn't he? So if they win a big team fight, just straight into Roshan no matter what.
Right now, Nigma is just controlling the big portion of the map, not allowing Vici Gaming. Like, Vici Gaming has vision inside the enemy jungle, which they don't benefit from at the moment.
There's the spear.
Snap the coil.
Snaps it up, and Puck. Now Blade Mail causing a few issues as Poyo turns the damage back onto them. Haunts around, tries to run, gets himself a little bit of distance as Nigma. They do disengage. Scatter back to a bit of safety, but that's Haunt expended defensively, something Vici Gaming would have been relying on to win a team fight in the next couple of minutes.
Vici Gaming needs to tone it down a bit to try not to take these fights, get some vision up in their own jungle, devoured, and play for a bit the later stages of the game.
Delay.
Nigma knows that, because like they know that they can fight inside the Roach Pit, and I don't think there's going to be any response.
Doesn't look like it. I think you're right. Vici Gaming named the game wrong now. Is delay.
Time. Go to shopkeeper. I know you have all these shiny items. Bro, do you have time? We need to buy some stuff.
Do you have a loan, you know, any kind of credit system? Can I borrow a rapier? No, I'm going to save up for it little by little. And that's now Aegis in the hands of RTW. And they've got some towers up top that should be pretty easy to claim for Nigma, and they are, yeah, pinging out to cut the wave in between tier 1 and tier 2 there, while also holding on to mid lane, so spreading out across that top third of the map and forcing Vici Gaming to be farming a little elsewhere down towards bottom altogether. Interesting positioning from Tiny right now, though. It looks like he's scouting out.
Creep skipping.
Or is he just creep skipping?
That's it. Blast it and get the hell out of there.
TP's coming back from Miracle, though. Oh, he's hungry for this. Mind Control's also arriving. There's the arena. Coil catches the Tiny out. And DY, he can't TP out. The Soulbind's there, but what are you going to do? It's a Grim Strike. He just dead to right. MC comes out with a double. Beautiful setup. Yet again.
They were so ready for it. Like, exact moment when he shows up, and you can see that they know, like, the decision-making, who's going to TP to tier 2 tower, who's going to TP to tier 3 tower. They, like, it's just really on point. Nigma, this game, 7k gold lead, 22 kills.
To the 6 of Vici Gaming. Oh yeah, that's the latest starting to spiral out of control. Much more of a solid position than they had in game 1, where, of course, they were leading in game 1 around this time as well. But it feels like if they continue fighting, battling, and reacting as quickly as they have been, Vici Gaming going to have some serious problems.
And I like this. I like what Miracle is doing after finishing off the Witchblade. Has Deso, so he wants to be able to scale. And also going into BKB, he understands they got nothing. There's literally not a single spell that goes through magic immunity, so they're good to go. One of the reasons why Mars is also going for it. Ursa, after finishing the hood, has Shard queued up, which is
got his Basher as well.
Yeah, Basher on top of it. Just a casual one, because he's super farmed at the moment. Just piling up.
The smoke's broken by Miracle mid. And Mind Control is going to be lurking around near the Roche pit too. I was going to say, if there's one thing Vici have shown they're very good at, it's choosing the right moments to strike around the haunt with a smoke. That was a 4-man move, but Nigma just a step ahead in that situation until they lose the courier there. Vitality booster of drops. And an immediate response. Ice Blast chucked down to that bottom corner. Right-hand side of the map. Everyone from Nigma smoking down here, and I think they might have spotted PYW. They're going to TP out though as Vici.
Better TP out. And also he found the perfect item.
Oh, 11.
All good, reliable. Fillet Stone, 11. Seems pretty dead, that no one to help him around.
Yep. Left down there all alone. And RTW continues his streak. This map just... the fact that Nigma come bottom, they get a kill, they push one wave, and look at how quickly they move, TPing to top outpost, getting into the Radiant Triangle, because that's where they know Vici Gaming has to be. There's nowhere else they can farm. So they're keeping the pressure laid on very thick.
Kuro, his item build, like if you've seen this in pubs, you'll probably think I'm reporting this Overwatch case. And
screw you, Tiny build.
But this is exactly what it is, you know, just does not want to die to Tiny, and I believe he's also going for E on this, which I really like. So he's going to be able to get his spells off, most likely going to get propped by Spectre in a team fight. Maybe Spectre doesn't have enough damage to actually go all
find Mind Control, they toss the Horn Illusion, great terrorize, Shackle's not cancelled out though, the Soulbite comes in with a big blink stop, Mind Control's taken down, and it looks like Nigma still wanting to turn and fight around Poyo, so there, but he just walks straight through them.
No life.
Miracle beyond godlike, and they want PYW as a cherry on top of this team fight. You kill the Mars, we'll kill the rest of you. Who's the third one? He's out there. Grimstroke barely TPing home, but Tiny might not have the same luxury. He's being cold snapped and frozen in the cold feet. Down you go. A triple for Miracle.
Miracle is just completely popping off in this game, as he was in the previous series. Now, like, that was a fight with Puck. Arcane Rune has phase shift attack, has the damage balance on top of this, so just not enough. Like, they need to execute the combo, they need multiple spells, multiple shackles in a team fight, but it's hard. As we said at the start of the game, supports are gonna struggle. Because Puck, he gets the first jump, you can't fight. Like, you get silenced, pretty much you're dead. Delay, drop for Nigma as well.
Yeah, give that to Kuro, shall we? Buys himself a smoke as well. Definitely a sign of life, though, from Vici Gaming. Even though it wasn't a great team fight, they lost out a lot. Still the ability to make moves on their terms, which is something that some teams can struggle with when they are so far behind. I mean, a 10k lead now for Nigma with all those items you're mentioning coming into them. And that next Roshan just under 3 minutes away from fast spawn. But a BKB from the Mars, and RTW's aggressive jump to high ground.
Headshot.
DY nearly just dies, and a terrorize on the two of them. GH is going to come in with the help of the call and fear them up. The Tiny dead, and the Centaur looking pretty screwed as well. Unstoppable Ursa back onto the Spectre with a Bedlam. What's the control looking like though from Nigma? Is a spear, and the clear up from GH. 4 heroes obliterated.
If Ursa gets any other item than what he's got, if he doesn't have Hood of Defiance, he straight up dies there. Potentially different fight, but very nice itemization from YLTW. I don't think I've been pleasantly surprised by someone just knowing how like good itemization can win you the game as in this one.
Surprised by someone buying a Hood.
No, as a carry, like this is, I don't think, like if you scroll through data, I don't think you would be able to see Ursa as the third item much ever.
I think you're right. We used to see it a little bit on like Phantom Lamp, the right, you know, PL Hood makes sense, but Ursa, yeah, not really something that we come across too often. Hello, 2-man stop, and then the Stampede to run away because they got the arena down. Ori's blinked in aggressively looking for Miracle. Gonna manage to win, ripped onto the side, but not far enough. GH comes in with a Bedlam though, needs to turn it back on the Tiny, finish him up with mind control. PYW want RTW, and Vici Gaming hold their high ground to get 2 massive core kills. Mind control might even be the 3rd one they grab. He's stuck down here in old 11, tracking back on the Mars. It's a good ice blast coming in, but I think MC's not gonna manage to get up the staircase. Turned on and zapped by PYW, while Kuro
Can he hide?
TPing,
No.
Stomp cancels it, Ancient Apparition, done for.
Enigma, they got what they came for. They killed the melee barracks, range barracks at 20 HP, so they can be taken down easily still. You know, they have a better late game. If this goes post the 35-40 minute mark, you know, considering the amount of the farm and the advantage that they got, might not be too good for Vici Gaming, but Spectre's getting farm. Like, Spectre got that Manta style, so potentially next Roche, which could spawn in 35 seconds, can be taken. Spectre deals ton of damage. Style Shadow Shaman wards, maybe that's the sneaky play that they need. I was talking about the itemization. He wanted to get like Bash or Butterfly. I'm more of a Diffusal Blade fan, as already stated, where mana burn on not just the supports, it also gives you that extra slow potential. The damage output that you get from it is insanely high, so I like the Diffusal hero quite a lot.
Yeah, against melee heroes, you know, Mars and Ursa, something that mana burn can really stack up and work against them quite quickly. And it looks like we do have the big circle drawn around the Roshan, which is just under a minute from spawning. Everybody going to start vying for that positioning around the Radiant Triangle, around that top room spot. GH walking in. Wanted to try and grab the bounty rune. Is he going to terrorize back onto World 11? Cursed Crown already used up. Self-fuels to try and save himself and buy a bit of time as mind control. He arrives. Arena in, catching the buyback. They've got to get down. A buyback from Willow. Ice Blast lands on the Ori, and Poyo could have stuck in the arena too, but they've got a catches the Spectre. They want to focus down Poyo real bad. Spectre's gone. No body back on her either.
Nice spell casting there from Nigma. They're not overlapping spells.
They found PYW.
He's the king of the hill.
Is he the king? Oh, that looks like a joker to me. He's a jester stuck up there.
Yeah, great spell casting. Using Arena, not overlapping the coil, so Spectre can't move. And AA blasts were on point, once again hitting on the multiple heroes. Can't regen, like...
And no buybacks.
Has fallen.
And you've got Miracle BKB at this point. Coming up to high ground. Oh, that blink. Tiny slips away with D1. Unfortunately, doesn't have that ability. Tiny gonna get yours done. A Serpent Water thrown in onto the Tiny, demolished by them. And again, no buybacks for Vici Gaming. So, their entire base is open season for Nigma to pick off these buildings.
They're trying to bring down Radiant's top
Panel
tower.
talked about how they don't have enough damage. This is why Miracle says, no, I've got to get the damage. I'm going to beat the tower damage. 25 damage talent plus the death, so phase shift attack on top of it. Now has a full BKB. Just some good stuff. He's been involved in 29 out of 35 kills. I think everyone is pretty happy seeing Miracle back on the mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. It's just absolutely glorious to watch. And Vici now, what, 2 lanes of racks down. Try and reclaim any semblance of map control, de-ward out their base, maybe move towards the Roche pit. And they've got Haunt, and they should have the majority of their arsenal ready. They're just try and contest this.
Vici takes this fight. They smoke. They have a big item, Gary.
But it looks
Shadow
like
Shaman with a BKB plus lens, he can go in, and if he does not get bashed by Ursa, it's not gonna stop. So they need to execute. Like, this could potentially be a big turnaround for Vici Gaming if they get there on time, which they won't. But
it's too slow. They can't get there, and they're scouted out by the Warps. Attempt to terrorize, and look at that! The BKB's pulled down by PYW, only died to the right clicks of the front. Miracle has the reveal to take down DUI2. Both support's gone for around a minute, and a 5 versus 3 that Vici have to deal with.
they also have a shard, they gave it to Puck. So you can knock them back, snap the coil,
Look
potentially.
at well, I thought Ursa was going to hunt the Tiny. I mean, Ori is farming quite dangerously down there. RTW, I think, was considering moving into Triangle to try and find him. Only one lane remains, though, now. Lacoste down bottom. Vici have one lane to defend, but Nigma only have one lane to attack into with the entire set of ultis and abilities that we've seen them utilize so very well. I just need a bit of vision. Just need to catch a glimpse of someone here.
They're fishing for guppies with cannon
Ancient
fire.
Apparition of Mars are ready to make that jump.
Ancient Apparition can't die. 2 floppy hats, 1 in the backpack. Eon Disc as well, sitting at 1800 HP at the moment. They're ready to go. They're ready to go on the high ground. Miracle just gets straight up damage. Right now, as a Crystallis in the backpack, we'll swap that in once he uses the haste.
Yeah, get himself a bit speedy and then get the damage going. Not going to bother defending bottom tier 2, far too difficult in that real hilly terrain for Vici Gaming, so instead opting to push out top, hold mid, and defend with everything they've got down bottom. They start with the X-Roll stop. Hold 11, just trying to chip away at RTW, put the fear into Nigma so they don't straight push high ground. Look at MC. He jumps up there. He whacks back the Tiny, and now RTW did on the DY. Tops back the Ursa, but this Teddy Bear, he's not messing around now. They split the horn, but they lost the PYW Shadow. Where supports are gone. Terrorize coming into the Spectre Illusions. I don't think they caught the real one. Miracle's going to have to jaunt away to the orb. Tiny wants it with Centaur break, but he gets the cheese off. Survives the onslaught, and now the arena. Bashing up onto that Tiny. RTW clears them up.
This might be it, and they actually call it. One thing that I noticed, especially for IG in the Chinese, they call GG. They understand, like, we can't win this game. Complete dominance by Team Nigma in the second game. They were all over the place, like, not relying on the cooldowns whatsoever to take the fights. Puck, great itemization coming out from him, you know, getting that Witchblade being very active, couple of good rotations, and just great itemization overall. We talked about that hood on
he's
Ursa.
so happy.
Well, he should be happy considering their performance in the second game.
Yeah, real beautiful stuff. I mean, I know a lot of the predictions were saying Vici Gaming looking the stronger team.
Udah nyantai deh.
Yes!
me dreaming. Are we dreaming? 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 We dreaming. We dreaming. We dreaming. Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming? Are we dreaming?
should never stop. I've been stressed out, watching both these hands around the clock. With my eyes wide, trying to get the panorama shot. Whole world getting blurry to me, answers getting lost. So I watch my back and keep it moving to the front. And remember that the world's yours, do it how you want. You've been waiting here for too long, think it's time for you to move on. Realize that there's real lies in these real times to be strong.
I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 waiting. But will you wait for me?
My whole life I'm forever grinding, waiting for my time to shine just like a diamond. When life is rough and I ain't with that funny stuff, I use it all as motivation, but it's hard to have the patience. Watching time fly by might be the hardest thing I have to do in life. Frustrated that I ain't where I want to be yet, but I know that I'ma make it if I chase that check. Yes.
Cause I done seen the time go by for too many years now when the stars were aligned. Cause I done seen the time go by. Yeah, I done seen the time go
I've
by.
been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. I've been waiting all my life, and it was right before my eyes. Watching all this time slip by, now I realize. You know I've been waiting, 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 you know I've been waiting. But will you wait for me?
The Dire get a ban.
Muốn giết một con rồng máu mình chạy, muốn giết một con rồng máu mình chạy thành rồng.
Grabe naman yun.
Game TD. Không sao, winnable, guys.
In a way that guarantees a great performance, right? You're in a situation where there's some dissent between the players, and now they're here, and it's one of those moments where it's either going to cause them to rise above, to prove how good they really can be for Gambit, or they just fall apart. And it seems like we might be seeing the former.
Yeah, I mean, there are two players, like Noah and Seneko. They basically said, like, we don't think you guys are good enough for us to play with you. That's a harsh feeling. And usually when that happens, it either means, like, you spiral out of control and you're just sad, or it means you're like, you know what, guys, we're going to prove you wrong. And I mean, they beat Secret. They had a sick draft. They're ready to show that, like, you guys left, but you guys were wrong, you know? We were right, and yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's one of those things, too, where that's the type of scenario where I feel like you can get that momentum, and all of the sudden, you're up against Nigma. Maybe they're able to get another upset, but we're going to find out very shortly here because the draft is underway. We got Gambit versus Nigma. Nigma also redemption arc. They're trying to get back into their fighting form that we already know and expect from them, and they're trying to be able to lock up a position in TI. They're able to take one. Do you think we're going to see them playing in the way that we saw them play in their second game?
You know, after watching Gambit, the old Gambit, I would say, you know, this should be an easy one for Team Nigma, but after seeing what they did to Team Secret in game number 2, this might be an interesting series, you know, because Team Nigma, they looked very clean against Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming up there, one of the best teams. I thought that's going to be the best series so far in the wild card, but maybe I was wrong, you know, because it was very one-sided, especially game 2, so we have to see what they have in store for this one.
All right, what do we think about this draft so far as we start to see some of these early picks coming out, AUI?
Well, I'm interested because I think AA is a super strong support, and Nyx is a hero that's been like, it's been either perma-banned and picked in some regions or not picked at all. I know in China in particular, it's like super strong, so I'm sure these teams are watching some of that. And usually against AA, you want these like sort of sneaky heroes that get on the back line. Nyx sort of does that. So right now, you know, some interesting ideas going into the draft.
Something that I watch a lot of China. I worked at the Chinese region, so they open up mostly with like Nyx Assassin, either Nyx Assassin plus Slash, or if Nyx Assassin is banned out, 3 and plus Lash. Viper, strong laner, no matter what. So Nyx Assassin counters, my point is that he counters a lot of heroes because there's like uncontrollable damage going on, especially against the certain ones like Ember is pretty much not pickable. Same goes for Lash Track, so something that they might have in hand for them.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too, because AA sort of does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Like when you see AA, it's really hard to pick your carry. A lot of the heroes you want, like you can't pick these like Lunas, Gyrocopters, Morphlings, anything, basically any range carry, because if they burst you down with the AL, you don't get to play Dota.
We've seen that in the previous series where you have a Centaur who has a Hood, has a Vanguard, but he's not tanky. Same goes for Spectre. One AA blast, they keep you in the place. I was pleasantly surprised the way Enigma moved around the map. They picked heroes who don't rely on any of the cooldowns. Great automation coming out from them, especially like the multiple fluffy hats, just not being able to be bursted down by Tiny in that particular game, so they're understanding what needs to be done is pretty top level, pretty top notch.
Yeah, one of the things though that I think a lot of people were saying, definitely saying in the chat, was that they weren't loving the morph. How do you feel about seeing it again here as we enter the second best of 2?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were gonna ask the smart guy, because you know I've been watching AUI. I've been.
Here's my plan. I start with you in the
start. Okay. So yeah, Morphling. Flexible, and they played it on a mid lane. They can play it on the safe lane if the matchup is good. Viper, if that's an off lane Viper, he puts a ton of pressure on him. Is not a melee hero, but still you don't like to play into Viper. Viper Nyx just sounds disgusting. The mana burn, you can't use the shift. Maybe an earlier point in it. Maybe it's gonna be a mid lane. I still don't know. Gotta see what's gonna happen next. But to go back, you know, AUI, I watch him prepare. He logs onto computer, watch the replay at 0.25 speed. You know, uses some fancy words to describe how teams are playing. And then you have me. You know, I'm just saying puck goes brrr, and that's it. So I gotta find the real balance here.
Well, that was one of your best.
Yeah, that's my
really
best. You know, I should be very embarrassed.
But you're correct though, right? Like puck does go brrr.
He really does go brrr.
It really does. It really does. I'm thinking back to some of my favorite moments of working with you right now, and a lot of them were things that you didn't even say on the panel. Just those moments of smiles where you make me completely
because you get the best out of me, Rich. That's why.
I really do enjoy getting to sit next to you on a panel again, and also this is the first time that AUI and I've gotten.
And what is that smell? What is that perfume that you're wearing right now? Is that Lorinov?
Chanel 5.
Oh, because Lorinov, like the player, it sounds like a perfume, right? You're a perfume expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would wear that, right?
Yeah. Definitely would wear that, and I also would wear the I cannot segue out of that. You actually managed to stump me. I was going to try to move that into something about the draft, but I'm just going to have to throw it on over.
Okay, what is that? My question is, what is that hero before Batrider?
Before Batrider?
Yeah, between Darkseer and Bat.
That's Puck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the head.
It's tricky. I swear it's because they just went for the black and white images. It's a little bit trickier to actually see the bands from how far away we're sitting from the television. But as we start to see some more picks coming out from Gambit, how are you feeling overall about this lineup?
For Gambit?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I mean, I like how they're constructing it. Like they have a mix of like I like the Nyx sneakiness, and I like the long range nukes. I think generally this patch it's hard to take slow fights early. You have to burst heroes because TP scores are really strong right now. So if you have heroes like Snapfire, Viper, and Nyx, it means that whoever you see on the map, like you can just kill them right away.
Yeah, and also covering the Snapfire pick nicely with the Nyx Assassin, one of the worst heroes for Snapfire to play, just one carapace and you're done. Surprised we don't see too much of a Nyx Assassin. Like it's really popular in Chinese region, the hero does well, a bit slow at the start, doesn't provide too much pressure in the lane unless he's paired up with, let's say, like a Darkseer, something that enables him, but overall feels really good, and the Snapfire, even after all those nerfs, the hero feels good. To go back on their position 4, Tusk, Snowball, save, anti-tank hero. Some heroes really don't like to like Timbersaw. You might be tanky, but not tanky enough to play against the tag team. and not picked at all. Like I've been watching, you know, in Europe, I believe it's popular, South America as well. So certain regions just like prioritizing this pick. I'm a big fan. Very surprised, like Southeast Asia, China, they were not picking the hero at all.
They weren't picking Tusk at all?
No, just hero was completely gone.
I think right now it's sort of hard for like Nigma's heroes to fight into Gambit still, right?
Yeah.
And I think like in drafting, like if you create disparities in like certain aspects of the draft, like team fight, it's really hard to catch up on those later. I think you can look back like historically, like you can even think about like the Kiev Major in 2016 or something. Like they would pick like Warlock and the M team would instantly pick Phoenix. And like right now, like if I see Snapfire next Viper and I have like these 3 non-team fighting heroes, like I don't know how I'm gonna recover from that.
Great Storm game. Like they have not a single stun. He can just jump over the shards. Like AA is pretty much the food for him. Same goes for Nyx Assassin. So their pick-off potential is off the charts in this game. I want to see some kind of silence, some kind of a stun, something that deals well with the Storm.
This means Viper's offlane though, right?
Yeah.
So they have a Tuskar AA Morphling. I think they might look to try that hero. Yeah. It looks really vulnerable. Like I don't think Nyx can really pull waves.
I like Dragonite as a response to Storm Spirit, but after they have Viper, not a big fan, so they're gonna save maybe the mid laner for the last. How do you like if it's a mid Morph against the Storm Spirit?
I think Storm should outfarm him slightly, but Morph will be completely fine, and then Morph should have pressure on the tower. I think pressure on the tower, if you have a lineup with like sort of non-teaming supports, it means you have to play the map really fast because you can't take the same skirmish as you would in the mid game. So you want heroes that like when they see the enemy hero in lane, they'll kick him out and your creep wave will hit their tower.
They don't have that one hero that just goes in and jumps Snapfire, which I really don't like. Something from far away, maybe like, you know, maybe Mars, but Snapfire can outrange the Mars, and you have a good front line that can keep them busy. Also, it's Mars into Storm Spirit. He can easily just jump out.
I think like even though they pick Mars, I don't think they're looking to take like these straight teamfight engagements. They're gonna arena spear one guy. Maybe he'll get a Yule so he can be the catch for that Storm, as you mentioned. But they have like this AALT and this Morphling long range nuke. You know, you arena spear one guy, you burst him, and then you try to reset the fight. You have a lot of like the Tuskar reset. Your Morphling has waveform to reset. You can just use arena as like a way to trade out your spells. I think that is correct for like what heroes Gambit has, because Gambit, like, they have this Nyx Assassin, Viper, and Snapfire. Like, they have a lot of nukes. They're really strong team fights, but they're actually not that mobile. Storm is, but if he's the one you catch, then you can always reset the fight and get another round of spells.
Yeah, Viper's pretty sluggish. I want to see what his item build is going to be this time around. Maybe.
I haven't seen it offlane much. Do they play it a lot in Europe? No?
No, not really.
Okay.
He's been banned out most of the time in the region that I've been watching. When there's like Spectre, when there's a Bristleback, so Southeast Asia loves Bristle, so was banned out most of the time.
That hero's straight first pick in NA for a lot of teams. He's super scary, but they usually play him mid. That's why I'm sort of curious. Like, in my head, like, you would pick the carry instead of Storm there, right? So you could like sort of hide where the Viper's scoring. Like right now, I think it's sort of easy for Enigma to decide how to shut down Viper.
Like a PL for they have no real AoE. Morphling does not like to play into mana burn. Supports are just the food for him.
They have the 24 pick, right?
Yeah.
So I think you will. I can see PL working for sure. That sounds pretty good. I think you do want to see that last hero though, especially like for a hero like PL. I was talking to BSJ and he said like PL is like pretty much last pick or nothing right now. He's like the hero's not good, but he can still be picked if you have the perfect matchups.
Sure, but I think you can get away with that. Doesn't necessarily need to be last pick, at least from what I've seen. What is that ban, Rich? Let's help us out.
I do want to say really quickly here, 95%. You can see right now that is a Twitch chat vote. 95%.
Oh, Twitch chat, they love Enigma.
They didn't even wait to see what happened in the draft. Already 95% of them on the side of Enigma. But I will say to everybody in chat, if you've only been paying attention to one of the streams, if you've only been watching Dire, if you've only been watching Radiant, you might have not seen what Gambit
Rich,
already
you got to contribute something to this draft. Like, you need to tell me what hero is banned.
I was in the middle of contributing to the draft. I can't see that far away to see the heroes that are trapped. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to.
It's much easier when it's color. It's not black and white.
It's just that the picks are easy. It's those how tiny the bands actually are here. I can see that that's a jug at the end here. But what do you want to see to round out the draft, Lacoste?
For Enigma?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I think they need a mid laner. I think it's okay to have Morph against Viper. You mentioned the aggressive tri-lane possibility, something that comes to my mind every single time I see Tusk, one of the best heroes. It's gonna be mid Morph, actually.
Okay, so running that back again after what we saw in game 1. And now it's going to come down to Gambit. What are you looking out for here?
I mean, I think they picked Leicester, right?
10 seconds.
I've had this matchup in my pubs a few times where like Viper goes against Leicester, and that matchup's actually really hard for Leicester. But he can remove the poison stacks, and I think Nigma's one of the best team at rotating their 4, like to mid and safe lane. So we will see like an early trialing come in for Nagasar.
It's pretty much the same concept as a PL, where you have the Fusil Blade carriers, something that they don't have the answer to. They had the last pick, not enough wave clear. They like these heroes don't deal well with the illusions. Lifestealer Radiance build not a thing anymore. I like this Naga. I really like.
No wave shove on Radiant at all. Or
yeah, like you have AA Tusk, they really struggle. Like Mars can, Lifestealer needs to sit there and actually hit the creeps.
It's actually very good versus Mars on lane. Like he has to constantly throw a spear and just split your illusions, then you can win that lane with Nagasaran.
I like Gambit's draft. I really like what they got.
Okay, so we hear Lacoste right now in favor of Gambit's draft. AUI, how about you?
I also, I mean, the one thing that Gambit's lacking is like, I think it's a bit unclear who goes in first. They have Nyx to sort of frontline for them, so that's good. But I also like Gambit's draft. I think Dream plays a really good Nagasaran actually. And yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in this game.
How do you feel the tide of this game is actually going to play out, though? What are the big moments that you're looking for as we actually do get into the game?
I think most of this game's going to be on GH, because this game's going to be on how Tusker rotates. Like, if he can make Leicester have a really good game, like, he's unkillable this game until Storm Orchid, pretty much. If they can do that and, like, just hold their safe lane control, then, you know, Nigma has a map to play. If that doesn't happen, I think Gambit should be able to, like, control the entire map with Naga and just hold-farm them.
Gotta agree. I'm pleasantly surprised the way Gambit drafted. They utilized the last pick, and I don't think they have the answer for this Nagasar.
All right, well, I love what you said to start off the panel, just the idea of Gambit right now. Are they rising to the occasion after having an extra pressure thrown onto the players from the players themselves? We're going to find out very quickly here if they're going to be able to grab another upset as we jump into the second best of 2 of the day.
Who made you captain?
It's pronounced Admiral.
And here we are, Gambit up against Nigma. It seems like Nigma trying to replicate some of their victory against Vici Gaming with there's Mars, this Ancient Apparition, but the panel, and I know you were saying that you really like Gambit's draft and the way they can play the map.
Yeah, as long as they don't get smashed early, I think that they have really good ways to just keep the map, like, keep themselves hidden in particular, especially the Nagasiren. I think Dream, when he's playing with this team, he excels when he's actually not being forced to do too much. When I've seen him actually, because I watched a lot of these Europe and CIS games, when he's actually forced to get involved, he starts making these mistakes because it doesn't feel like he wants to be in these. I think Nagasiren actually fits perfectly the style that he likes to play.
So he won't get flustered. He'll just farm and build himself up.
And actually, yeah, I mean, Aoi kind of took it right away from me, but I think it's eyes on GH this game to solidify and secure these lanes, because you look and it's a Tusk Mars lane if he does want to play around my control, which is it's going to be a little bit hard for him to really do much of anything to actually play aggressive. So I want to see him play with the tri-lane and just look at him the rotations. A lot of times the way that GH has been playing, especially with Miracle now playing the mid for them, he rotates mid like 4 minutes. I guarantee you we see a TP. 4 or 5 minutes, GH is going to run mid, he's going to TP mid, he's going to try to make an aggressive play on the mid laner, especially versus a hero like Storm. He could actually catch him off guard early on where he doesn't have that level 6. You can actually look to set up a gank there. So eyes on GH really for this game, and seeing if he does early go for tri-lanes, and if he does go for like pulling creep waves, because I think that's going to be the style, at least in the bottom lane.
For sure going to be a pivotal hero for them. And then kind of a similar thing here for the Nyx Assassin as well, right? He's going to be scouting out any movements that Nigma want to make, because it is a very team fight focused draft around that Mars AA, looking for those early engagements. And we know Immersion, how well he can do behind enemy lines, kind of catching stragglers or smoke ganks there as an early rage from RLTW. Get rid of some of that damage coming through from Afterlife, but they've shoved this wave really hard already under tier 1.
Yeah, this is the Afterlife special. He loves playing the Viper. He always does it. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. He always does Vipers, but this is a very comfortable Fearow for him, so he forces the wave in, and then they just start messing with the pulls. You see the wards already coming out from both sides, so yeah, they've got it covered, and we're already seeing the pull. GH is starting to pull because he doesn't want to be this double melee versus Naga Siren, so he's going to start switching where the positioning of the lane is.
Yeah, start manipulating that creep wave. And then mid lane there, we've got Lorenoff up against Miracle. Storm versus Morphling, which the panel was saying, you know, Storm Spirit can potentially slightly outfarm the Miracle Morph, but then you've got the threat of that damage onto towers and the runes that Miracle can utilize to shove back into the wave. But for the most part, you know, these mid lanes with water runes now very much just farm trade heavy.
Yeah, I actually love seeing like the aggressive Storms, and Lorenoff, from what I've seen so far, very aggressive player, so he tends to just always get Electric Vortex level 3. So he's going to be able to try to bring it to the Morphling if he sees an opportunity, just pull him to even make him miss range creeps and stuff like that. It's really high skill kind of matchup that you can take advantage of. So yeah, eyes on Lorenoff to bully Miracle a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking down those side lanes, yeah, BZZ. Trying to track back onto GH, like you were mentioning, just dragging these waves around and making things a little easier for himself. Has Immersion already starting his nonsense, kills off RTW's Courier with the boots on them.
Yeah, you see, Kuro has actually started boots on the AA, something you don't see too often because he just has to run. Yeah, ILTW is forced to actually rage and run away. This is a very tough lane right now for Team Nigma.
Yeah, we start to see the CS from the Radiant team getting ahead of their counterparts for the most part. I mean, Naga Siren, maybe consider her to be struggling a little bit, but that's you know, more of an experience-focused hero early days. CS will come naturally as the game progresses into 10, 15 minutes. She'll be given all of that room to farm. So early laning stage, you feel like Naga Siren, not really important for her to have a good time down here, is it? Just dodge any kind of aggression from Nigma.
Yeah, they're manipulating creeps so much, right? GH, that's the whole job, is these 4 positions when you're double melee in this matchup, so you're going to miss a couple, because he's going to get the pull behind, he's going to deny like 2-3 extra CS, so that's what Dream is actually missing here. And here's Mars. Mars is one of the better actual lane heroes, and boom!
Yeah, Viper next, straight onto RTW, they're tipping him as well.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Well, they know that if they get ahead in this game, this Lifestealer is going to have like no recovery period at all. He's in a very tough carry matchup versus Naga Siren, and he's versus Viper in the game. Like your whole game is going to be pretty terrible unless you get right on top of him to start off with like an Infest Bomb. Otherwise, you're just Viper Striked. Every single team fight, you're going to be Viper Striked.
And
so.
And you're kind of stuck there.
Yep.
I mean, something we didn't get a chance to touch on much, but you know, Lifestealer item builds, you know, we've previously seen, you know, the Radiance, the Battle Fury, they've all come and gone. Nowadays, are we expecting this armlet with a Deso? What Halberd? What are we looking for RTW this game? Because he needs tempo, doesn't he?
Oh god, I mean, you need to go 100%, but there is a consideration. You just have to go Maelstrom this game. You're playing versus Naga Siren. You need to be able to match core-to-core matchup at some point in the game, but might not work so well with their draft. So we'll see. I think maybe he ends up becoming more of this like utility Lifestealer kind of in a way for the Morphling to become the super carry. But yeah, already starting to fall pretty decently far behind inside laning start. Starting to check, as we said, you know, 4 minutes. There's GH. Has to check the runes, has to help out Miracle a bit there because he's falling behind. So Lorenoff will not get a refill on one of these water runes.
Oh, there's lots of tips coming out. Kuro having a bit of a battle with him. Bottom lane though, mind control. He's all right. Mars slips away from the Naga, and that snap fire down bot.
Juke the cookie. If the cookie actually lands on him, he might die. Yeah, they cooked an illusion, landed right behind him. So he like did the step forward to dodge it. Nice play from mind control.
Well done by him. And GH, I mean, he's not going to accomplish much here.
No, he can't.
He's just wandering around, and this is what we're saying, you know, during that draft, we love to see this tusk with the Lashtrack, the DP, the Reach heroes that utilize the tag team. Of course, they wanted this mind control Mars to set up team fights in that kind of period where the laning phase breaks down.
I'm a bit surprised that he didn't actually try doing like the first pull wave, you hit level 2 on Tusk and then you TP to the safe lane and you just get a kill, because Viper, very immobile hero, but if they start getting an advantage top, they're going to chain kill. And watch this.
Yeah, stuck out there. Immersion gets a stun into the Nether Toxin. And another one comes through for Afterlife. And is that earn charges for the Viper as well already?
Yep. I think you have to, honestly, I think you have to bring GH up here, a +1 in order to try to set up to get TW to get a kill onto this slower hero like a Viper. 320 movement speed, if you get 3 heroes hitting him with tag team, he is gonna die, but so far unable to get the foot, get their foot off. And Lorenoff, he's going back to base, but he's level 6 already on Storm, so they can't actually stop for him anymore, where we might have seen a rotation if they did it earlier.
What do you think the goal is for level 6? Is it sort of hide in jungle, play fog and farm, or do you want to see him rotate to get killed?
I don't think he needs to rotate with the way that the lanes are going, right? I think this is a game where he can play his greed, go for his Orchid, and then he's the counter to the Morphling completely inside of the game. So I think Lorinov can just play the mid lane, play the farm. If he sees a rotation like being forced, if they're diving too far to the other lane, sure, he can TP, but I think he should just play his own, maximize as much as possible.
No, it's definitely the Ancient Apparition is food for the Storm Spirit, and here's the move that you've been wanting for quite a while.
They need this.
GH, he's TP top, but Afterlife has already managed to dip away from any aggression Nigma was bringing. And now, you know, Tuska's, TP top there. Mind Control's isolated down bottom.
They're going to try to get an aggro play onto him. Huge creep wave going under, too. They're trying to connect, pull it.
Oh, they get a bit of it and a catapult as well.
They get a little bit.
The 2 range creeps going to follow through.
Look at the split illusions there done by Dream, too, putting 2 illusions near the wave. I was wondering if he was going to go for the deny. Won't be able to get it. Mind Control. Up to level 5. Not bad for the Mars when he's been kind of left on an island.
Yeah. He's getting something there. And Storm Spirit is starting to play the fog as seen from Storm, kind of farming small camp, medium camp, get himself back into the lane to stop the catapult wave from Morphling from hitting his tower too much. And
he's playing it very nice.
That's a nice vortex. Oh,
he missed.
Hey!
He missed.
Oh, miracle!
He was trying to shift down stick and shift back up, but did not do the math.
Well, you said the aggression from Lorinov, right? That vortex play back under that tower onto a miracle. Beautifully done by the Storm.
Oh boy, that's a big slip up. They can't have these mistakes this game.
He actually gets a kill on his counterpart, a solo kill. He's got a ton of gold, like rushing towards that orchid. He's going to have it real fast. And now he's able to cut wave mid, farm up the camp, and accelerate even faster.
This is problems for sure for Nigma. Falling behind with this type of lineup is going to be very tough for them to recovering as they're countered in most of the actual matchups. It's going to be very reliant on Mind Control getting some Dream combos. So at least he's having a decent start. Net worth not so much, but his levels, right? Almost level 7 on the Mars, so he's going to be the big one to now bring them out of this very rough start for them.
Yeah, get them out of the rut.
GH. He's also potentially got some vision here. Lorinov, he's stick charges. He's going to be able to zip past it.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, in the second game up against Vici, it was very much down to Mind Control with those big arenas, setting up the Ice Blast, the combos they've shot. GH, he's in the wrong neck of the woods. Radiant Triangle, he scouts an Ancient camp, but he's going to get caught up by Immersion and Afterlife here. And he's tried to deny himself to the Ancients. Not successful, though. Nyx Assassin will take him out.
And Nyx is usually a hero that takes some time, right? Your first laning start isn't really the most amazing, but as the levels get online, this hero becomes one of the strongest supports in the game, and he's already having a great time. He's level 3, he's got Tranquils, Raindrop, Windlace. He's going to be super active around.
See?
And Mind Control.
Yeah, he's okay. Well, I don't know. He's alive. I don't know if he's okay. He's having some struggles now.
They've already got Medallion on the Snapfire. Plus the minus armor from Riptide. This is a very tough lane for the Mars now at this point. Even though he has this chainmail, the minus armor is very effective as... Look at the catch.
Yeah, they will find that Snapfire. Pretty tanky hero, but still going to get blown through. Mind Control and GH also take down the courier with a Blade of Alacrity on it. So Dream losing out a bit of his tempo. Storm Spirit. Revenge here. Good attempt on the shard by GH, but Storm always able to close the gap back onto him. Well, that's the first kill for Nigma, though. Yeah, up on the board. Boost at least for them.
I think it's Courier. Courier's a nice too. It's going to slow down that speed because the Naga Siren was getting pretty out of control. Yasha was on the horizon soon. Top.
LTW rages away. Immersion thinking about that impale, but holds it, knowing he's not going to get any real follow through.
Other thing about the Nyx in these type of matchups as well is Nyx, as we said, slow to start, but especially versus a hero like Lifestealer. Always Lifestealer's been like the king versus Nyx Assassin. You don't care about anything he does. You rage and just hit him, but yeah, Immersion having a very good start here. 2-0-1, sapping experience.
Especially if you're the one making the first move, right? If you're on the back foot against Lifestealer, you're having a rough time. You're making that first move against AA, against Morphling. This Nyx Assassin, once he hits level 6 especially, could find some pretty nifty openings onto some of these squishier targets.
This could be a good move here from GH. If he's able to get on Afterlife, he's got the shards.
And he's trying for it up top. Afterlife, the Viper drop in, 3 heroes surround him, and 9 minutes in, almost 10 minutes in, they get that tri-lane move onto the Viper at long last. I do grab the haste stream for Lauren off top. As Nyx Assassin is TP down towards bottom. Miracle's going to force a ball lightning back into that creep wave. Bother there for the Storm, though, as it looks like a setup for Mind Control.
Look at how fast that was. He immediately hides himself off of the mid lane and instantly ports bottom for a kill. No trade.
Yeah, and I got the chain stones onto it. And he's spent his arena. Mind Control still spear up the Storm Spirit. Back up for the team. Mind Control left down here against 4 heroes. Didn't stand a chance.
I knew Lorinov was aggressive. Instantly makes the rotation with the haste turn. Miracle is capitalizing off of it though, hitting mid-time. Like he actually has to just let this one drop. So, you know, the move is good to at least punish mind control, but at the same time, they lose an early mid tower versus a Morphling.
Yeah, 10 minutes in that catapult wave, and they did swing 3 heroes back towards mid, thinking about trying to start a fight, but that leaves Immersion down on the low ground against the Morphling Tusk. Cookie to disengage. Wavefall forward though. Miracle, he's hunting for a little bit more. They know Loronoff's low. The snowball towards the Snapfire will drag Miracle in towards that target instead. So they give up on the Nyx, get the snap.
Great moves from GH. Sitting around mid, just literally being patient, waiting for somebody to show up there, and he knows that he is the kill hero with this team. They're going to give the lane level 6. We see the A blast. It's already going to the base. Is Loronoff going to get killed by it? No, he'll be okay.
He'll be fine.
Nice try. Good attempt.
He'll delay his move out of the fountain a little bit. I mean, net worth-wise, looking like Morphling up at the top, Naga not too far behind. They've got a pretty tight grouping of heroes there. I think the surprising one for me is Lifesteal has managed to recover pretty tremendously out of that top lane.
And he is just rushing Maelstrom. He's not even going to go for armlet, so he's going to try to counteract the Naga Siren, Kuroki.
Yeah, that's Immersion's level 6, right? Finds the AA. He's got urn charges on him. Kuro, he's got the invest save. RTW races across with a phase boots and the turnaround from GH. Good carapace, but next assassin, he's done for it there.
Nice team play coming out. They tip Kuro for baiting them in.
Making the calls. I'm baiting TP top. We'll turn this.
Help!
It does mean now, you know, the kind of natural movement for the Naga Siren, ditch bot lane, move up the top for the tier 1, claim some objectives as Gambit. Are Nigma ready to fight this? Are they going to bring the Mars top to start a battle here?
He can. There is a TP coming out from Viper down bottom already with the Storm too. Mind control might get caught off guard from this one here.
Oh, he's not expecting it.
No, he's not.
Dream gets the tower top, the zip in onto bottom lane is that Mars being caught out. He thought he could do a bit more damage to that tower, but with that Nether Toxin and Storm's damage is substantial.
It's such quick movements coming out
straight
from them.
smoke.
It's instant smoke. I love the what is, and Gambit is on fire right now with the way that they're making these early aggressive moves, really recognizing the style that they want to play with this early advantage that they have on the Storm, just making Loronoff get very involved and just letting Dream do his own thing, right? Just let this Naga play his own game.
Yeah, it feels like wherever Immersion is, there's action. Feels like the Nyx Assassin's the one making the go calls. Follow me, let's smoke, let's make these moves. Dream is left alone top though, which means Nigma snap into action onto him, and RTW out with a killing spree.
Good move from Nigma. And now the smoke from Gambit is just going to be wasted. Immersion's going to be able to scout out some information. Oh, Miracle.
Oh.
He's shifting down.
Can he get it? And what's Miracle at? 560. He's got a fairy fire. I don't know, man.
Oh, he's being safe. He knows.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the zip, too. They see the Storm walking over.
He's got the start of the zip in. They caught Miracle out. Chain stunned beautifully. Absolute perfection in from Gambit. And Storm, he's going to ball lightning himself away. So not even a chance to catch with a snowball or an arena.
Can they get Immersion, though, for it, perhaps?
I'll try. He's got Carapace and the arena there with a spear, but in come the kisses. The counter initiation from Gambit. They blow up the Tusk, mind control. He's going to back himself up that ramp, get to the safety of the staircase. But you need these arenas to be really landing and getting you kills right, because mind control's the main guy.
How much did he actually end up absorbing there? He absorbed the spear, he absorbed the damage from the punch. Just the Carapace alone absorbed pretty much everything there. If he didn't get it off at that exact moment, he's dead. They would at least get a return kill, but yeah, great Carapace from Immersion. Yeah, this is
a beautiful Nyx game.
Beautiful Nyx game for sure. And ILTW, as we said, he's recovered, but every single one of these Arena of Bloods that don't connect, that's kind of just going to slow down the pace completely from Nigma. They need to have these successful, because if you look at the side of Gambit, they're not nearly as cooldown reliant.
That's a minute you're letting Naga farm, basically.
Yeah. But they got the Naga. That is the important thing.
Yeah.
Dream did get picked up before all that started, which was a very big one that Nigma did need. Now another tower.
Yeah, more flank down to bottom. He's got himself that ultimate orb. Just a recipe away from Manta now.
Exactly. Loronoff already has his cricket, so this is the timing here for Gambit to keep looking for plays, keep looking for any type of aggression. Nigma does this. Look how they're sitting behind. GH and Kuroki at the ready to protect Miracle.
Very, very defensive. Patiently wait behind your carry.
Yep.
And here comes Immersion again. Another go call. Follow me. I will lead you to kills and action. And he'll try and scout them out. TGH. Do they have any sentries? There's no reveal.
Far right.
Yeah, it's further off to that side, so they go on the Morphling straight away. Free tank and a great snowball. Ice blast, turn around onto the store, blow him up. Ooh. The streak taken down. And Gambit not bringing the numbers this time. Immersion might even get cut apart here as the Mars angling towards him. And Immersion's out.
Just instant reaction from GH. If they maybe had stunned from the opener, you know, I think Immersion, he wanted to get that little bit of extra damage. If they just stunned, perhaps they actually can get the follow-up for the kill, but Yeah, just too quick there from GH, and now Manta's done. So that was your big move to make with the Orchid.
That was the window.
Can react, yep. And Kuroki being sneaky, getting deep wards down to see and be able to predict and, you know, prepare yourself for these Orchid movements, having the Tusk in particular sitting behind that Morphling. They'll see these moves coming now.
Yeah, I mean, there has much been smoke after smoke from Gambit, so if you can spot one of those out, vision and intel, important for Nigma here, as they do ready themselves around that bottom rune spot. Afterlife with boots of travel.
Yeah, Viper, super immobile hero. So you always want to be able to join to these fights, as you know, Nigma start getting kind of split up.
Back onto the next, they want to squish this bug and get the pest out of the game. It's blood, but in comes the Storm, looking for the ancient apparition. He's got heals, he's got saves from the lifestealer. Kuro, he's barely dying, but it's taken Storm everything he's got to find the kill as BZZ. Taken out by RTW. And Nigma on the retreat now, with a little vortex onto the Tusk. GH under that damage from the Riptide and Nether Toxin.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Two, all things said and done. I mean, all the support's dead and all the cores running back to farm.
Man, I love active Dota. Mind control able to farm during the meantime. He's got his blink. It was spotted though. I believe that this courier actually did see the this ward saw the courier coming out with it, so they should be aware that he does have blink dagger for the next ones. But some good aggressive moves from Nigma, being able to punch back with this Manta style Morphling. They're getting the lifestealer completely back in the game, as you were mentioning earlier. Had a tough start, but he's 4-1. His infest saves have been pretty top-notch so far.
Yeah, onto Kuroki every time as well, right? Because they're jumping the AA, you know that's your squishy target, the food for the Storm and the Nyx. So if RTW is ready and waiting for it, get straight into the Ancient Apparition. He's got a lot of work cut out for him as the position 5 this game against Kuro, and he's got a lot of de-warding to do. He's got to try and figure out what Nigma are up to.
Sneaky wards too, as we mentioned earlier. The one that you put deep past that tower, that's one that almost never gets de-warded. And the Sentry, it's not going to catch it, the one that they placed down there, so.
Oh, hello! They find the next assassin under a Sentry ward. Try to blow him up, and that's Morphling finding yet another kill.
Kuro during the DPC, I think one of the things that we did critique a lot of the times was the vision. They'd be actually quite lackluster on vision. This game so far that I've seen, he's been really top-notch with them. Sneaky wards, sneaky sentries too, being placed down to be able to watch these Nyx's movements.
And it's all in the, like you say, the places that they need to towards, or where they know that Gambit are going to be coming from. And what's the next goal really here for Nigma? You know, we're thinking about Roshan, or is it going to be aiming towards that Radiant Triangle area? Nagasara, and you're hunting for her?
I think you can still just hunt whoever you see on the map if they're not playing that force game where we were talking about with like what the panel was saying too, where you shouldn't really see heroes on the map so much from Gambit if that's the style that they want to go for. So if Nigma sees anybody, I think they can just go for it. If they have the lanes in a good position, they can look for any type of fights with this big Mars AA combo. And that vision that they still have, they know exactly where all of Gambit is right now. They know that there's 3 around here. Immersion, he's going to sneak through Vendetta.
Maybe reveal.
Maybe this can get something done.
And sees GH. Immersion. We're going to start on mind control here. He's thinking about it. Animation cancelling the stun. Miracle under a sentry ward as well. Invis Morphling. In comes the arena. Mind control starts it off onto BZZ. And they just blow up the snapfire. Grandma's gone. And this walks straight back out. Nigma, the speed at which they jump in, find that pick. But the question is going to be your next objective. What they get from it.
They're just camping.
They want to get another kill from it. Yeah. And they're going to get snowball save beautifully done by the Tusk yet again to get mind control away from the Viper. Allowed to stick around the bottom lane for the tier 2. I mean, Dream did get a tower mid, and he's pushing out multiple waves, but Nigma, that tight 5-man unit looking really strong.
11-11. They've completely evened it out. And Gambit not really knowing how to slow it down at all. They're going for the Kaya here onto the Storm Spirit next, but very squishy, very vulnerable now on all 3 cores. They can't actually show their face versus anything of Nigma unless they get the initiation cleanly from this Nyx Assassin, who's just, it's not happening.
Let's stay in bottom. Dream, he's sung it.
Ooh, let's see if he can catch him.
He's setting up for it. 2 heroes caught up in it. Now what's the follow-through going to be? The cookie, the stun, the Nyx Assassin gets speared back, but he still catches out mind control as that Ice Blast clips on the Dream, but Ancient Apparition blown up.
Nicely done from Dream.
That's a statement of intent by Gambit, right? 5 heroes, song sets up. We're coming to clear you out of our jungle.
They got E-Ward as well, too, which is important. That one ward was being pretty frustrating for them, and they're going to be able to claim their outpost back, which very important at this point of the game. So early that they would have lost it. Lornov definitely needs a BKB next item. I think this is going to be most appropriate. And I'm actually thinking maybe for Afterlife he might have wanted one too, but he's actually committed Atos. So he was going for the pipe build after bots, but going for Atos makes sense. You know, your versus like this Morph and Tusk, and even versus Mars can be pretty effective.
Keep them in that nether toxin.
Yep.
Maybe a nice little setup for the...
I think that's the other thing too. They are lacking a little bit of catch in some situations where it can't just be immersion. Because they'll walk in under a sentry and just die, and then they're missing a hero. So I do like that they at least have a secondary form. Definitely needs a BKB soon to be able to counteract versus the big Mars ult.
Oh, Miracle is Naga Siren now.
Yep, G, and they have a DD.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Into the road pit we go. Wondering what that next objective would be for Nigma. 21 minutes in, it's the big man.
So fast with the tag team with the Riptide too. It's gone.
It's dead.
They can't do anything about it.
Not a chance. Radiant scanned, but missed out on the road sprouting there. For the big green circle. So yeah, he just grabbed up by Miracle and then jumping into high ground towards the triangle. There's the punch from GH. Kiss is going to land in onto MC, but LTW has the rage. Gets straight through the lava. Clears through the Nyx. And Miracle going to stand his ground, battle the illusions.
And he's about to have E-Blade. So now your supports, who have been already proving to be pretty squishy, even more so versus this. And it's going to be tough for you to actually target and burst anybody, because that's not really what their draft does anymore. The Kisses, since it's a 5-position snap, it's only level 1. Their burst damage is quite lackluster now on the side of Gambit. Nigma, they'll kill anybody they go on every single time with this AA, with this combo.
So do you reckon the Naga Sirens, the insurance plan is going to come to fruition here? Do they have enough time?
It's definitely looking a bit scary. The Morphling now being able to always turn into her as well too is problematic.
Well, Lorenoff reckons he's so... See what he gets up to. Storm Spirit is back in Fountain, gonna have to try and regroup there with a snap and the Nyx Assassin, probably wanting to smoke across the map.
He's gonna need a pretty explosive BKB timing. Like once he gets BKB, he needs to get like 2 to 3 kills plus, and they need to get some massive map advantage because they're really starting to fall behind right now.
Dream getting away from the spear. Arena from Mind Control, holding Naga inside. The Ice Blast, it comes through and clips the Naga, but in comes Nyx Assassin. Life Stealer there, munching away at her, and Dream's gone. Nigma holding onto their own triangle, while the rest of Gambit nowhere to be seen.
Dream's only died twice this game, but both deaths are so impactful. The positions that he's gotten caught off in from Nigma, he's nowhere near his team. They can't help him at all. So he's just dead to these type of aggressive plays, and it's a lot of time off the map for this Naga.
And GH just keeps on chasing Immersion here. Already spent the carapace, so that means Miracle is opened up for an adaptive strike. Immersion, he's popped his wand, trying to get into the fog and run away. GH gonna think twice about going any deeper.
I'm so strong, guys. I'm so strong.
Does have that blink dagger though.
And do we have the Mjolnir? Looks like LTW is going the full counter build versus the Naga Siren, so really does feel that Nigma is in perfectly fine condition here. Only less than 1k gold behind, but that doesn't matter at all with the way that they've itemized, the way that they've played now too. This Morph is by far the strongest hero on the map. And yeah, I think it's a lot of pressure now on Lorenoff.
Yeah, what, 3 minutes? Over 3 minutes remaining on the Aegis of Morphling. That's going to be tier 2 mid, maybe even the entirety of the top lane. And this smoke, if they get a couple of kills, the net really closes in around Gambit and shuts them out of the map, because they've been playing wide open map, and now it's going to get real tight here as GH will start to jump onto Viper with the Viper didn't stand a chance in his own high ground triangle as Immersion trapped in the shards. And they've got the dust, the reveal comes, and even an arena to secure the Nyx Assassin. Miracle, like you said, in that Naga form with these illusions, shredding through people so quickly.
Oh boy. They are unable to really make any type of initiating moves themselves at all now. Nigma having the double blink daggers, as we saw GH picking it up quite some moments ago when they catch the Naga down bottom. Now they get perhaps mind control at least. Okay.
Do get the Mars, but leaves Lorenoff needing to use the BKB defensively, and he's spent all his mana. Can't even TP, it's on cooldown. BCC is going to be the target now. They go towards LTW. Kuroki doesn't have any stuns.
He's still getting chased. The Storm.
The Storm. Oh, you're right. GH has got a punch.
Oh,
Miracle finishes him off, and Storm's first BKB seemed worthless. Dead for a minute now as well, and he's still got his Aegis for 2 minutes on Miracle. So what's that, tier 2 mid? Control triangle, think about the rest of the map for yourself.
Definitely control the triangle. Just sit on this high ground here. Now there's, man, it really just feels like there's nothing that poor Gambit can do anymore. They got these good timings early, but then nothing started to happen. Nigma just catching a couple kills off guard. Catching the Naga Siren once or twice has been pretty massive for them, and it's just easier for them to initiate.
Yeah.
Immersion, how many times now have we seen him just like been dead and running around? He can't actually go on anybody.
Gets dusted, sentry, and he dies. Right, so, something the panel's brought up a couple of times is that ease of execution. Enigma, game 2 against Vici Gaming, pretty similar draft they had there, so they've already warmed up and practiced with this kind of lineup team fighting. Whereas Gambit is much more nuanced how they want to. You're explaining the kind of wave pushing and splitting out the map.
It hasn't been able to happen. You know, Enigma's just always expecting the movements first, so they're catching these heroes when they're trying to do that sneaky wave clear as during current also gets taken out here.
Nothing on it, fortunately.
They actually do have the song here to try to catch.
Any vision? He can't see anyone until he walks straight on top of AA more. They'll try and jump to Kura AA, but the snowball save by LTW gets the Dream. That'll strike onto the lifesteal, but he's going to invest back in the Morphling. Aegis still in hand for about 45 seconds, so Morph wouldn't mind dying here, honestly. And Gambit have nothing left in the tank. They've spent everything. They get no kills, and Enigma just going to full hard reset and go again.
I can't believe they don't even get Kuroki. Again, just the double bailouts. I think the Infest plus the snowballs time and time again. Enigma on point with these saves. And they don't have a good combo. This is the next point I actually was going to get to is sometimes we see these Naga Sirens able to work so well because you have some like black hole, something like an egg on top or something like that. They have nothing. Their combo is pretty much just Nyx Assassin runs in and tries to stun.
And then kisses on top, yeah. Very delicate way they want to start these fights.
And it really feels like they have 2-5 positions now at this point because of how slow Immersion's game has gotten. They have a level 11 Snapfire level 11 Nyx Assassin who can't really contribute too much big into the team fights in comparison.
And you were very clear when you talked about that Storm's BKB timing. Oh, hang on a second, Immersion's running forward again. They are desperately trying to start the fight wherever they can. But MC, BKB Spear, back onto the Nyx, and in comes the Ice Blast combo. Immersion, Carapace and Cookie getting a bit of distance away from Nigma. A turnaround from Gambit, maybe here onto Miracle, boiling into the arena comes, but Miracle's BKB'd up himself, turns into the Naga, they lose the Mars. Nyx bite back as well, but there's Morphling, he's shredding him. There's not much Gambit can do against it. It's a good stun for Immersion, but the rest of them on the run. Dream has been left isolated yet again. Punched into the air, and GH brings it back down to the ground with a bang.
That is actually so crazy. So he's doing he turns into the illusions and then shifts into morph form so that they're ranged illusions. So he has these ranged morphlings. He has 4 morphlings in the fights.
Well, snowball back onto the snap as well. Oh, BZZ's gone. 3 heroes dead without buyback, and Enigma have taken an absolute stranglehold on this game now.
Did they even get it? Did they get at least 1 kill?
They got the Mars.
They got the Mars, but that's these BKBs just to get these 1 kills. This poor Storm Spirit can't actually get onto too many saves. It really is too many different defensive aspects on the side of Enigma that they're using beautifully. They really are. These Infest, these snowballs have been on point. And now it's like you go for this aggressive move with the Nyx, and you're like, oh my god, wait, they both have BKB. The Morphling and the Mars have BKB, and there's a built-in rage on Lifestealer, so you can't do much of anything.
So we have to do something, but what can we do? Running limited on options right now.
I mean, Morphling versus Naga Siren, now it's looking very more favorable. If I ever see this again, probably just going to immediately side with the Morph too. You just turn into the Naga Siren and you have 4 Morphlings, and then you Manta, and then you have like 7 Morphlings.
So many Morphlings.
Well, 6, whatever, but still, it's a lot of Morphlings.
That's a hell of a lot.
Yeah. Now they've just continued to control this triangle during all this time too.
And I like what Mind Control is doing, right? Pushing out bot lane, making sure that Dream doesn't have easy access to like tier 2 mid or bottom lane, no way to get out and cut the waves.
Gambit's not being allowed to play the draft the way they want to at all anymore. Now the map is completely closed on them, where they want to be the ones actually in this position where they're the ones forcing the waves out without showing anything. It's actually just Enigma doing that themselves now.
Like the worst place for Naga to be is in her own base, pushing out waves with illusions.
Look at these Morphling illusions. Look at them go. Top wave. All right, 3 Morphlings, gonna clear that one out in no time.
Look at the damage they do.
Yeah, it's actually pretty insane.
I don't know, I'm thinking like, is it worth buying Diffusal Blade on Morphling when you're up against the Naga Siren like this? Get even more damage out.
He doesn't need it.
No point in deviating from what works.
Yeah. Dream is getting out to the other side of the map, getting close to getting another item perhaps eventually, but it really feels like this, like the Viper in particular. His game has been just he's been where he's been. Like, where's the Viper been?
I don't know.
After laning phase, he had this excellent game, but he's just a boss. He's a pipe. He's an 8. But he's 3-3. He's part of 6 out of the 15 kills in the map.
Yeah, it feels like it comes back to that kind of 13 to 16, 17 minute window where you know, the Nyx and the Storm are grouping up as a pair, and everyone else, again, you're playing wide open map, giving themselves up as targets for Enigma. Maybe if they've gone as 4 or tried to group up a little bit more and left just the Naga alone, could have got a bit more out of the map as Dream. Oh, does have a bit of backup here around her. Nyx Assassin can help out, but the Arena Spear Ice Blast going in onto Dream. the side of Solo. Gonna have a dead to Miracle with a double kill on the Morphle.
GH, as we said, one to watch this game. 19 of their kills because of so far. Yeah, he is 19 out of 23 kills. Dagger came super early too, and he's Tusk on point, level 17, same level as his off lane.
Yeah, he's all over the place in a good way.
Yeah,
everywhere. Up in the faces of Gambit, and again we make this move as Nigma, right? Straight down the mid lane, look for the tier 3.
And Miracle, he's got illusions, he's got mantas. Once the Naga comes up, he's gonna have more illusions. This game is Rams now.
Tier 3 barracks just cease to exist. Disappearing under that structural damage from Nigma up towards the top tier 3 as well. And Gambit, they need to pull something out of that. Something drastic has to happen to stop the onslaught, stop the bleeding. Kisses will delay this inevitable push to kill the illusions. You're right, Fogged. They got him.
They got the illusions. The Rax. Oh, it actually survives. 80 HP. Okay.
Dyer's bottom tower.
That feels bad. Kisses to kill some illusions.
And Roshan's alive, so it's kind of perfect timing for Nigma here. And I mean, is this a move that Gambit want to make towards? Can they make it fast enough?
I mean, they're just gonna have to try.
Roshan's already dead.
Oh no.
They're moving across. There's
already in position.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to get straight on top of them. Dodges the Matos too, and in comes mind control. But Arena Rebuke, Spear trying to aim onto the Viper. GH is silenced and netted though, so the Tusk will fall. But Age is already gathered up by Miracle, and a Soul used defensively here, while Rage and BKB straight towards the Nagasiren, force out the Manta. Any kind of illusions to play around with. But Dream's going to get chased down here. E-Blade, Spear misses, gets off a nice cookie as well. Easy buys the space as Dream, he does escape, but the cost is dear. And Kuroki's found BZ.
He's trying to drag. He's trying to get to the wave. He wants to kill before they can actually push. Oh, he cookies backwards.
He's trying to kill Kuroki. Scout blast. No. What a spear. In comes the cavalry from Nigma.
He tried. It was a good effort.
Good idea, good plan. Not working out for him though.
Again, every time it's just they're getting jumped on. GH does eventually die this time, but he did his job. He gave all the information for his team to get the perfect jumps onto the heroes, and now into the base to finish off that Rex. That was 80 HP. Now there's an AC as well, an ILTW, and of course we didn't mention because it's been getting kind of quick, but he gets one of the better items versus Naga too. Cloak of Flames on the Stealer, so that's great. They can just end this game. Very unlikely though.
They're on tier 4s, yeah. Nice. A glyph out from Gambit. Try and get the Snapfire alive, and she'll have kisses when she respawns. It's just a struggle to see what exactly Gambit can do to start a fight, extend the fight to the point at which they can get more than just one kill.
Just smothered their own
so much.
I mean, they're defending it. So they gotta do something.
They're gonna try. I mean, Miracle just on your throat. He killed the throat. I mean, there's no glyph. That's all gonna save it. That game's over.
It's over.
Nigma take game one against Gambit. I mean, it's a good draft from Gambit, good attempt, but Nigma with a momentum from that victory against Vici Gaming, really showing this Mars AA in particular.
Yeah, the Mars AA and just the way that the Morph and the Tusk actually controlled the game was pretty beautiful. The read of the map is the biggest thing. I think the biggest moment for me really was that bottom fight where Orchid comes out for Storm. Manta's not finished on Morphling that.
be dreaming. I'll 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 be dreaming. Dreaming. I'll be dreaming. I'll be dreaming. I'll be dreaming.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
No, but you retired after Omega League. You just wanted a free cake.
That was why I did it?
Yeah.
You caught me. You caught me.
That cake was good. It was Luigi cake.
Luigi cake? Yeah, Luigi cake. Well, let's see who's going to get the cake here in game number 2. Okay, this is something that we've been talking a lot about the meta and all of the, I don't know how many of the teams you really had a chance to talk to, but
we had a couple of interviews in Southeast Asia. Didn't do interviews with Chinese players, but one thing I noticed, and a lot of players from Southeast Asia confirmed, especially Cuckoo in one of his interviews, where he said, like, the off lane you can be more greedy. You don't necessarily have to move early on, because like you just want to stay in the lane as long as possible. Be greedy. One of the reasons, I don't know if that's a thing AY, but like play carry from the off lane, like a CK. I don't know if that's a thing. It's relatively popular in China and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I saw XXS playing it. It looked really good. But I don't know if it's a thing.
Decent. I think I kind of like it because CK doesn't lose too many matchups, especially against the melee heroes. And there's some really good hero pairings. I like the one with the Dark Willow, like Bramble Maze, and then Reality Rift once again into the Bramble.
That is nice. I think teams have gotten really good at like identifying what the heroes are good at and like pairing them with something to make up for the weaknesses, right? Like you have CK, maybe you have, as you said, like the Dark Willow, give up a bit more team fight because CK's not really offering that from the offlane. Oh, AA again, but Gambit stole it. Smart people.
That's one way to try to break up that duo, right?
I think it is. It is BZZ's most played hero. I think he likes that one. For 6-3.
Pugna, definitely. That's why they brought him here. Maybe they're like, Pugna, no one's picking that hero. That hero is relatively strong, so let's bring in BZZ. He has this beautiful golden set, and he's the master of the hero. Maybe that's the reason.
I do want to ask you before I forget as well.
5 seconds
You know how Kyle
remaining.
always like picks a catchphrase and he kind of sticks to it throughout like the
throughout the whole. He creates his own meta.
Yeah. He's just like, you know, a great analyst once said, and he just quotes himself. He already has a catchphrase. He's been saying, control the armor, control the game. What do you think of his
That's an old one.
It is, but it's his catchphrase again.
I mean,
how do you feel about it? Do you think that
do you high of expectations for him? So I'm like, whatever.
Do you think that he's right? Do you think it's time to bring that one back? Do you feel like in this current meta, it is control the armor, control the game?
This meta?
No.
I just had to look at our casters. Fog laughed out loud, too loud. I can recognize that beautiful voice in the background. So yeah, well, we talked about the hero pairings. Once again, we see this Nyx Assassin, this time for Nigma, paired up with the Darkseer. Mind Control, the best Darkseer player in the world, and Assassin to be more active, get the most out of the hero. We see also like TP rotations from Nyx Assassin once he gets possibly level 6 or just
face the sword.
I love that.
They banned both the mid carries commonly being played this patch by Nigma, like the TA and the Morphling. I think that's pretty interesting.
Templar Assassin just feels so good. I've seen different builds on Templar Assassin, even skipping the Blink Dagger. I've seen, I believe, one safe lane Templar Assassin in Southeast Asia region, and it also looked pretty good.
TA was what everybody across the board was talking to me about when I first got here.
Yeah, you came here, teams like reached out to you. We better message Rich, give him like what we are playing. I think this hero's imbalanced. We got to give him something to talk about on panel.
Everybody was helping me out. Yeah, catching up with everybody. You know, Jack pulled me aside. TA, just kept talking about it, and we have definitely seen it getting banned quite a bit. But you said right off the bat, the second that you saw Gambit make their pick, you said that you loved it. What do you love about it?
Did I say that?
You did.
I did. Never. Okay. So, well, I mean, we discussed about both of these heroes after the first game with Nyx Assassin and Ancient Apparition. So it's very hard to, like, you can't even itemize against Ancient Apparition. Before, you could get a BKB. It goes through spell immunity in the last, 6 months, year. So to defend yourself, and they need some kind of a save. I would love to see a saving position 5 inside a Chronosphere. Maybe put Nyx Assassin. I don't think. Maybe they could potentially just play Nyx Assassin as a 5 on the offlane.
I don't know if I force that really. Maybe Shadow Demon.
That's what I'm getting. Like, just get a Shadow Demon, because the Shadow Demon, like, 5 doesn't feel too good. You still need some kind of a cast range.
I mean, I like Oracle here. Bad. I don't know if they're gonna ban. Is that Oracle ban actually? Someone help.
Axe, isn't it?
Oh, that's Puck. That's Puck. No, from Gambit. Sorry.
Yeah, for Gambit.
I think that's a
Puck
Doom ban.
Wraith King. They're just covering the Faceless Void pick.
Is that Wraith King?
It is.
Alright, my bad.
I think it should be Wraith King. I'm not sure if it is.
That looks like Wraith King to me. I can't tell what's next to it besides the Puck.
Okay.
On the left side.
It's Wraith King. Makes sense, you know.
Yeah, but what's
the counter to Faceless Void. You don't care too much about the Chrono.
What's next to the Wraith King, though?
Well, that's a harder one. AUI, your turn.
Sorry, I spent that entire time.
Between IO and Wraith King.
I like the. Oh, do you guess? I was gonna Clockwork.
Okay.
Okay. I think I was gonna say I like Oracle.
He cheated. You reduction instantly gave it. He played it off.
One of us. I saw it with my eyes, guys. I think Oracle is really good for Nigma. They already have a lot of lane shove and darks here, and Nyx gives you a lot of control. Oracle actually does a decent amount of damage, and he's really good versus AA.
5
because
seconds remaining.
if you ulti someone who's AALT, the healing gets applied after the AALT. Worst case, even if you heal them a lot during AALT, they will just stay the same HP they were when you ulti them. It's a really good counter there.
They can't, like, they would definitely love to pick either Oracle
that's an Oracle
or
ban. They banned my idea. Enchantress on
but then you
Nigma.
have Enchantress AA, which seems super weak. Like,
oh, you mean Enchantress for Gambit?
For Gambit, yeah, because they don't have a dispel. I think they put themselves in a really bad spot.
I think that can actually work. That's a good idea. Yeah, but it is a bit weird, right? NJA.
NJA 2 supports very like you can abuse that pretty much. Like, let's say you get the mid tiny, keep killing one of those two easily.
I think right now for Gambit, they need something that helps them get on top of whatever Nigma heroes are going to come, right? Like, I think Faceless Void, you can't play him for Chrono. It's 160 seconds. And he really wants to pair, like last game, Nigma had the bars and stuff, so they want like an offlaner and hopefully a 4 with a stun. Anytime you have like a lot of map threat, what it means is that the enemy team can also not push lanes as much. They have to rely on this Darkseer, because anytime you see someone, you'll stun them and kill them with the AOT. So I'd like to see that from the other two heroes.
Okay, on the side of Team Nigma, dipping into that reserve time a little bit here. What are you expecting to actually see for their pick?
I would love to see a save inside a Chronosphere. Like, you're putting yourself in a bad spot. If you don't get it, you still have a couple of options left in the pool, and then Faceless Void like they need to have another hero that just jumps you. You have a saving potential coming out from the Darkseer. Eventually, like if you get a mech before AA Blast or Nyx Assassin, just splitting the fight with the Carapace or a good stun. So I really wouldn't mind seeing the Shadow Demon.
Okay, so still coming back to that Shadow Demon.
Maybe Wyvern. I'm not a big fan of Wyvern in general. I think he's in a very bad spot, not enough damage, very cooldown dependent. That's a new hero, like this.
Chen.
And it's a Chen into AA.
When I played a lot of Chen, I actually didn't mind AA too much. I mean, like, it does have some really bad parts, obviously. But I think AA is generally weak against the summon heroes, right? Like, traditionally it's been like the sneaky summons, like Lycan, Nature's Prophet, Enchantress Chen. Even though you counter the healing, Chen also counters like a lot of what AA wants to do. The other thing is, like, Chen has so much sustain that anytime you're pushing a tower, like, the hero that you want to burst down with AA will always be at full HP. And the AALT is not that fast, so you'll mech him before the AALT hits.
Nigma's having too much fun. I can see a couple of laughs. Like, what are they gonna do? We just pick Chen. They don't know how to counter it. This hero has not been played in a year.
I think this hero only got picked like 4 times in all the DPCs. And it went 2-2. Like, it wasn't too bad, but it was on like the bottom 7 heroes in terms of how much.
What do you even build on the hero these days?
Locket mech, I assume, but like there's an AA, so I don't know if you want to do that. If it's against AA, I think you still go Locket mech. But
what stars they're gonna get? Just pipe against AA and Christian? They have no damage if they decide
I want eggs for sure on Darkseer. I don't know whether it's before pipe or not. Like some mana boot, soul ring, and you either get eggs or pipe, and then the other one. Nigma's draft is honestly wild. I'm just so fixated on the Chen pick because I thought this hero was unpickable right now, to be honest.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is wild is a pretty good descriptor for what Team Nigma's putting together right now.
Definitely unexpected. Seeing these 4 heroes being paired up together, they have a good combination, let's say.
Do you think this is an extra Evoker too? Because they just have like that Nyx?
Yeah, just for the Sunstrike possibly. They still don't know the matchup. Okay, it's Lina.
In general, I think Qualtrics is a bit better versus Lina, but it's not like Extra really loses a lane. Lina might just outfarm you a bit when she shoves the wave. I think
but with the Forge Spirit, you have like that extra damage that you need to secure a couple of CS.
Yeah.
They banned Lycan. When I first saw the new patch, like and everything with Lycan, I thought like Necro, that hero is dead. It's been like they tried to get him some buffs. I wasn't really convinced, but after seeing him in action, I think the hero's pretty decent.
After seeing him today, you like him? Okay.
Nothing huge spectacular, you know, like, yeah, Lycan is imbalanced, but feels okay, like feels 3 out of 5, yeah, feels playable, unlike
good this game, right? Like, they would have to Chronosphere him every fight. He's really good versus like Lina, Ursprey, and AA, I think.
Lina doesn't like anything that gets on top of her, even though Lina in general feels like good might be a bit weak in the mid game. Depends on the itemization. I'm a big fan of like Yield Scepter here, being able to save yourself, dispel things for darks here, get a BKB, potentially Boots of Travel, and then turn that into some kind of damage. Daedalus, Satanic.
Travels, Yields, BKB.
Yeah,
that sounds really good. I think Immersion...
PL there, right?
Sorry?
That's PL right there?
That's PL, yeah.
He looks good. Fellow Catman.
I mean, honestly, the pictures look good. It's just like I've only stared at Dota things my entire life. I don't know anything else.
I'm just blind, is honestly
You don't play other games?
Like, not well. Like, I don't know if you can say play. Like, I play CSGO, but like, I'm running around.
Yeah, like
can't hit anyone.
15 minutes of CSGO, realized that's not for me, came back to Dota.
I play like idle games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really good at those.
Idle games?
Have you played like
yeah. No, trust me, I've played
very high skill.
I've played
you play
plenty
WoW,
of
right?
this. I pretty much can only handle idle games, but we're seeing this get locked in right now.
Viper again.
Like a range carry hero, maybe Troll. I wouldn't mind seeing Troll that can transform, just hard to burst down with the ulti as well, but you need to be a bit more careful how you're gonna use it.
Gambit's lineup is super dependent on Chrono right now.
Yeah, it's just
like if they don't hit a good Chronosphere, they're just gonna get kited. Like, because it's really hard to hit a multiple hero ALT unless you have someone who goes in to like bait them together, and they don't have really a hero like that.
Okay. It's also like transformation hero that I mentioned.
It counters AA because you can actually sunder through the ALT, and again we mentioned like AA doesn't like playing versus those summon heroes. It does terrible illusions, pushing all your lanes. One illusion actually beats you in a 1v1. Not a fun game to play for AA.
You get harassed quite a lot by these two heroes. Like, it's a killer lane for Gambit once again. Previous game, Nyx Assassin plus Viper, this one, Earth Spirit plus a Viper, ton of kill potential. What I would love to see, potentially they rotate on Terrorblade, hide in the jungle with 3 heroes, kill him when he pops the meta, plant down the ward, kind of get the advantage from the early start, but heavily favoring Enigma's draft in this one.
Yeah, and give us a little bit of an idea of what you expect their game plan to be as well just now. Let's take a step back though and keep it high level and talk about Gambit. What's their actual route to victory if they're going to pull this one off?
I think Gambit has to win their offlane really hard, because the reason why Chen's supposed to be weak right now is because he can't really get any creeps early. And like the hero's just a bot then, like he gives you carry 1 region. So that means Gambit have to win their offlane, and they have to win it in a way where the Earth Spirit can lead the Viper, he can be self-sustainable, and he can gank forward the Lina. If these 2 conditions are met and you can snowball these heroes, then I think I'll feel like Void is like free to do whatever he wants. He won't be relying on Chrono. And then Gambit like have a clear win condition for the game.
All right. Well, you just heard from our analysts the potential win condition for Gambit. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it, or if Nigma is going to be able to find a second victory in this best of 2.
Nothing to say. それはどうかな。
Yeah, and here we are with game 2. Now, Fog, the draft as it developed for Nigma, I think is one we're going to be focused. A bit wild there, the Chen into the TB. Some interesting questions to be asked around there, aren't there?
Yeah, some heroes that are pretty much unpicked a lot of the times too, especially in the circuit. Chen being one of the big ones. Terrorblade also in a lot of regions was not really touched too much. I don't know about for SA for you. We did not have too much in your... the reasoning why. I think Curtis brought up the best point there probably at the end there for me was, you know, the Sunder. Sunder versus AA will give Chen maybe potentially time to be able to buy time for AA Blast to tick off, and then you can get your hand to God off your heels, etc. So it's an interesting draft. It's greedy, and we'll see if it'll work, because I don't know, I'm really curious to learn some stuff about this this Chen hero, as I think it's probably one of the worst, if not the worst hero in pubs, but in pro play, always will change the concept of the hero. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to do with it, and I'm also looking forward to see, of course, Immersion Earth Spirit. We have to just immediately say that one right away. It's his most played hero. He's been super dominant whenever he's played it in like any of the time periods that it's been out. Also, we have, of course, Mind Control Darkseer, so we got a lot of these master tier heroes, master tier player combos coming into play.
Oh, we sure do. I mean, in terms of the style of the teams wanting to play these drafts, do you think it's a bit of a role reversal in the Nigma wanting to kind of play around the map and play the macro game, whereas Monaco sort of more tight together, the team fight combos?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, for me, this game, it's eyes on Immersion and Lorinov, same thing, kind of the foreign mid players to dictate the pace of the game and just get very far ahead, because if they don't get far ahead, I feel like we could see a similar thing happen where the Viper doesn't know where he's supposed to be in the game, because lane start excellent for the Viper last game, but then he ends the game like 3-2, where you're like, wait, what the heck's happening? This Viper was owning the game, but he just didn't have a place to actually do much of anything. They're actually under ward vision here.
Yeah, they got spotted placing the ward. Nigma knows exactly what's up.
They can't punish it though. Look at those level 1 heroes. Probably the worst level 1 heroes I think you could draft yourself with. Nyx, Chen, Invoker, TB. Like no one does much of anything. So
we've got no stuns, we've got no Nyx. We're just gonna sit here and wait. Yeah, Kuro gets the D ward straight away.
Okay, I'm gonna be watching the Chen, seeing what he's gonna be doing, because as we know, you can't really take creeps until way later on. You can only take the early level like 1, level 2 creeps, or level 3, of course, are the big ones, but you don't really get good ones. Like, your best creep that you can get is like the Harpy and the Troll Hill Priest, which you can get I think at 4. Which we see the block a little bit messed up there from Miracle. Kuroki tried to help out.
Oh, he's going crosswex as well. I mean,
he is.
How do you feel about that in this game? Because I know Aoi said it's a bit better against the Lina in the laning stage, but it's not going to offer them that real big damage along with the Nyx and Darkseer, is it?
No, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what he does go for. If he does go for maybe something of a hybrid, because Sunstrike is very effective this game. He has Nyx Assassin. The hunting is always going to be very easy for you to just like one-shot the AA inside the fight. And AA does not have a bailout like he had last time with like the Lifestealer constantly saving him. So we will see which route he does take. Immediately, same thing. Saw this exact same thing from GH last time, always pulling waves.
And Mind Control just hiding in the trees, waiting for that movement from the carry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on the shoulders of Miracle here with that crosswex Invoker, if he does go that directly, it looks like he is. Yeah. To make the early tempo plays, the rotations at level 6, level 7 especially.
I think it's a lot of the big thing for me is just like looking at mana pools too. Like some of these heroes, you get hit by MP or you're screwed. Like Viper and Earth Spirit, really reliant, of course, on that mana. But laning phase, I think Exort for me actually does not have fun versus Lina at all. Quas, you can trade it because you've got the regen coming in. If you go Exort, you're playing Forge Spirit, and Lina just falls into your Forge Spirit, and you fall really far behind.
Yeah,
so.
She's just outranging you, clicking you non-stop.
Yeah.
That's a real dangerous game you do play. Well, wave drag back here for Mind Control to gather up some of that early experience and gold, while Kobold,
hey, Speedy!
He's got his little holy grail there on Speedy Boy, scouting out whatever's coming. An Immersion with Afterlife down here up against the Terrorblade so far seems pretty comfortable.
Yeah, he's fit into this Viper matchup. It's nowhere near as bad as the Lifestealer. They actually can pose some kill threat, perhaps, if they do get a good positioning.
Oh, look
nice
at that.
body blocks, too.
Yeah, the Kobold's getting him. Oh, he's blocked him up. RTW, one more touch from that Metamorphosis gets him first blood.
All right,
and now top lane as well. BZZ in a bit of trouble. GH and Mind Control, they can't dive him under tier 1, but yeah, that bot lane play.
Wow. I mean, that was beautiful. Kuroki showing off with the Chen, just some body blocks. You don't need a creep that does anything, you just need an actual unit to just tank the tower.
You know, when Chen was
nice.
Semi-popular, what, like a year ago or so, people were taking range creeps, right?
Yeah.
You take the range creep, you got that kind of piercing damage, whacking into people, but yeah, straight away with a Kobold.
My God.
Beautiful stuff.
That was one of the most beautiful things I've seen from a Chen like ever. I love the body block plays. Mid, we're still seeing Lina coming out ahead, but at least you're not falling too far behind as that Invoker. Yeah. Getting kills on Viper early is very impactful. That can tend to snowball the game out of control too, because last time Viper had a good lane and wasn't able to do too much. This is another one of those games where you could start to feel kind of out of the game very quickly as a Viper. All these summons, all these different things just getting on top of you.
Can't contend with them.
It's going to be annoying, yeah.
It's very similar for all those green heroes, the Viper, the Veno, the Necro. You know, if they have a good laning stage, they can snowball, but if they die 2-3 times in the first 5-6 minutes, they really can fall flat very quickly. Dream up top for now. Far one away, 15-5, still looking pretty good in that laning stage for Gambit as they roll onto TB bottom. Penitence, nice little slow, bit of turnaround from Mr. Kobold again, but RTW has the poison stacks on it. Dead to the Viper. just before the urn gets delivered, so a little bit sad for Afterlife, but a great pickup nonetheless.
Dude, they're aggressive with their tips too. Last game they were tipping ILTW all the time as well. Again, he dies once and they tip him again.
Trying to get under his skin.
It does seem like it.
Miracle now about 10 steps behind. Lorinov putting that pressure on with the right clicks brings out clarity. And 4 mana runes about to spawn, something that Invoker...
He needs help.
Yeah.
He always needs help to be checking these 4-minute runes because he can't push the lane out. Lina, one of the best heroes in the game to be able to force lanes. Invoker, not so much at all. So they will have GH check the top rune. GH getting spaced out a little bit from BZZ, but he's fine.
Was that a bottle that was given to him by Darkseer,
yes.
I guess, as well?
Yep.
Sharing that bottle over to refill it up, so very
Love
nicely
that.
done.
Love that.
Knowing that your Invoker is not going to be buying one. And then we have the Gambit boys.
What's this?
Yes, Monaco Gambit. Spotting out that mid lane, you know, EMP Tornado catching onto that Lina. As we do have a bit of a go in that mid spot.
I like being able to see them. We see Kuroki, he does hit his level 3, so he's got his level 2 persuasion. He finds the mana burn creep. This is actually pretty effective too, this game, especially versus Viper. Bit limited on your mana pool. We see Afterlife, he's prepared for it though. Has double mango and urn, so we'll have a decent chunk there.
Oh, that's a good stun top.
Up top.
Dream doesn't have time walk, already spent his dilation as well, but it looks like with the boots and 12-1 charges, he'll be fine to tango up and get back into that lane yet again. But it's the contest of that stack and the pull that was most important there for Nigma. Make sure they keep Dream away from these creep waves as that wave gets towards their tier 1. As Kuro,
he looks
he's
pretty
tank
dead.
going up. Orb of Venom, the poison attack's going to start coming real heavy onto him. Chen down in the river, isolated, all alone.
Denied.
Another good start out for Gambit going into all these lanes.
Does pull them a bit far away from the lane at the very least, so ILTW gets some free last hits without just getting poked constantly from that Viper. So he'll be happy for that Chen death at the least. Lorinov forced back to go to base again, level 6. And Miracle, he's farming up the double null into the urn.
Okay, so definitely looking for that active movement around sort of 6.5, 7 minutes where he'll move into probably the top lane, right? That's where your action's going to be with Nyx and Darkseer. Force the Void out of lane and then maybe shift the TB up there to give him a bit of safe farm. Right, for now, a nice bit of calm for both sides, but that's favouring Gambit. You know, looking at the CS and the net worth, they are starting to ramp up. Miracle is going to pop out that EMP on Lorinov. Has enough sustain with his bottle charges though.
Hey, spawns bottom. Gambit gets a bit lucky getting this one, spawning down there instead of top.
The RNG.
Yep, RNG always coming into play. Lorinov has a nice stack. He can farm for himself on that small camp. The Mercenary level 4 too. Nice start. Now bottom, Afterlife does have to be careful. He's getting mana burned up from Kuro. There's actually the double mana burn coming out. Very frustrating.
It was scouted though. That's why Afterlife is running all the way across. They saw GH with the Observer Ward, which literally just expired. I don't know if they saw the smoke, but they'll walk into the Nyx nonetheless. And GH, he tries, but he's silenced up straight up by Immersion. Does get the 2-man stun, yeah, very nicely done. And GH is slipping away, but a hasted Lina. Always going to close the gap for the Laguna Blade finish.
A Radiant using echolocation.
This is now the time where Miracle needs to start moving. He's got his urn. Oh, mind control though. The cold feet Chrono. They've got the bubble onto the Darkseer. He's a tanky fella, but if he gets some bashes going for Dream, they'll finish him off.
Of course they do. They get the nice double bash toward the end there. Some nice movements coming out from Gambit. This early aggressive lineup again that they've drafted themselves. Just like last game, they did have this good early movement in the start of the game. So doing similar. And now LTW may be feeling a bit pressured. He might actually have to start going to jungle just as this Terrorblade because whenever Lina's off map, it's very scary. So let's see what Miracle tries to do. He's going to start pushing the mid lane a little bit for some reaction over.
I'm still curious about this Chen as well. What kind of item build, skill build? I hesitate to ask what you expect from it because he's got Medallion. That's kind of normal. But, you know, 2 points. Oh, he's going to get gone on. Kuro, this Immersion diving in on your Afterlife just pushes so much damage over time, especially with that urn, and gets himself a killing spree.
This is annoying though. He might actually have to buy something. I mean, he probably won't, but maybe something like mana boots, because these double mana burns, like he just did it again. Look, Afterlife, God, come on. He actually queued up mana boots. He actually queued up mana boots. I was about to say, like, he's just getting triple mana burn. They have no mana bottom lane. He has an Earth Spirit with no mana. Yeah, he actually gets the mana boots, so he's going to be able to continue applying this pressure down here. And ILTW forced to jungle. Darkseer's lane a little bit complicated now, too, with the Nyx Assassin's not with him. So now GH, he's going to do the Ion Shell meme. You know, he's going to sit next to the creeps, get himself some levels, get that farm up for mind control.
I was going to ask if that stack was going to be for ILTW, but yeah, you're right. It's that Nyx Assassin.
He needs levels. I think they need something to fix a bit of this early game for them because it's a very greedy draft that they put themselves in. So definitely need GH to have a bit of a better time to make moves around with Miracle. Speaking of Miracle, he's gonna get hold feeded.
Yeah, he's stunned up. Chain disabled is a good carapace. Miracle, the very fine that wand as well. It was a big one, did a great tornado, holds them back. Gambit still moving forward as they find Kuro elsewhere on the map, but Lorinov going to miss out on the Dragon Slave. A good sidestep from the Invoker, and bottom lane, that's where the action was. The trade out there, Kuro for immersion. And Nigma going to be happy with that, all things said and done. I mean, mid and bot lane going their way.
Yep, and they also save ILTW's Metamorphosis. But they're the kill because of mind control rotating down at the early point in wall.
Very nice. It does leave top lane open a little bit though.
It's always going to be hard for them to set onto Dream unless Miracle makes the move up there, or unless he goes for something like an Orchid build, which he's not. They're going to have a pretty tough time actually killing Dream.
It was an early Void pick as well.
It was.
First phase Void pick, and they've not really given themselves the options to disable him. So what's the game plan going to be? Outrange him with a TB, get LTW stronger than the Void?
Yep, I think that is definitely the plan. Just outfarm him. That's usually the thing that Terrorblades are able to do, is just get those item timings much faster than a hero like Void. Unless Void is getting successful chrono kills every single time, you should see the TB outfarm him over the course of the game.
Start to pull ahead. Some good vision coming out again from Nigma. Guarding top triangle, watching for that bottom rune spot, and then the entry points as Miracle. And yet again, chucks a few spells at Lorinov, chipping away at him, and gets out of the range of the Light Strike array.
Another rune bottom though. And they're getting a lot of good RNG on their side for this control. Great ward coverage so far from Gambit, as we've seen all 4 of these wards placed early on, just aggressive. Just be able to watch any type of movements that are coming out.
I see pretty much everything.
Yep. Afterlife, as we said, this time he's changed the build-up a little bit because he had to go Arcane Boots early so he can actually lane. And they're just going to send the Darkseer down. So aggressive moves from the side of Nigma, very difficult to do. Until GH has 6, until Miracle wants to pair up with him, there's not much that they can do.
Yeah, biding their time, it's the waiting game. And we saw that from Vici Gaming earlier on today.
Mm-hmm.
Delay, delay, delay. Something that Invoker is exceptionally good at. Force people away from the tier 1 tower pushes especially.
Usually he has some like Dream kind of combo to set up for the Cataclysm late game, which they don't have the easiest way to set up, but they do have Vacuum plus Nick Stun. If they have the Vacuum, Nick Stun, Cataclysm, like these team fights can just be devastating.
What if Chen gets like 4 Centaurs as well, you know? We've seen that before.
That is true, don't get so ambitious.
I am expecting big things from Akuro Chen. Catapult wave mid, going to allow them to open up a little bit on the tier 1. Gambit mounting a defense though, like Striker Ray onto Invoker, and the stun back from GH for Dreams here with a chrono.
Nice chrono.
They catch out the Invoker, he's a tanky boy, and he's still going to get found though. Lorinov with all that magic damage to pump into the Chronosphere, and Terrorblade can't finish off the tower.
That was beautiful. Mind Control now looking to punish top. He sees an AA by himself. Ion Shell starting to build, and he's saving the Vacuum just in case for the TP. Should be able to just get the kill now.
Yeah, there it is.
Nicely done.
BZZ down. That's going to give free reign to Mind Control to keep on farming up top. While it looks like GH in behind enemy lines here, trying to get in behind the Viper potentially.
Oh, when they do have 3 creeps mid. Just only going to be illusions. Yeah.
Viper's the one being eyed up. GH doesn't really have the backup that he wants close enough. But Afterlife might still get caught out here in the trees. He's juked through though. Passes by the observer ward, but yeah, that was very close from GH to find the latch onto him.
And now we've got Hand of God in play, so something that people probably won't expect.
Afterlife brought back into them. They've got the stuns there. Invoker's rotation, that's what we've been expecting from Miracle. Get the action going, but the Ice Blast and Dream arriving, wanting GH's Nyx Assassin. A trade out. But Nigma's going to be able to defend towers, make sure that Gambit can't make the aggressive moves.
They're fine with this. You know, this was a really good move actually from Nigma, getting an Urn Charge. They're pushing top lane with the Darkseer. They're getting mid farm for the Terrorblade. They're happy with this move. Another tip. Look at what is going? They're just tipping ILTW.
Oh, and BZZ's dead as well. Miracle with alacrity finds the pick off. I'm starting to wonder, you know, LTW maybe he's played a couple of these CIS players in the past.
I do believe so, and that's the Spirit Vessel now done. So Miracle's got a very good timing on this one. Nothing like fantastic where it's actually just countering any type of healing, but it does increase your threat potential, and immediately they smoke.
Straight away.
GH and Miracle moves here with Kuroki too. The Vendetta's online.
He's got a Hell Bear, a Wild Wing, and that's long. Spotted out, yeah, they go straight on with a Tornado, catching the lean, a huge kill for Nigma.
To take the plunge.
That shuts her down real hard. You know, we were talking about the Viper in that regard. The snowball required. Lena in a similar spot, isn't she?
Yes. And again, yeah, this is just the early aggression that we saw from Nigma last time, playing around this aggressive ward vision, taking over triangle very early on. Immersion showing himself bottom, actually just has to roll away.
And TP's into mid. Might want to smoke up with Ancient Apparition and try and get something rolling themselves. But it is just 3 lanes here from Nigma, pressuring in towards towers, forcing Gambit to react and play defensively.
And he's tipping them back now too. Looks like a smoke going to be coming out for Gambit to try to punish. But they have to punish something. Their 3 cores are showing on 3 lanes. So they have to start making some type of moves when they don't have Chrono. Chrono is going to be back up in 2 seconds, but I feel like they want to save it for a big kill. They want to try to get 1 kill without it, and then if any TP follow-ups come, then they use the Chronosphere. They can't force it too much.
Oh, look at ILTW. Oh, it's going to be a close one. He does get found, yeah. Sunder, not going to be there, is it? He's stun. Oh, he goes in off the Ice Blast, though. He's going to finish him off. Emergent rolling back across towards that lower part of the map, but they've got a vacuum wall onto the 2. Afterlife and BZZ will have to pay with their lives as they played aggressively to this triangle, but in comes Dream. They might have a Chrono turnaround. Inside the net, as well. They pick up. Gone as well. Oh, Gambit, what a beautiful play. Just like you said, Fox, wait with that Faceless Void to come in for the last move.
Oh, they still lose Emergent, the wall, and the Ion Shell still coming out to fruition a little bit for him. But yes, big moves, getting both cores and inside the Nether Toxin. That's stuff with the big... And all that, it's through Hand of God. They didn't actually have to worry about that heal at all.
Yeah, Kuroki was pushing down bottom lane with a few little creepies.
Yep. Tried to help out with the heal, but didn't matter, did not actually push them up far enough. Moves. Really good invasive moves. Double wards placed down around the triangle now too, because that's where TP's going to farm most of this time here.
Do you want to see it like a shard or anything like that from the Chen Alien? But what like next item feels a little bit difficult for him to get towards.
Gary, I gotta say, I have no idea anymore with this here. Solar Crush, he's got it at a nice early time, which is great. He's gonna be able to buff up whenever the TP's inside of the fights. But beside that, I don't really know what you get anymore. I think Holy Locket's a decent option. If the Darkseer doesn't go mech, you go mech. Even though you're versus AA, you can still be kind of decent. Yeah. It's, you know, I think right now he's happy. He's very satisfied, at least with himself.
That's a good sentry mid. Emergent sees GH, but he didn't react in time. I think he was looking elsewhere. So now has Miracle and GH to get on top of him. A little bit of a slow reaction there from the Earth Spirit, and now Roshan.
There's no Chronosphere.
Opens up for Nigma into the pit. Metamorphosis from ILTW.
And they've got Solar Crest for this. Plus the Alacrity.
Oh,
one buffed up TB.
Goodness. Look at him go. And Mind Control's going to attack for him. Ancient Apparition can probably scout to the pit. If he steps too far forward, though, GH will be ready to strike.
10 seconds on Ice Blast still. Lornoff nowhere near Dream, as we said, Chrono not available. Yeah, they can't contest this.
No, they can't. It's a free one for Nigma. And now it's a Terrorblade with Dragonlance, Yasha, and then Aegis of the Immortal while they smoke straight out of the pit. They want to push this advantage as hard as they can.
And we see Miracle is starting to go toward a bit of that hybrid. 4 points in Quas, 5 points Wex, getting more points in Exor, now going Midas, so he can have that great skill and potential later on for Cataclysm and high point Alacrity.
That high ward sees him.
Afterlife.
I don't want to go too deep, respecting the fact they could TP to tier 3, so they cut in between the wave instead. And oh my god, it just doesn't last long. That's a Viper, slain in a matter of seconds.
And he gets the whole wave as well too on Miracle. Midas is going to be coming out right after this one. Immersion considering perhaps going, but they're very limited on the way they can make moves. It seems like they're only trying to make plays with the Chronosphere, which it feels like they might start getting outpaced.
And Dream also heading towards BKB.
They both have to, it feels like. The king of teamfight, as we always say, Darkseer, is really brutal, especially when you have like something with an EMP combo on top of it. A vacuum into EMP, your fight's over if you don't have that magic immunity. Again, this ward.
Sunstrike. I ain't gonna find BZZ. He came in to try and de-ward it, didn't he? Yeah, Vortex and Sentry there. He knows the ward's on the high ground, but that's a couple of kills they've successfully claimed. While Terrorblade kills mid-tier 1, top tier 1, opens up the top third of the map to himself. So it's free continuing for RTW.
And it's the second game now where we see Afterlife game, but now we're seeing them just abusing the Viper. The slowness of this hero is getting caught off guard. Enigma's playing a bit too fast here. Again, Emergent, they see him.
Oh, goodness. He just stood straight on top of that high ground. He gets magnetized with a vacuum wall. Afterlife's caught up inside of it. Dream gets the Chrono in. Does only catch one. Miracle still pummeling into them. That Mabel dropped an Afterlife. Good play towards that Darkseer. Mind Control falls, but Afterlife is dead as well. Oh, do we get some buybacks? Immersion wants to buy back. A Miracle, Ice Blast, and the Urn, but a great Sunder. LTW saves up his main carry. Miracle's still going to get rolled on though, but GH looking for the lineup of the stun. Dream, time walks away, but the carapace and the catch onto him might be able to finish him off, but Miracle's still surviving. Even at the cold snap, Miracle's alive. No way. He doesn't survive. The AA gets the final touch, but Aegis is cleaned up. Dream has done a great job tracking back onto that TB, while AA gets away from that top part of the fight, and Dream looks safe and sound.
Dude, look at Kuro.
As Shen is chasing the AA.
Kuro with the Penitence max build plus the Solar Crest. Look at him go.
Come on, then. You want to fight me?
He's going to die.
Level 4 Penitence.
He's actually going to get him.
Just bullying him. He's whacking into the AA.
Oh my god, dude.
That's a solo kill.
Dude,
how much gold has he got from that?
Earlier too in the fight, he had all the illusions from the Darkseer. He penitences a hero with the Solar Crest, all the illusions beating on somebody. Oh my god, that was actually pretty sick.
Heck of a Shen creeps, wall illusions, TB illusions, Force spirits. We were talking about the zoo earlier on, and the Lycan ban, which we didn't really get to talk about, that Monaco did pull out. Definitely a sound, solid plan there, because it's definitely coming to fruition now with all of these summons.
And it definitely all kicks off with, it's a one-man chrono, right? It only catches not only one hero, but it's the tanky hero. They catch the Darkseer with the pipe inside of it. So even though they have to utilize some buybacks to get some return kills, Enigma is still in a perfectly fine position. Their Aegis goes down, but in a very effective way. As ILTW, now he's up, he's got Metamorphosis, and he almost actually saved Miracle and all of that too.
Oh, it was a really closely contested team fight. Wonderful stuff from LTW.
But that's their chrono fight. That's the fight that Gambit has to smash the fight. Because without it, they don't really have too many plays that they can make. GH.
Okay, now they're picking up scraps and looking for whatever they can. On GH, he scouted them. Time dilation from Dream. He's looking towards Miracle, but Immersion gets away from GH. Line control runs off to the left, and it looks like Miracle's still being chased, but a tornado. Oh, time dilation ending. So he'll get the invoke back off cooldown. Ghost Walk on cooldown, though. So still troubling times ahead for Miracle. Deafening Blast. He's got EMP up, but he's dead. He's done for. Immersion closes the gap and helps out Dream.
Oh, I was a little worried too because I'm like, oh, Immersion's actually out of stones, but Dream, time dilation versus Invoker, 5 spells cooldown, 5 stacks of time dilation is no joke. It's able to stick on him, and now, you know, Chronosphere is actually going to be back up in 8 seconds, and that was meta forced. So Enigma making a pretty big mistake there as Gambit able to punish it heavily.
I guess the fortunate side for Enigma is no Roshan, no real objectives that Gambit can go for.
Yes.
Tier 1 mid, they can probably come back and defend when everyone's alive because the waves were so far pushed out.
But this Void is top net worth still. Dream 408 above a Terrorblade. That is pretty damn good for him.
Exceptional. GH gonna hold out on that mid lane.
Scanning for enemies.
Gambit all grouped up together and smoking. GH pinged that. He knows exactly what's going on. And he should be able to pop the smoke. He does, in fact.
There is the Chronosphere available.
He sees it coming. Miracle. He's jumped up. A nice little maneuver out. Forces another roll while GH toys with the Viper. Rotomatos in towards him. No carapace for another couple of seconds. So
that was
sacrifices himself.
Exactly. That was such a nice sacrifice. He literally runs into the 3 of them there, stuns the Viper with the carapace, stuns the other 2. He's like, don't look at Miracle, look at me. As they're still going to continue to try to push this tower here. No Metamorphosis, so Enigma not looking to contest around this area. Also into Chronosphere, as we said before, still open for Gambit.
Yeah, you know they're going to play tight-knit together. That small map for Gambit, and you've got Terrorblade out on the map. Oh, looks like Darkseer down bottom as well, so spreading out more efficiently, farming. Dire even scanning in their own jungle, expecting someone to be there as well.
Pretty interesting that we see GH just going for the Ags build this game. Guess he wants to like sit really far back while they're sieging and just wants to be able to throw spells from deep distance without being like in presence of like a Chronosphere opportunity. Kind of neat. I thought maybe he would go for something like Blink because I saw Mind Control rush it.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe they'd go for some type of combo, you know, Blink, Vacuum, Stun, but not going to be the case. I think the other one is, I mean, it has its merits for sure to be able to sit back.
I guess the range on the stun with Aghanim Scepter increases, right? So you've got like a pseudo blink almost. That range gives you the
mana burn as well too. Is pretty ridiculous. That ability as the game progresses gets absolutely insane. And we do know this is a pretty greedy draft. Even though there's a Chen, which is kind of like anti-greed, which is more of like an early game pressure hero. The other picks are like Darkseer, Terrorblade, Invoker. These heroes just continue to scale pretty ridiculously. This Dream spotted bottom, but you also sees GH with that Sentry Ward. So GH is going to be pushed away.
Oh, they're so afraid. GH, usually a signal that there's more heroes behind him. Darkseer was just clearing out that wave. And Enigma and continuing to take a hold of this map.
So we have a pretty cool concept coming into play because we don't see Chen, right? But we did see an early pick Invoker. So he is queuing up the shard. I know you were talking to me about it. This is actually a save mechanic inside Chronosphere.
Oh yeah, it is.
So that is actually something pretty cool that we could see coming into play later on when Kuro does finish it. As they're actually, it looks like maybe they're even giving him some farm for it. Because, I mean, that could be huge, right? A Chronosphere only catches 1 or 2 heroes. If he's able to send them back to base, reset the fights, that could be pretty massive. So that's actually pretty cool. We'll see if that does actually end up happening.
Actually, really great. Yeah, he's going to have the 4 staff and that shard save.
Yeah.
I guess it's because they changed it around a bit with Kotal and the Chen, right? It literally sends you back to Fountain, doesn't it?
Sends you back to Fountain, yeah. It's small cast range, so it's only 600. Okay. So it's actually not as much as usual. Sometimes you'll find, you know, like a telescope or something a little later on. They will help you out, so we will see if that does happen.
It's like the old combo we used to see with Storm, like ball lining out of base with that, with that on him, or the old punch hooks back in the Fountain. Oh, hello, Dream. Good stuns and Sunstrike meatball. He's a faceless void.
He's fine.
He's fine with the time walk.
Both health talents as well. We see the 9 strength and 300 HP talent, so he's just fine versus this aggression. He also has Pupil's Gift, so even more strength on top of all of it there to be tanky.
2,500 HP.
Yeah. So let's see. They also can. Who's actually ones who can potentially still go for Boots of Travel? I think it's just Miracle, because that's usually the way you want to do it, right? You send them back, they box right back into the fights. So timing's not coming out for Nigma. Ags is done on the Invoker too. So they are still in a strong moment here, but Dream, he is still keeping up net Blade, which is huge as a Void.
Oh, he is, yeah.
Usually the TB, this is where we start to see, like when this starts to slow down, the TB starts to pull ahead, but the LTW, these 2 deaths definitely hurt him a bit. And
the first hit bash, he finds the Nyx Assassin. Afla's there to help him out with a bit of stun and disable from that Atos. And Dream, that time walks straight into the camp.
Yep.
You're not in it. Well, they're drawing the line across the Roshan. What's the time on that? Over a minute?
1 minute 15, yeah.
Still a little bit of time to play around with here then.
If they can get a pick off the next minute or so on the side of Gambit, they could be the ones that look to actually take it away from Nigma.
Especially on like the Invoker who just bought out all of his items, right?
Yes, he did.
I mean, buybacks now becoming increasingly important, especially on these support heroes.
We're seeing a lot more defensive warding coming out from Nigma now. It's actually very defensive warding also from the side of Gambit, just waiting for that Rosh, it does feel like.
That's a pivotal moment.
Oh, that is a rare talent I see right there. 40 attack speed on the Void. I'm not a big fan of this one normally, so we'll see. The time walk just works so well with the shard once you start getting it, once you get that advantage, but looks like he wants all-in damage for himself. Ends up hurting him. That time walk talent is busted. Once you shard, it is so broken.
You're jumping in and out over and over again.
The distance as well that you get with the cooldown just starts to get pretty ridiculous. So we'll see if that does actually hurt Dream, because I actually see like almost no Voids take that attack speed talent anymore.
Especially against the team you were mentioning, Nigma have struggles catching, right? Nyx Assassin, the vacuum, that's kind of it. Maybe Invoker Tornado can clip him. 3 couriers flying overhead, a squadron of couriers there from Nigma, probably going to smoke together. T-Illusions looking to scout out into that dire jungle top side. And Gambit grouped up in that mid lane.
So what they got? Invoker with Ags, they got Scotty on the Terrorblade, and it looks like Mind Control has an Aeon Disc at the ready to unlock. He sees an opportunity.
And Mind Control putting out all the Ion Shells he can. He's got that Blink Dagger jump with GH stun, and they've seen a target bottom. Faceless Void already TPing out though. So Dream dodges away from all that danger coming his way.
Much smoother game this time from Dream. Last game we saw him get caught twice as the knock. Some pretty precarious positions this time. Level 21, playing the map really smooth.
Now is it that? Yeah, I was going to say, is it their time to smoke? You know, we see one smoke kind of fail.
It's Rosh time.
It's Rosh time, let's go. And Gambit, what? Do you want to see them go into Rosh or like into Radiant Triangle and fake the Roshan, hold out for a fight?
I think they can start it. Dream can start to hit it at the very least because he's got Mask of Madness.
I ping it out.
It's going to get scouted right away.
I know exactly what's going on, and Nigma have got a long trek across the map. They've got to migrate from the bottom lane up towards Roshan. It's going to be a close call.
They'll see GH right away, too. They have the Warden Sentry outside. Yeah. They even see ILTW for a second.
Rosh is dead.
Too late.
They're still going to jump in with a 3-man back. No, and the catches 2 of the BKBs. Aflac and Dream able to turn back onto GH. Got Bruno as well. Looking at Blade, takes out the Nyx Assassin. No back on him, and Nigma falling apart around the Rosh pit. The Light Strike great to deal with some of these illusions. Well, Nigma want immersion, but he can't be found, and Dream just rolling straight on in with the help of immersion's Earth Spirit. Quick Light Strike great. Sheds are gone. A double kill for your Faceless Void after taking Roshan themselves.
Such a good, I mean, it's such a perfect timing really for the smoke, for them to actually get into the pit. A move from Nigma sends them all the way to the opposite side, and they can't actually make it in time. And that was their timing that they went for too. That was the Scotty, that was the Invoker X. They even popped the meta. ILTW now has no meta for the upcoming fight either, so it's going to give time for Chronosphere to come back up, and it's going to give time for Gambit to continue taking advantage of this map.
God. Oh, the Glimmer. It's a good tornado. I don't know if it'll finish him. It will, just about. I mean, what, is that Nigma losing track of the Roshan timer? I mean, they went down bottom to find the Faceless Void, but it felt like they should have been there a little bit sooner.
Just happens, Dream. He got it. I mean, it was just a great TP out. He read the movement. If he gets caught there, completely different situation where maybe they just get the...
Yeah, it's true. A good read by Gambit overall, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder now, a lot of these series going 1-1. What starts to happen if we've got a bunch of 1-1s in this wildcard?
Redo everything. Let's go.
Re-go. Best of twos again. Another round. It's starting to look like it might even go that way. I mean, Nigma taking Vici Gaming 1-1. This was a secret against Gambit as well. Yeah. Well, we're going to have a cracking wildcard here for WePlay AniMajor.
And it really is looking pretty tough now for Nigma to utilize the Chen at the maximum, right? They don't really have these great combos.
They're going for Miracle. Gunning for him inside that jungle. They've got Dust Reveal. They do clip him there as they merge and goes deep. Thunder from Dream. Jumped off the ILTW, but that Terrorblade's pretty damn strong. Clears through the Earth Spirit, no problem. And Gambit reconsidering their actions, but they do time up rewind in there with a nice blast. Terrorblade just gets demolished. No Sunder, no saves, no chance for ILTW. And Mind Control is on the run. They can't keep tabs on him. And Gambit, they strike real hard. They know the heart of the jungle.
They know there's no meta available, so the biggest team fight thing that they have to be worried about is just off the table. Even though they don't have Chrono, they have Aegis, they have Cheese, they have this huge power spike with them. They just chase forward. And Dream, nice plays there with his time walk for sure. The jump in and the jump out, then resets back with BKB. So no Sunder target. The poor TV is just standing there.
He's just going to go and try and 1v3 them here.
Sure.
He's running straight at this Chen. He knows that. Kuroki potentially a freebie. The Ice Blast, the Yule setup. Try and clip onto Mind Control as well. They've got a vacuum, Cataclysm, stun out from GA. Turn out from Miracle. They found the leader. The Chrono's required, but the other air onto Mind Control going to save him. And by the time as Dream focuses the next assassin. And plenty of stuns coming though. Carapace, Cold Snap, chaining up onto the Faceless Void. And Aegis is gone. Nigma, Miracle. The Invoker outplays. Fog is starting to happen. Penitence and Forge Spirits. They got much left in attack. Miracle's running low on mana and he gets dusted up. So the Ghost Walk not going to give him that ability to keep chasing forward. And Dream should be out of there with Mom and Time Walks.
They did not give respect to the fight when it was like all of them just like split up there. Nigma capitalizing here, finally getting a two-man stun into the Cataclysm. Nice deafening blast too, the disarm inside that Chronosphere. Even just for a second, it's effective.
Snap smoke.
And they're moving in.
They go straight towards Dream. He spends time walk. The stuns come. Dream is getting his BKB off, but the time walk on cooldown. He's dead. And ILTW, he's got meta going. This might even force a buyback out of Void, dare I say? Like, they can't go high ground though, can they? Still tier 2 standing.
Like Gambit splitting up, like Afterlife TP top to go do so. I'm not sure what he was actually doing with the Viper when the rest of his team was still looking for a fight all during this. Nigma capitalizes heavily after what looked like a bit of a big disaster there. Now they've got their meta. They're going to have to tier 2, and they've got Alacrity buff up.
Dire's middle tower
straight onto that tower mid.
Oh my.
Metamorphosis, what, for another 10 seconds or so?
Bottom tower has
push up to high ground here and just force the hand of Gambit to do something drastic. They've got Catapult, Forge Spirits. Now the Toxin placed down on the ramp. Slows the advance of Nigma for now, just for a second, as Mind Control blinks and surges. He was looking for that. One kill could be what tips the scales for Nigma here to just end the game.
Void still down for 30.
Didn't have to use buyback yet, though. And Nigma going to have to give up on their plans of pushing.
But, I mean, massive fight after what looked like they were going to get run over. Full BKB now comes out for Miracle. Full item also for the Terrorblade. Everyone just got so much gold influx to them because of that pretty big slip up from Gambit splitting up.
And Roshan negated, right? That second agent yourself. Tier 2s, maybe high ground push. But you look at the Radiant side of the map now. Every tower up top lane, tier 2 mid and bot lane. And Gambit might start to struggle to really close this one out. And 22 to 22. Slight net worth lead for Nigma. Again, back into the dead even game in terms of metrics.
And I don't want to say it, but you know that time walk cooldown when he BKB's there,
right.
His time walk would have been back up, Gary. That would have probably saved him in that situation there. So.
Literally 1 second cooldown difference between the Void surviving or dying.
They're still in an okay position. They still have very strong fight, especially when Chronos up and they know meta's still down. Now they still could look take some of them there, but they do have to be careful not to split up ever like that again. They cannot give these opportunities to Nigma when they had that type of lead.
And GH burrowing, hiding under the ground, setting up for a TV to try and split push a little further in that top lane.
Oh, he's just a nuisance too. I mean, 1 or 2 mana burns. Now that he's level 16, he's got max mana burn. 1 or 2 mana burns inside of these team fights is pretty ridiculous too. Like Lina, you got BKB, but if you don't use it right away, you get caught by a mana burn into a stun into another mana burn, you're out of the fight.
Yeah.
So Gambit does still have to be a bit careful with the way they position themselves. Need to get some of these Dream Chronos again, as he has a full butterfly now.
That's nice.
A bit more survivability for him versus the Terrorblade.
And Lina getting pretty big as well.
Yeah.
KB, BKB going back into Dragonlance, it looks like. Yeah, trying to pick that one up.
Yeah, a bit interesting how Dream went for just his own build. He just went for his own aggressive build rather than looking at the, I guess, the Elven Tunic in particular from that Terrorblade, plus the evasion talent. Could see these misses coming into play for sure. Sure, he's got a lot of attack speed because he has the talent and butterfly, but there's more evasion now on ILTW.
Middle tower
roll up to high ground, Immersion yet again leading the charge.
He has the gem too, so he wants to be the one in the front versus that Nyx.
Looks like Kuroki's Chen has already managed to get away from that dangerous area.
And he's got the shard now too on the Chen, important to point out. He did die on the courier earlier, but...
And Dire Vision still up on that high ground, a Miracle getting rolled towards.
He's speedy.
Speedy. Okay, yeah.
He's got BKB too, so he's a lot safer in a lot of these fights.
And look at GH. He's so emboldened by his axe pickup. He walks straight in towards them. The send back from the Chen. Oh, it's not going to be in time though. No. Miracle gets the BKB off, but the physical damage tripped through the Invoker, and he's dead for 70.
What's our time? 35 seconds till we find out that Roche. But their lanes, look at the lanes though from Gambit. They have to actually go back to top, back to bottom to push them out. So they get these this nice kill from this Chronosphere, these 2 kills, but can't actually turn it into anything else just yet.
From the back foot still, I mean, what? Speed illusions, Chen creeps, ion shells, everything making life difficult for Gambit.
Let's find out that Roche. 10 seconds, they have the illusion already in there.
There's a casual mango on the floor. And GHE again back into his position up towards top. Make sure that whoever shows up there is pestered and annoyed.
He can still set up with Cataclysm pretty easily too, whenever the Invoker does respawn.
1 minute 20 for Roshan.
Yeah.
A decent spawn time there. Everyone should be alive.
It's what, 1 minute 20 you said, right? So 80. Okay, so it's Chronosphere is pretty much going to be back up as soon as that Roche comes out. So maybe a pretty fortunate timing there for Gambit that it's not super fast.
It looks like both teams, they know that Roche could be up. They want to start smoking, find these team fights, especially for Gambit to set the lanes where they want them across the river. And Nigma just going to be holding their position now around the Roche pit. Radiant side just loves that triangle. Juicy smoke from Nigma coming out.
They've got meta.
They know that Dream is a little bit out in the open.
Yeah, no Chronosphere, and they have meta of their own, so they should feel pretty strong inside of the fight. And these, I mean, the lanes keep getting forced. Top wave, we have double siege wave coming into play. Illusions keep getting sent up there too, so they have to address it. Nigma trying to catch something while they are split up here a bit. They're all sticking together now. Rallied around the gem.
Yeah, stay tight to it.
Yeah. Play around this one ward vision was one ward that they do have on the high ground right now. Alacrity talent is taken now finally from Miracle. We see most of these invokers, of course, skip the rest of them because they're not that great.
TV is going to be a happy chappy.
It is pretty strong. 129 bonus attack speed and damage for an already monstrous TV.
Scanning for enemy.
What did he end up buying on that TV now? RTW.
He just got MKB.
MKB.
Yeah. He's got the Elven Tunic already built in for that evasion from earlier.
So I saw at one point, I don't know if you saw it, he had Diffusal Blade queued up for a second.
I saw him do that one of their games, but they were playing versus Medusa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's extremely effective damage item on agility heroes, as the damage is 100% of what you mana burn, especially with like illusion heroes too now. It's even it's different, but it's kind of just better than it was before. So it doesn't have a place.
Yeah, because he finished off the Scud instead of it. Looks like he just gave up on the idea.
Needs to be a little bit more tanky so it doesn't just get burst.
So irritating for Gambit though. Everywhere they move, there's a Forge Spirit, a TB illusion, something that's getting in their way.
Like bottom's gonna get pushed out right now. Nigma's wave is gonna continue getting forced out onto their side, and his other two lanes, Mind Control, keep seeing him ion shelling mid. TB sends illusions top, so it's very annoying actually for poor Gambit to get out on the map to look for the fight. They have Chrono though, so it happens soon, and they potentially do have the gold. They actually do have the gold right now for the Void, and if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they were trying to give Dream level 25. Yeah, they're all moving away from his XP, so nearly backtrack available for Dream 2, so pretty big.
That could be a turning point here for them.
They're both pretty close to 25. Lornov's a little bit too far, though. Dream. Another slip up there.
Illusion Room.
Feels the ghost walk for a second there. He knows that he's there. I want him to go finish for that 25, though. I think it's just too important. Like, he's just about to have the backtrack.
There's nowhere to farm though. Look, the TB illusion's cleared out his triangle. Everywhere else in his own jungle's gone.
Give him the lane. Give him mid behind him. Yeah, this is the play. This is good.
Because you can't go bottom, right? It's too far away from Roche Pit. You're just going to handing it over Roshan to Enigma.
No, this is good. Sit behind him in the mid.
TB illusions, ion shells.
An ion shell.
Oh, they're really
illusions.
Pissing him off.
Yeah. Also, now we did find a Timeless Relic. So damage,
so good.
Damage is going to be ridiculous with all the spells, but also we have to factor in the disarm. The disarm from the Deafening Blast also.
The duration.
The duration. Yeah, the duration plus your cold snaps and everything. It's going to be very strong. Can mess you up though. I've seen a lot of times with these tornado lift times. Yeah. You're just like, wait, this lasts forever now. So. Does have to be a bit careful there.
So you're hoping for them to have status resistance at that point.
Yeah.
Let's go, just drop quicker, please.
Which he does, you know, he does have SNYs.
That's true. Nice. Satanic now as well.
Yep.
So we hit 25, get the Satanic going.
What other items did we see picked up? Lornoff, he got himself a leveler. I believe the TB swap, the Elven Tunic for the leveler too. And Lornoff, he's also almost hitting his 25, so that attack range plus his Dragon Lines, he's going to be able to keep a distance and actually hit back the Terrorblade, perhaps, from that distance.
How are we looking on buybacks here? I mean, Chen, Invoker, Earth Spirit, the three with them. Lena will have hers soon.
Not many.
Really, not many at all. Well, it's going to be incredibly important for some of these heroes to buy back and get towards the Roche Pit again. Because that's definitely where the fight's going to start kicking off as the Void time walks straight into the pit. Thinks about starting it. Enigma are in the vicinity.
He does do it at full HP, but just has to be a little careful of this pesky GH. He's pinging. He knows that he's there, so does a little cautious. They're actually going to smoke and look for the wrap. It's caught though. The scan actually sees him.
Oh, and GH is going to get an abandon soon. He's been sat by the Roche Pit for a good 2-3 minutes, just burrowed in the ground. Well, there's smoke, like you say, coming across. Haste Rune.
They're not revealing it yet. They're not picking up the Haste Rune.
Not grabbing it.
This is the bait.
GH is going to pop the smoke there. They know exactly where he is. His Sentry Ward, Observer Ward down on the low ground. They silence and catch out the Nyx Assassin, but the Hand of God, is that enough? No way. Carapace, turnaround stun. Oh, he's dead though, with a vacuum into the wall. Good 4-step time walk from Dream. And Nyx Assassin dead for 1 minute. Knowing that he doesn't have buyback, so Nigma in a 4v5.
They popped the meta as well too, so they got to commit into this fight. Resetting.
Alright, trying to stick around in this pit. I think RTW wants to try and steal it.
He has to go for this because he has meta action.
But here comes the Ice Blast comes in as well, the Scythe of Ice. The Deafening Blast, no, the Sunstrike. Cataclysm coming to land in as well, but RTW's in trouble. Oh, he's sent back.
He dies.
He's still gone. And Mind Control on disc is popped as well. Here's Yule's up. Light Striker connecting. That's Roshan going to Gambit.
They had to try to commit though because they popped the meta and they didn't have any dieback from GH, but it ends up working horribly against them. As even though they get the send back, he dies in the base from the AA blast. So
middle tower just got knocked down.
Beautiful stuff from Gambit though. I mean that kill knowing, we looked at it knowing there's no buyback from the Nyx Assassin. Making sure they get that 1 kill, numbers advantage around the Roshan pit. And now, the world is their oyster.
GH stayed in the same place for just too long, and you can actually like save this Nyx Assassin perhaps if you can get in close enough for like a 4-step, but Kuroki couldn't, ILTW didn't want to, so he just gets chain silence and he's dead. He can't pop out of his burrow, he's just trapped inside the cage. Looked a bit weird because Dream, having to pop BKB and Satanic, but it ends up working just fine. They get Aegis, they get Cheese, and now they have a shard for the next fight too for the next Chrono.
And this Lena's becoming huge as well.
Yeah, she
is. Just picked up, so the right-click damage coming into the Chronosphere, that's going to be monumental from Lornoff.
And look at the distance.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Artillery cannon, 10 miles away, just pummeling the buildings. High ground time now from Gambit, it looks like as well, while Dream pushes up mid lane into the tier 3. GH has burned the majority of his mana though. Definitely bothering him as a good stun into Meatball. Side the Vice, vacuum back. Okay, though buys a bit of space for the Viper, half HP to run away.
but they're sieging two sides. Arnav is also pushing bottom. That's, you know, pushing into a Nyx high ground is quite pesky when they go for this Aghanims build. This is what you're supposed to do exactly. Split it up, go for two different sides while they do that setup there with the burrow.
And now Nigma all respawn.
They're chasing out.
Gambit trying to disengage, but Miracle, he's caught a glimpse of Afterlife. The BKB TP looks like it should be successful. There's nothing to stop him.
Nice. I was gonna say he should be fine. He's got Flicker too, so he can just, you know, dispel the cold snap and continue moving. But takes the safer route.
To bring down Radiant's top tower.
Okay, I'm in a very good position now here.
Yeah, what's the move from Nigma? Do you want to wait out this Aegis and hope to hold high ground, or try and get out on the map with split push like they were doing before?
I think if they just keep playing it too patient, it's going to play into this Gambit hand, actually. They'd have the potential for these crazy wombo combos, but yeah, I'm not sure it's different. Yeah, relying on it is quite complicated. And just relying on the Kuroki trying to save somebody inside of a Chronosphere is also just not really that reliable either, because it's 6 seconds. Like, that's the one thing about this. Back in the day, it used to, you know, it dropped down from like 6, 5, 4, maybe even down to 3 if maybe it was 4. But either way, like, this is 6 seconds. It's a very long time delay to get sent back inside of a Chrono. Literally the whole Chronosphere will be gone by then. Might have to preemptively do it.
Use it on someone, run them in, force out a couple of spells, and then kind of do that guerrilla tactics back and forth, kite them out.
It just feels very complicated for the win conditions now for Nigma team fights. They need some miraculous connections with every single spell.
And we're looking at him there.
We are.
That's the man. That Invoker right there. I do have a lot of buybacks on Nigma now as well. I mean, Darks is the only one without it, so that could be something that they use to their advantage.
I still see GH only with this Ags. He's got Aeon queued up. I can see why for like the survivability, but I feel like they need some other way to start fight. Actually just have a blink vacuum every single one of these, so it just seems really difficult for them.
Oh, misses out on his stun.
Uh-oh.
I think GH has been baited by his Invoker a little bit there, telling him to go on the Viper. And so the Nether Toxin, they'll whittle away at him little by little. And now, pick off on him.
I didn't get to point this out either, but Immersion finds himself a Timeless Relic, and he's got the +3 Geo Grip. Totally off the mark.
He was hunting for Miracle there.
He's got a Refresher Shard, but he actually, okay, he tips Miracle. I thought Miracle tipped him. All right. But yeah, let's look at the silence duration from this Earth Spirit now. So 6.5 seconds pre-debuff duration buff. So that's like a 9-second, just about a 9-second, yeah. It's going to be coming up from this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, good luck, honestly. What do we have? We've got BKB Invoker, Manta TB, but everyone else is kind of screwed, aren't they?
Nyx can't do anything. Darkseer can't do much of anything if they do get silenced up. He has Aeon Disc at least to proc and remove the silence, but if he gets put on him afterwards, yeah, my control also will have very difficult times. And they use the Chrono, but they've got a Refresher Shard, so Dream already moved that into his bags at the ready.
And boldly going up to that high ground again. He's got his BKB at the ready too. They back Hex. Got off onto the Faceless Void with a nice little wall stop there. They're going to take down the Aegis. Oh, it's below. He's still alive, but surely will die. First life gone. Pops that Sanding Ash. This is Metamorphosis from the TB. Needed to get to... Oh! Dream, what have you done? That's not the good one. Misses out on another Chronos. Miracle runs forward with the Cataclysm. Chases towards Lauren-Off, but the Lena's managed to escape thanks to the forces and low assaults from the rest of the team. Ancient Apparition, left stranded. Just get him. They've got the stun. Scythe device from the mind control too. And we're starting to see it. The Centaur army from... we mentioned it, what, a couple of minutes in. That's the chain stuns you need.
And Dream just completely whiffing 2 Chronospheres as well. Yeah. That is, oopsie. Maybe panicking a little bit when he gets vacuum hexed and double Centaur stop, but some big mistakes coming up from Gambit. Nigma capitalizes a bit here. Don't have meta for their push, but they're going to try anyway, now that AA is dead. Try to get some type of map control.
And again, looking at buybacks, you know, Nigma have all of theirs. 3 available for Gambit. As the high ground push coming from RTW. They've got Alacrity, they've got TB Illusions. They're not doing anything too rash though here. Slow and steady from Team Nigma. Don't want to give up any targets that could get jumped in. My control's positioning here, it really is that blink hex, blink back hex. And Dream is going to want to get caught. There we go with the meatball deafening blast. He's going to save him, going to get him out of there. Dream, he's nearly dead. Oh, he's gone. He's got buyback though, they've got to pop it. Turn this back around, but Afterlife is being blown up by RTW. But the TB, Laguna bladed, and Dream's buyback will open it up onto Kuro.
Again, I'd have to see a quick replay down. Dream kind of just panicked. He BKB'd, popped Satanic, had nothing to hit, and just ran around in circles. I think he could have just BKB'd in time. Bit of a mistake from him, and now he doesn't have buyback. This is now a concerning moment here for Gambit if he gets caught again.
Could be locked out.
Yeah, he actually just has to spend up his gold. He's going for Lincolns for himself to protect him from the vacuum hex that now has caught him off twice.
They're going to have double hex though now, aren't they? Like Invoker's nearly got his, and I guess he's waiting for buyback plus.
And his hex is a lot more impactful, of course, the Timeless Relic. So it's going to last even longer versus that Void. Dream making some big slip-ups for his team.
And here we have it.
We get to see this again. It looked like he had a moment, right? Because I think he got Lotus as well for a second to try to protect him, but...
Well, yeah, now he's fine.
Hey, he turned around. It's a little bit of a slip-up as the fight is going on in the base for a second here, but...
All right, pop BKB Satanic, and then he does have to buy back there, but Gambit on the once more.
ILTW not wanting to buy back himself.
Just give up the barracks, relinquish a little bit of room here.
GH.
Immersion onto GH. Light Striker 8, that's a tanky Nyx. Deep underground. So Gambit claim what they needed. It's buildings, objectives, themselves, that opening into the Radiant base, but it's not the killing blow yet, and that's what worries me about this Gambit side, is that the ability to finish.
It has to be like everyone's focus has to just be protecting Dream at this point. Lorinov, he's got buyback, everyone else just has buyback, but you need to just make sure that you can protect this Void. They have Force, but nobody else really has anything fantastic to kind of protect him with besides the Lotus on Afterlife. Who, speaking of Afterlife, has now hit 25, so we've got Nether Toxic with pretty much 0 cooldown now at this point, 3 seconds.
Nice.
So there's going to be multiple of these inside of the fights.
Well, it's our favorite time of the game again, Fogs. 10 seconds until Roshan respawns.
Yep.
The dance of death around the pit.
It's got to be so scary as Dream, too. They have more lives than you. Yeah. Nigma has 10 lives. You only have 7.
And you need Aegis on Dream at this point.
Or sorry, 8. Yeah, and you do need it, absolutely. He's got Lincolns to protect himself at least versus the initial hex, but now that you said, there is the double that can come out to trip him up. So he has to be very, very wary of his positioning. I don't think he can ever again really frontline like that until he has his buyback available in the next few moments.
Oh, Kuroki's got up. I don't know where the rest of his creeps are though. Maybe he's lost his Centaur army or something. No, they're all regrouping up together.
Hey, 1 potato's value.
Yeah, that
10%. It's like a pipe.
That cloak, super good against AA in particular.
Yeah.
And GH looking to scout out around the Roche pit again.
35 seconds.
That's a fast one. Speedy spawn. Miracles out on the map. Any stragglers, anyone that wants to risk their life to push out a wave?
Lorinov doesn't even know what to buy anymore. He's almost full slotted. He's got, of course, the Ags and the Shard and stuff like that, but it doesn't really fit with his build right now, so going for Aeon perhaps next.
Especially when it comes down to these buybacks, the ability to stay alive, not get burnt. Aeon Disc is incredibly important for you.
Yeah, and he's got bots too, so he can buy back and join right on top of the fight. Doesn't have to worry about not having an outpost or something along those lines. That's because the continued pressure keeps coming out. Nigma, Fort Spirit's bottom, Iron Shell plus TB Illusions on another lane. So it is still the same thing that Gambit keeps having to react to. That might give Nigma an opportunity to sneak in and catch somebody off guard. AA does not have buyback. It's still a pretty big kill, even if they find EZZ, who's pretty far out right now.
Do they see him? I don't think they do. They spot Immersion.
They
have taken down BZZ, but they know Immersion is a target that could potentially go. Now the start of the vacuum back with a Scarlet going. Immersion rolls away thanks to BKB and the Chrono. Cataclysm going to come and land in onto a couple of Gambit guys as BZZ's blown up, but RTW survives. Gets away from the Chrono. Immersion destroyed. A double for Miracle. And now Dream's the one in trouble. Oh, Faceless Void. Without buyback, you've got to really hold on for dear hope here that your teammates can respawn because you've got no Chrono, no AA.
He didn't know who to hit. He had no targets there. He just continues hitting GH, who has an Aeon Disc propped. He's in the burn. Then he switches to TV for a second. He's panicking. I mean, Dream is really starting to crumble a bit here.
And they've still got these Forged Spirits, and it looks like they'll try and level out the barracks in the mid lane. Turnerblade still has the meta going. Time dilation for the tornado. Oh, Faceless Void. Dream the chain stun. The stun for EMP. He's been caught out. He's dead. He's gone for 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Nigma find the 1 kill they needed to secure this game. And Afterlife, he's just going to fall flat on his face here, I think. He's dead. A double for RTW. Quick thunder back. Gets the triple kill going. And Gambit completely out of contention. GG's called.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Gambit had this game in the bag.
Chen winning a game.
Chen wins a game, but also in the manner that they end up losing. A Chronosphere whiff in the bottom lane, a refreshed Chronosphere whiff in the mid lane into a Chronosphere on the wrong targets. Nigma must be celebrating there. Mind Control with the refresher at the end there, popping off, and My God, they've actually done it. The chain stun's coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, great itemization. The hexes you mentioned, the Vakita hex, then the stomps. We saw, what, 2-3 centaurs from Kuroki, showing Chen is still a relevant hero. And
yeah,
we didn't get to see too much of the shard, did we?
No, we actually did. We saw one send back that didn't actually do much of anything. So.
Oke, check sound 1 2 3 1 2 3. Alright, let's go. Sudah berakhir series kedua dari hari pertama. AniMajor dari Kiev Ukraine ya. So far result yang keluar menurut gue di sini cukup mind blowing. Melihat di mana pada game pertama, bukan game pertama, di series pertama tadi. Dari series pembuka di day pertama pada hari ini, Vici Gaming bisa seri dengan tim Nigma. Even sebenarnya di game pertama tuh menurut gue Nigma masih bisa menang, but yeah, shit happens. So Nigma harus puas dengan 1-1 untuk series pertama. And then dari stream sebelah, dari stream A atau grup A, Secret diseriin coy sama AS Monaco Gambit. Gue gak ngerti lagi. Game pertama oke, gue lihat update menang. Gue pikir bakal 2-0 kan. AS Monaco bisa seriin. Itu tanpa Noan loh. Tanpa Noan dan juga Soneko. Tapi nggak, gimana ya, bukan menutup kemungkinan orang-orang yang menggantikan mereka itu kalah jago dari mereka sehingga menurunkan kualitas. Enggak. Dari match tadi AS Monaco lawan Nigma, menurut gua AS Monaco Gambit sendiri memiliki strong point dari komposisi tim masing-masing ya. Even dari game pertama menurut gua itu kalah telak, dan di game keduanya ini bisa saling ngedrag late game. And then untuk series kedua di stream sebelah, Execration seri dengan Invictus Gaming, di mana menurut gue di sini Execration membuktikan kualitas dia sebagai tim yang bisa lolos untuk mendapatkan tiket wildcard dari DPC di Southeast Asia. Bukan bermaksud untuk menyinggung Fnatic, tapi Execration di sini bisa menunjukkan kapasitas mereka gitu. Even mereka baru ketemu region tetangga, Invictus Gaming. Alright, gue bakal lanjut di sini ke series ketiga untuk hari ini sebelum nantinya kita beranjak ke series keempat atau series terakhir. Untuk hari pertama, AniMajor di Ukraine. Oke, bentar dulu, gue cek dulu dari schedule-nya di Wikipedia. Oh ya, buat kalian yang pengen tahu info lebih lanjut untuk bracket, sudah gue taruh linknya di description, bisa langsung kalian klik untuk lihat di Wikipedia. Or for info lebih lanjut, lu bisa klik link di description box juga ke official website dari WePlay-nya sendiri gitu, untuk mengetahui info-info lanjutan mengenai AniMajor hari ini, or maybe di season ini. Oke, untuk series ketiga, gue bakal nyebrang kayaknya ke grup A, di mana gue melihat grup A ini bakal jadi match berdarah. Karena setelah ketemu Nigma, Vici Gaming bakal bertemu dengan tim Secret. Sebenarnya series di grup B nggak kalah seru, di mana Execration bakal ketemu Ice Monaco Gambit. But, gimana ya, gue lebih pengen nge-cover Vici Gaming Secret sih, melihat ya bosan aja sih gue ngelihat region saya, jujur. Even secara game baru ketemu Invictus Gaming gitu, region tetangga. Oke, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, gue bakal ganti ini dulu bentar dari judul Vici Gaming. Ngapain pakai tim secret aja. Nah, grup A. Oke, kita ganti thumbnail terlebih dahulu, ubah Vici Secret. Simpan. Alright. Oke. Sudah dimulai. Match pertama di seri ketiga untuk hari pertama AniMajor di 2021 ini. Vici Gaming ketemu tim Secret. Lagi-lagi match Eropa ketemu region Eropa ketemu region China. Gue penasaran bagaimana eksekusi tim Secret melawan Vici Gaming di sini. Melihat dari tim Nigma sendiri bisa dibuat kewalahan sama tim Vici Gaming untuk di game pertamanya ya.
5 seconds remaining.
And I welcome you guys, game pertama series ketiga. Let's go.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Buat lu semua yang mau nonton siaran langsungnya tanpa kena delay, lu bisa datang ke link yang udah gua taruh di description box. Ada official streamnya di Twitch. Lu bisa klik yang WePlay biasa, WePlay Dota, bukan WePlay Dota B. Karena kalau misalkan WePlay Dota B itu bakal mengarahkan lu ke match Ice Monaco Gambit lawan Execration.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Alright, untuk match pertama di sini tim Secret bakal main di Radiant side dan Vici Gaming bakal main di Dire side. First banning phase dari Vici Gaming menghindari Enchantress di sini. Melihat track record tim Secret, Enchantress-nya Papi itu benar-benar annoying parah sih. And then dari tim Secret langsung respect ban ke arah Nyx Assassin, di mana Nyx Assassin ya bisa dibilang hero support 4 yang punya pick rate tinggi lah untuk banyak tim di berbagai region. Dan last ban untuk banning phase pertama ke arah Brood Mother, classic banning phase, and then disusul Ancient Apparition.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke, di sini waktu menunjukkan jam 11:30 ya. Melihat jadwal yang di luar dari schedule ya, gue nggak heran gitu. Karena pertama ini event LAN, ditambah juga diwajibkan protokol ketat. Maybe itu merupakan salah satu hal yang menyebabkan banyaknya trouble or something gitu sampai ngedelay pertandingan dari schedule, ditambah durasi dari pertandingannya yang nggak nentu. Oke, dari banning draft pick ya, pick round pertama dari kedua tim, dari Vici Gaming udah ngamanin Shadow Demon dan juga Centaur Warrunner. Dan dari tim Secret udah ngamanin Hoodwing di sini.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke, untuk Vici Gaming sendiri, maybe ini bakal jadi classic lane dari Centaur Warrunner lawan bersama Shadow Demon yang bakal main di offlane.
Here's the Radiant Band.
Dan tim Secret langsung ngamanin Puck untuk Nisha. Oke, melihat tim Secret mendapatkan first pick di sini ke arah Hoodwing, Vici Gaming langsung melakukan antisipasi pick dengan mengambil Shadow Demon. Menurut gua dengan adanya disruption di sini bisa nge-save in case dari tim Secret bakal di-engage sama Hoodwing. Ada corn shot, buzzwhack, or maybe nangkep pada saat Hoodwingnya melakukan scurry. Lari di pepohonan, tembus udah kayak Tram Protector. Dan untuk Centaur Warrunner ya classic pick untuk diambil di pertama-tama sih. Dengan landing stage yang bisa dibilang bisa diadu, and then dia punya Stampede nantinya yang bisa nolongin
5 seconds remaining.
Rekan-rekan tim yang lain gitu kalau misalkan kena engage or something. Oke, masuk ke banning phase kedua di sini. Tim Secret udah nge-ban Dragon Knight dan juga Templar Assassin. Melakukan deny pick untuk menghindari Vici Gaming bisa ngacak-ngacak perang maybe untuk mid ke late game ya. Dari Templar Assassin yang bisa gampang nge-break coil, Dragon Knight yang match up-nya kuat ngelawan Puck dengan Dragon Bloodstone dan juga Breath of Fire. Dan dari Vici Gaming sendiri menghindari match up yang bisa dibilang kuat untuk melawan Centaur. Udah ada Morphling dan juga Ursa Warrior.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Oke, banning phase kedua masih berlanjut. Tim Secret masih belum menentukan hero terakhir yang bakal di-ban di sini.
Dire's ban now.
Void Spirit, oke. Klasik match up untuk Puck juga sih di sini. Kayaknya tanpa gua kasih tahu juga gimana ya, banyak gitu tim-tim yang ngepick Void Spirit untuk ngelawan Puck gitu. Spirit Family lah lebih tepatnya, baik itu Void, Ember maupun Storm.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dan Faceless Void langsung diamanin di sini sama Vici Gaming. Hero yang sedari tadi diambil sama Poyoyo. Gue nggak tahu dia di MMR sebenarnya nge-spam Faceless Void apa enggak, tapi dari series pertama untuk AniMajor season 2021 ini ya Faceless Void-nya Poyoyo sih nggak yang jelek banget gimana gitu. Alright, dan last band dari Vici Gaming udah ada Doom ternyata di sini. Langsung nyelamatin slot untuk Faceless Void.
Dire's turn to pick.
Dan dari tim Secret, classic pick di sini ada Red King yang bakal ngebadanin team fight untuk nge-waste big ultimate dari tim Vici Gaming. Ada Demonic Purge, ada Stampede, ada Chronosphere dari 3 hero yang udah di pick Vici Gaming di sini. In case kalau misalkan Red King-nya yang bakal di engage gitu.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Grimstroke. Dan langsung ambil Grimstroke, ternyata dari Vici Gaming bakal ada double Demonic Purge or maybe double edge.
Here's the Radiant band.
Slardar langsung diamanin sama tim Secret juga. Maybe bakal dimainin sama Zai di sini. Melihat Slardar support itu meta lama banget sih. Tapi nggak tahu juga.
10 seconds.
Maybe menurut gue ini deny pick dari tim Secret ke arah Hoodwing sih. Tapi nggak juga ya. Di Vici udah ngambil Centaur buat offlane. Nggak mungkin ngambil Slardar untuk safe lane di sini. Untuk mid maksud gue. Oke, untuk 4 hero pertama dari tim Secret di sini, menurut gua last picknya akan berada di tangan Papi, atau maksud gua untuk hero-nya Papi di sini. Dan dari Vici Gaming sendiri kekurangan mid lane. Ember Spirit langsung di ban di sini sesuai suggest gua. Keluarga Spirit yang emang benar-benar bisa match up untuk laning phase bersama Fuck.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Warlock ban. Menarik. Bakal ngacak-ngacak perang pakai Fatal Bond dan juga Chaotic Offering, mengganggu durasi dari Chronosphere menurut gue di sini. And then bakal nge-backup perangnya pakai Shadow Word. Apalagi kalau udah Aghanim Shard gitu kan, itu bakal jadi setup yang rapih banget harusnya dari tim Secret. Oke, last band dari tim Secret. Udah ada Kunkka di sini. Oke. Nggak deny untuk Hoodwing sama Pak sih. Menurut gua. Dari X-Mark the Spot dan juga Torrent. Even Pak punya face shift. Ya kalau misalkan dia main Orchid, kalau gitu. Ya paknya bakal gampang di engage, ditambah Hoodwing gitu yang bakal gampang cabut pakai Scurry, itu bakal gampang banget nanti setupnya. X-Mark the Spot, Torrent, ada Hoofstorm juga. Belum lagi Soulbind dari Grimstroke yang bisa mencegah Hoodwingnya untuk kabur. Dan Winter Wyvern yang dipilih langsung sama Vici Gaming, deny pick langsung ke arah Vessel's Void di sini, di mana? Dari Winter's Curse-nya bakal bahaya banget. Dan last band dari Vici Gaming udah ada Phoenix. Mungkin Winter Wyvern-nya bakal Yabzor sih di sini. Kangen gue Winter Wyvern Yabzor bikin Milestorm, Shadowblade sama Orchid ya. Anjir gak jelas banget. Itu Winter Wyvern-nya peres banget sampai peres. Oke, thank you buat yang masih nonton di sini. Gue nggak tahu lu siapa, tapi thank you udah mampir ke stream gue. Dan Vici Gaming langsung ngamanin Bristleback ternyata untuk last pick di sini. Oke, so itu dia guys, draft pertama dari series ketiga dari AniMajor, presented by WePlay Esport di sini. WePlay Esport atau apa gitu gue nggak tahu. Sorry, admin.
Alright, so far dari tim Secret, Winter Weapon-nya dimainin sama Yapsor. Oke, so far di sini tim Secret melakukan pick yang cukup strong untuk nge-counter Vici Gaming, tapi gua nggak tahu nih, Bristol back mid ngelawan Pak. Ini bakal jadi strong landing untuk Bristol back-nya, dimana dari Quill Spray-nya itu bakal ngeganggu Pak banget, dimana Pak juga untuk early-nya lembek gitu. Even dia main botol sama Magic Wand, ya bakal tetap keharas aja. And then dari tim Secret punya Slardar yang bisa ngasih corrosive haze. Untuk team fight-nya bakal strong di tim Secret di sini menurut gue. Even Vici Gaming masih punya setup yang bisa dibilang sama kuatnya sama tim Secret. Tapi kita lihat aja nanti bakal kayak gimana. Karena ini masih suggest dari intuisi gue sendiri. And here we go guys, let's jump to the game series ketiga. Dari Secret melawan Vici Gaming. Let's jump to the game.
Prepare for battle.
Oke, dari kedua tim udah mencar ke beberapa lane masing-masing di sini. Nisha langsung masang observer ward offensive di area high ground musuh, di area mid lane, di area tangga atas. Bakal mencoba untuk nyari posisi dari observer ward-nya Vici Gaming di sini. Dipasang bannernya Artezi gak tuh? Church of Babaev.
それはどうかな。
Matumbaman ketemuan sama Old Eleven dari atas. Udah ada offensive ward juga di sini di area jungle bawah dari Vici Gaming. Dan maybe Bounty bakal 2 untuk 2. Poyoyoyo bakal match up sama Zai. Enggak, bakal dibadenin aja. Sementara dari bawah udah ada Arctic Bird commit ke arah Old Eleven, Illusory Orb. Bakal lompat dari paknya, enggak, Red Fire Blast masih terkena movement slow. Hoofstorm yang bagus banget di sini. Tapi right click masih ada Stroke of Fate juga dari Diwa yang memberhentikan pergerakan. Right click dari PYW. Papi udah sekarat di sini, harus menjaga jarak terlebih dahulu. Masih punya 2 set Tango di sini. Stroke of Fate masih ditahan, berhasil digocek sama Yapzor. PYW udah ready dari disruption dan bakal strong untuk team fight-nya di sini. 2 support gak berhasil ngambil Winter Wyvern-nya ternyata. Oke, dari Grimstroke-nya langsung ngebantu Poyoyo di area atas. Zai keharas dari right click-nya DY di sini. Even dia support, kalau misalkan didiamin yang disturbing, damage-nya juga lumayan gitu dengan tambahan verifier untuk early-nya. Bermain aggro. Stroke of Fate bakal saving range creep sebentar lagi. Yapzor udah ikutan juga ngebantu di area atas. Red Fire Blast, Hoofstorm masih bisa bertahan dari Old Eleven, dikasih disruption. Nice setup dari PYW di sini. Old Eleven bakal survive di lane dengan adanya healing salve yang udah di pop up.
Finally came up for air.
Di area mid lane, Ori under health di sini. Tapi nggak menutup kemungkinan dia nggak bisa threat hit sama Nisha gitu. Dari jangkauan quill spray yang jauh, memukul Nisha ke belakang, memaksa dia untuk ngagro, itu bakal ngeganggu landing stage dari Nisha juga gitu. Maybe bakal seberang-seberangan dari landing stage-nya Nisha di sini, maybe ya. Seberang-seberangan gitu kan, dari wave sini main ke sini, ditarik ke sini, ngambil. Dan di area atas Poyoyo ternyata berhasil dapetin kill kalau seladar. Ada sakat dari Inkswell DY kayaknya di situ yang connect. Early advantage untuk Vici Gaming di mana Poyoyo yang berhasil dapetin last hit-nya. Bakal mempercepat dia untuk jadiin item. Bermain dengan Magic Wand dan udah megang boost of speed di sini. Oke, Ori stacking aja di small camp mid. Warning Reef ngasih silence. Ori bakal tetap ngebadanin wave-nya sekaligus nahan damage dari Nisha. Nah kan ini yang kayak gue bilang. Oh enggak, paknya ngambil bounty doang. Gue kira bakal kesini nantinya. Wave-nya udah jalan soalnya dari tadi. Oke, Nisha ketinggalan chance untuk ngambil wave di sini. Bisa lah 2 hit, 2 creep tadi berhasil di-deny sama Ori. Waktunya ngambil stakan. Dia tinggal balik badan dengan Bristol back level 2 plus quill spray bakal strong banget di sini ngambil stakan di early. Wanding Rift, Nisha masih bisa engage di sini. Udah low health dari Ori-nya. Nggak punya illusory orb, kalau punya mati sih itu. Masih punya botol charge di sini, bakal predict atau enggak? Enggak. Dia langsung ngamanin power rune di arah bawah. Ori nggak berhasil terbang Nisha-nya, berhasil ngegocek. Right click ke area atas. 1 hit lagi untuk Ori-nya. Dan masih bisa survive. Gue kira bakal miss gitu. Nggak miss aja, gue udah merinding anjir. Gue kira bakal mati. Patumbaman bermain dengan bracer di sini untuk nahan DPS dari Shadow Demon. First item sepatu plus level 2 dari Shadow Poison itu udah bikin bete banget sih. Even Red King punya Vampiric Spirit di sini untuk lifesteal-nya. Oke, masuk ke menit 5 dari segi last hit di sini Ori masih jadi peringkat pertama. Even dari Nisha-nya dia punya 3 deny di sini. Tapi itu nggak jadi masalah di mana dari Bristol back-nya bakal gampang untuk ngambil camp dengan bentuk full spray dan juga Bristol back-nya. Untuk Poyoyo dia udah megang Glove of Haste di sini. Untuk menambah attack speed, bikin ke arah power thread. Power thread udah dikirim, berbekalkan 1 salve juga di sini. Maybe bakal rotasi dari Grimstroke-nya. DY melihat menit ke-6 sebentar lagi bakal dimulai. Stacking terlebih dahulu. Double stack dengan Stroke of Fate turun ke area bawah. Power rune akan berada di area bawah. Dikasih disruption, Nisha masih bisa survive di sini. Berhasil dapat regeneration rune lagi lah, itu berapa banyak coy. Camp stack-nya di area ancient bakal ngeboost network banget ini dari Bristol back ya. Regen coy. Dengan ngebadanin camp stack sebanyak ini, durasi dari regennya nggak bakal habis. Facebook tinggal beli di sini. Kayaknya bakal gerak ke arah Hood of Defiance sih untuk ngetengin badan terlebih dahulu. Stroke of Fate. Ditahan animasinya. Poyoyo masih berusaha untuk ngambil Wheel Creep di sini. Bash of the Beat kena, Slithering Crush. Time Walk masih dilakukan. Ngusir aja dari Zai. Di area bawah, Matumbaman udah megang Facebook di sini lagi diantar. Red Fire Blast, Papi, a Corn Shock Bushwhack terkena stun. Masih strong dari ult 11-nya dan Vanguard-nya baru lagi diantar. Full stop, ada teleport juga. Commit dari Stampede di sini, double edge. Papi berada dalam masalah. Poyoyo bakal ngeluarin Chronosphere di sini dan dapetin kill ke arah Matumbaman. Dengan reincarnation yang nggak punya mana, nice setup di sini dari Vici Gaming. Dan Papinya berhasil survive. Udah punya Skuri di awal-awal, maybe dipakai tadi pas dikejar sama Centa. Oke, Centanya udah tukeran lane di sini. Poyoyonya bakal lagi si bawah. Retaliate level 3. Udah ready, bakal strong kayaknya lawan Zai. Dan Ori berhasil dapetin pick off ke arah Yabzor di area mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff win.
Bermain sendirian maybe untuk nge-backup network dan dapetin bonus XP. Ori TP ke area atas, langsung melakukan aggressive move ke arah Zai. Matumbaman udah mulai ngedeket dikit. Teleport dari Absornya, ngebantuin di area bawah, di area atas. Splitter Blast yang udah ready untuk level 2 di sini. Maybe bakal coba nge-push wave, ngambil tower, cicil sedikit demi sedikit. Vampiric Aura dari Matumbaman juga bakal ngebantuin cicil tower gitu.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Falcon Blade untuk Yabzor di sini. Arctic Burn keluar. Fire Blast udah ready dari Hood of Defiance. Ori mencoba ngebelakangin badan dulu biar pistol backnya aktif dan Matumbamannya juga mundur. Oke, Facebook juga ready. Masuk menit 9, menit bounty. Diamanin aja sama Nisha. Nisha dapetin free lane di sini.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Papi masih melakukan control crit di sini dengan pulling ke area small camp.
Dire's top tower.
Area mid Stampede keluar. Park berada dalam masalah dari Nisha-nya. Nice setup dari Phantom Embrace, gak ngasih dia cabut.
Is about to take the plunge.
Dapat buayanya mati, ngasih possess smash. Anjir, hoki banget anjir nih Ori. Buayanya ngasih possess smash gak tuh? Gak jelas. Corrosive Haze ke arah range creep Zai. Dapat Haze rune. Di backup dengan Arcane Boots juga dari PYW. Ini Ori bisa lengkap orang sih. Time dilation dikeluarin ke arah Yabzor, langsung melakukan Cold Embrace di sini. 3 orang bakal dive. Ada Ingswell juga yang ready. Poyoyo bakal dapetin kill ke arah Yabzor. Setup Dream Coil kena ke arah 2 orang, 3 malah di sini, dan double kill untuk Nisha ke arah Out11 juga di white. Chrono Spear nggak berhasil nangkap siapa-siapa. Terkena Corrosive Haze, masih bisa nge-backup darahnya dengan menekan Time Walk. Ori bakal mundur dulu bersama dengan Poyoyo. Fail setup anjir di sini, rugi banget, dimana ult 11-nya mati hanya demi untuk seorang Yabzor, ditambah nge-waste dari Chronosphere. Bermain dengan menggunakan Maelstrom untuk first item. Oke, ada setup Kingswell di sini. Matumbaman masih bisa ngeluarin bareng Fire Blast. Nasal gue dikeluarin, udah ada Warpath level 2. Level 1 di sini Matumbaman terkena damage yang sangat sakit. Ke-trigger dari Reincarnation. Aktifin Haste Rune, dan ini sekarang turning point dari Vici Gaming. Dikasih Phantom Embrace, sorry. Haste Rune aktif. Mananya juga udah tipis nih dari Ori. Ada engage lagi dari Kingswell. Nice setup. Siap shooter, tapi Matumbaman bakal mati di sini dengan bantuan PYW. Nggak ada commit dari Demonic Purge, tapi dari Shadow Poisonnya udah lebih dari cukup untuk bantuin Orinya ngeharas. Zai tinggal 100 gold lagi untuk jadiin Blink Dagger.
We see you.
Bakal coba nge-create space untuk Matumbaman di sini dengan dagger yang udah ready nanti. Tinggal follow up ke arah Nisha, tapi di area mid lane udah ada commit dari Dream Coil, terkena silence dari Warning Rift, dan ult Eleven nggak bisa ngebadanin damage yang masuk dari Absorb dan juga Nisha. Bergerak ke area atas, Matumbaman bakal main Amulet of Mordigian ternyata di sini. Dia nggak main ke area Radiance, or maybe bakal main ke area Radiance nantinya. Bikin Morbid ya untuk ngebantuin farming. Kok Morbid Armlet, ya ampun. Di area bawah, Papi, Inkswell masih belum ada Phantom Embrace di sini, bisa cabut dengan menggunakan Scurry. Teleportation masih ready. Tapi di area atas, Poyoyo berhasil di setup di sini. Sama 3 hero dari tim Secret, ada Winter Curse yang kebuang untuk ngedapetin 1 orang Poyoyo. Checking di area atas, ada Observer Ward. Dengan Falcon Blade yang udah ready, Arctic Ward-nya bakal sakit banget sih dari Absorb. We see you di area bawah, Inkswell Phantom Embrace di sini. Papinya ketangkepan. Dibalikin, masih bisa Scurry, Phantom Embrace lagi. Zai udah follow up juga nih, ngasih Corrosive Haze, Split Ring Crash Connect di sini. Bushwhack dan DY yang bakal mati. What the hell? Terlalu terburu-buru dari DY-nya, dan tidak ada backup juga dari Ori. Oke, Vanguard udah dipegang sekarang dan bakal langsung rush ke arah Lotus Orb nantinya. Oke, melihat masuk ke menit 14, gue bakal ganti ke arah network di sini, di mana Ori sekarang menjadi top networknya dengan 7.200 gold. Gue nggak heran, tapi ada Coil Comet di sini. Berikut juga Stampede, terkena stun. Nice banget dari Bash of the Deep dan terlalu sakit. Berkat adanya Corrosive Haze dari Zai, ult 11-nya berhasil di pick off lagi di sini. Dapat Regeneration Rune juga untuk Nisha-nya di area atas.
Regeneration.
Dire have the spyglass at hand.
Oke, sekarang Poyoyo bakal mode petani di sini, bakal ngejar SNY untuk tambahan status resistance dan juga agility untuk perang dan juga farming. Papi bermain dengan medalion ternyata dia di sini. Yabzornya langsung ke Aghanim Scepter dong. Infinity Arctic Burn, Comet Smoke dari tim Secret. 3 orang gerak langsung ke area bawah. Dream Coil ready dalam 8 detik dan ini bakal jadi setup yang rapih banget harusnya. Di area bawah ada Obje Eleven yang mencoba defense. Nisha masih menahan Dream Coil di sini, nunggu wave maju. Pecah dari Smoke, Splitter Blast, Corrosive Haze. Ngasih silence pakai Warning Rift, masih bisa di defense pakai disruption. Coil connect, Sharpshooter juga connect tadi Splitter Blast kedua dari Yabzor. Dan ult 11 mati lagi coy. 4 kali mati di 16 menit pertama di game ini. Hampir setiap 4 menit dia mati. Menuju Hood of Defiance di sini. Inkswell defensif, gak connect, Bushwhack dikasih Warning Rift juga, di match terlalu sakit dan Nisha bisa dapetin mega kill streaknya. Ori mencoba untuk engage di area depan. Poyoyo masih menyimpan dari Corona Sphere-nya, Sharpshooter connect tapi masih terlalu tebal dari Bristol Bat. Even udah ada Corrosive Haze bantuan dari Zai. Matumbaman bergerak ke arah Desolator maybe di sini dengan 1 Mithril Hammer tersisa dan punya Blightstone. Matumbamannya bakal main right click di sini, bukan yang tanky banget. Dengan adanya Armlet sendiri, ya itu bakal ngasih keuntungan juga untuk Vampiric Spirit-nya Red King gitu. Nge-trigger dari lifesteal. Red Fire Blast di area mid. Ori bakal di-engage sama Matumbamen balik badan. Bakal main ngekait aja sih di sini. Udah megang plate mail juga. Dari Orinya bakal kuat, lumayan kuat untuk nahanin right click dari Matumbaman. Invisibility dipapau sama Pak di area bawah. Zai udah ngaktifin Guardian Rush di sini. Bushwhack dan nice skill setup ke arah PYW di area bawah. Zai
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Masih belum ada Q item selanjutnya di sini. Maybe bakal bikin BKB or maybe Assault Cuirass. Masuk ke menit 18 di sini, Paknya Nisha berhasil membalikan keadaan dengan 9.600 net worth yang udah dimiliki. Beda 300 dengan bristleback-nya Ori. Arctic Burn, Open Vision di sini di area bawah. Ori bakal coba diganggu untuk dapetin power doang. Lotus Orb ready sekarang. Bakal mentalin spell-spell dari Team Secret di sini, dari Fire Blast, Corrosive Haze, macem-macem dah. Poyoyo dari Change bakal coba untuk nyari Yasha sekarang. Pointnya masih belum bisa join perang sih di sini.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire are scanning for enemies.
Next item Ori, Aghanim Scepter. Bikin Nasalgunya area. Masih belum ada setup kayaknya yang bakal dilakukan oleh kedua tim. Menuju menit 20 berganti siang. Oke. Udah ada smoke ternyata sekarang. Matumbaman bakal coba open vision maybe. Or bakal mode petani. Oh enggak, ngamanin power dulu. Blink Dagger, Full Storm, Kingswell connect di sini. Zai loncat ke area depan, terkena Soulbind. Masih ada Disruption Defense dan nice Winter Curse ke arah Op 11 dengan Ori yang punya 5 set dari Warpath. Dan Orinya juga down. Efek break dan juga minus armor dari Corrosive Haze terlalu sakit. Poyoyo berhasil nangkepin posisi Nisha dengan Chronosphere, dipencet dengan menggunakan Bullwhip, dan Zai berhasil dapetin double kill ke arah PYW. It's a fine trade di sini, di mana Nisha-nya nuker 3 orang, di mana mid lane sama off lane-nya ketangkep lagi di sini. Sedih banget anjir gue ngeliat Alt 11, sumpah. 05 coy statusnya, baru punya Vanguard tambah Dagger doang. Roshan pertama bakal jadi Roshan yang cepat dengan bantuan medallion sama Corrosive Haze dan berhasil dimani sama Matumbaman. DY bermain dengan Aghanim Scepter di sini. Bermain dengan Dark Portrait, mirip-mirip skillnya Terror Blade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
SNY ready dari Poyoyo bakal gerak langsung ke arah Aghanim Blacking Bar sekarang. Bushwhack ngeganggu farming aja dari Poyoyo. Ada offensive ward juga di sini di area lane. Posisi dari Poyoyo sama DY harusnya ke reveal sih tadi. Di area mid lane, Nisha bakal gerak langsung ke arah kayak Ensange untuk nambah magic damage dan juga status resistance. Ori berhasil nemuin mantumbaman di area bawah. Bakal nahan aja di area low ground di sini. Biar dia nggak bisa farming di jungle-nya Vici Gaming, tapi di area bawah. Poyoyo bakal tele, Bashwe connect, nggak punya teleport tapi masih bisa cabut dengan menggunakan time walk. Nggak, ternyata ada coil connect dari Nisha-nya. Zai bakal loncat langsung, sharpshooter juga udah connect, terkena corrosive haze, nggak bisa kemana-mana dan harus down dari Faceless Void. Poyoyo. Waktu menunjukkan 22 menit, skor sementara 14-7 berbanding setengah dari torehan Vici Gaming di sini dengan 4.000 net worth lead dari tim Secret. Matumbamanya udah seketika menjadi peringkat 2 di sini dengan 11.400 gold.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Tower bawah berhasil dijebolin di sini sama tim Secret dan bakal coba untuk engage ke tower kedua. Tower pertama, sorry. Atau gue salah bilang. My bad. Fortify udah di pop up oleh kedua tim di sini. Dan tower bawah bakal jadi tower yang easy aja melihat masih ada Vampiric Spirit dari Matumbaman. Tele ke area atas Papi bakal coba pushing dari Ori sih di sini. Dua hero, Tele juga, Ori udah punya dagger juga dari Matumbaman. Red Fire Blast ini masih dikasih Bushwhack, dikasih Disruption Defense, ada Soulbind juga connect, ada dua hero dari tim Secret menangkap Nisha dan juga Matumbaman. Ke-trigger dari Incarnation dan Nisha ini harus down. Matumbaman masih bisa hidup dengan nyawa kedua dari Incarnation. Yabzor ketangkep dari Chronosphere Poyoyo dan bakal down dari Yabzornya. Zaya ready dari Blacking Bar, berhasil dapetin posisi PYW dari Shadow Demon-nya. Berlari ke arah belakang, masih sempat aktifin Corrosive Haze. Reincarnation kedua dari Aegis, Matumbaman masih bisa survive. Blink Dagger ke area bawah. Zai masih mencoba melakukan engage ke arah DY. Phantom Embrace ngeganggu pergerakan di sini dengan enggak adanya Guardian Sprint dan juga Corrosive Haze. Tower atas bakal dilepas sama tim Secret di sini karena terlalu banyak creep dari Vici Gaming. Oh enggak, di area belakang ada Red King Matumbaman yang gatel banget ngebelakangin Baswekonnya karena dua orang. Matumbaman masih melakukan right click, masih ada Lotus Orb yang ready juga dari Ori di sini. Bakal nge-kite dulu, terkena coil, bakal di break. Slithering Crush, Bash of the Deep gak bisa kabur. Fire Blast. Terlalu banyak disable yang numpuk di sini ke arah Poyoyo dan Out 11-nya mati coy. Matumbaman masih bisa ditangkap sama Ori. Nisha terkena Demonic Purge tapi berhasil dapetin double kill ke arah Shadow Demon-nya. Ori masih melakukan nasal Goosebump di sini. Lotus Orb backup, ada Yabzor juga yang naik ke area high ground dengan menggunakan Arctic Burn. 4 hero dilawan di sini. Sharpshooter, Bushwhack connect, efek break terlalu sakit. What a wipe out dari tim Secret di sini. Cuman nuker Matumbaman coy, 3 kali mati Matumbamannya. Reincarnation, Aegis mati beneran. Tapi berhasil dapetin wipe out. It's a nice play dari tim Secret. Poyoyo tinggal 1.200 gold lagi untuk jadiin Blacking Bar-nya di sini. Tapi Blacking Bar-nya Poyoyo nggak menjamin juga sih bakal menangin tim fight-nya atau enggak. Melihat Secret punya Zai gitu, yang Bash of the Deep bakal connect di hit keempat. Ditambah Corrosive Haze juga yang bisa ngasih vision. Aghanim Scepter sekarang ready dari Yabzor, Unlimited Arctic Burn untuk open vision. Berhubung sekarang malam juga bakal ada smoke setup dari Papi di sini. Aduh, sampai kenyang. Ready dari Solar Crash bakal strong banget untuk tim fight-nya dengan buff yang diberikan. Open vision pakai illusion-nya Nisha di sini. Di area mid ada Ori. Arctic Burn udah di commit, Nisha udah teleport tinggal menggunakan boost of travel. Nice setup dari Zai. Slithering Crush dikasih Phantom Embrace di sini, mundur dulu. Sharpshooter connect tapi masih bisa survive dari Ori-nya. Lotus Orb masih on, bakal mundur dulu dari tim Secret.
Aghanim Scepter tinggal 300 gold lagi dan wave ini bakal jadi gold untuk Aghanim Scepternya. Di area atas sudah ngamain outpost dari tim Secret, ada Out 11 juga yang ngumpet di pepohonan. Belum kedapatan vision dari Centaur Warrunner ya. Nggak mau engage juga maybe dari Stampede.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Oke, Black Kimba ready.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bakal coba untuk setup
Dire's
smoke.
top tower has fallen.
Aghanim juga udah dikantongin sama Ori di sini. Bakal strong sama sakit sih sekaligus dari Warped stacknya. Arctic Burn gampang aja untuk melakukan reward di area tebing. Arcane Rune lagi lah. Strong point Vici Gaming nih sekarang. Demi apapun. Red Fire Blast enggak. Right click doang dari Matumbaman. Titan Sliver berhasil ditemuin sama Poyoyo juga di sini. Bakal dikasih ke Bristol Back-nya maybe. Udah megang Elven Tunic juga. Flame Clock. Clock of Flame udah dipegang sama Out 11 untuk tambahan armor dan magic resistance. Matumbaman ready dari Black King Bar sekarang. Fresh 9 second Black King Bar.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Asal reincarnation-nya aktif, Poyoyo itu bakal ini sih. Selama reincarnation-nya masih ada dari Matumbaman, ini Secret masih strong banget coy. Karena follow up dari Matumbaman yang udah ke-trigger dari reincarnation-nya bakal lebih pedas. Flashback gak berhasil connect, tapi kedapetan di sini. Skuri cabut ke arah pepohonan. Time Walk, Inkswell masih ada Scepter yang ready ternyata. Hoofstorm dan bakal down. Dari Quill Spray-nya Ori, ya Absorb masih bisa cabut berkat adanya Aghanim Scepter. Masih bisa Arctic Burn terus-terusan coy. Right click, Red Fire Blast masih ada Lotus Orb yang ready juga di sini, kepantul dari stunnya. Paknya Nisha misi rahasia sih, udah ready dari kayak Ensange dan bakal coba nyari ke arah Octarine Core. Out 11 udah punya Lotus Orb juga, 2 Lotus Orb udah berhasil dimiliki oleh 2 core dari Vici Gaming. 16 strength, talent level 20 dari Matumbaman di sini. Iya, double damage dibalikin ini mah. Red Fire Blast gak apa-apa, dibalikin lagi, masih punya Reincarnation. Zai, Slitring Crush, masih ada Conservation juga di sini. Damage-nya terlalu sakit berkat adanya armor reduction, masih bisa mundur dengan menggunakan Face Boot. Naik ke area atas menjadi ward terlebih dahulu. Nisha, Blink masuk, nggak ada nemuin orang. Masih bisa cabut dari Bristol Back-nya ternyata. Bakal reset dulu ke arah Fontaine. Udah megang dari Eternal Throat juga. Untuk nahan magic damage-nya Pak. 2 supportnya ready dari Aghanim Scepter, really. Triple Demonic Purge. Wah, gua nggak ngerti lagi dah ini. Gua nggak ngerti lagi. Ini bakal kayak gimana setupnya. 50-50 anjir. Dark Portrait sama upgrade dari Demonic Purge sih pedas ya. Tapi Roshan kedua berhasil diamanin sama tim Secret di sini. Aghanim Shard-nya bakal dipegang sama Slardar. Slitring Crush ngasih efek dari Corrosive Haze untuk 5 detik. Sama nambah radius. Smoke setup. Coil connect di sini ke arah Ori dan juga Out 11. Zai-nya gerak ke area belakang, masih sempet soulbind di backup dengan menggunakan Lotus Orb, kekurung dari Chronosphere, dan ini dia setup yang gue maksud. Berhasil ngedelay Chronosphere-nya dengan menggunakan Winter Curse, dan Zai-nya bakal down di sini. Masih ada durasi Black Kimber dari Poyoyo, kena bashback dari Out 11.
masih bisa survive. Nisha mencoba setup di area belakang, open dari Stampede, terkena disable yang terlalu sakit di sini dan Nisha bakal down. Papi masih bisa bertahan. Bashback 3 orang, tapi sayang sekali Bill Spray terlalu sakit. Nge-trigger 2 buyback dari 2 core Team Secret. Lihat coy, gold change-nya, anjir. Silence, Warning Rift, dikejar dari Poyoyonya, masih bisa defense dengan menggunakan Lotus Orb dan juga Disruption. Ke-trigger dari Reincarnation, Poyoyo balik dulu, regen darah. Nisha menyerang ke arah Grimstock di area belakang, disusul Zai, Blink Dagger, makan langsung dari Cheese. Poyoyo masih bisa nge-fight dengan menggunakan Time Walk di sini. Masih ada Illusory Orb, DY berada dalam masalah dan bakal down. Bashback nice setup dari Papi, Sharpshooter dan right click dari Sharp berhasil nge-pick off dari Poyoyo. PYW bakal menjadi orang terakhir di sini, enggak, ditagi sama Ori, masih bisa L Scepter. Double kill untuk Nisha ternyata. PYW bakal di setup. Hampir wipe out di sini, tapi sayang banget. Pertama, Zaya dieback. Waktu Maman baru mati, Yabzornya mati. Gold change-nya bisa dibilang agak seri, tapi keuntungan masih di tangan Vici Gaming berkat adanya perang yang nge-trigger buyback tadi. Oke, dari Vici Gaming bakal nge-hold dulu, maybe farming manja. Soul Booster ready dari Nisha-nya, tinggal Ether Lens untuk jadiin Octarine Core. Ori bakal kejar Heart of Tara sekarang yang tinggal Reaper. 800 gold lagi. Oke, bentar gue bakal ke toilet dulu. Mungkin gue beser karena kebanyakan minum dan gue bakal balik lagi. Bentar ya.
My bones are cloaked.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Kill the living and smash the stone. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My blade unseen.
It's not even my birthday. Well, I guess it could be.
Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Behold!
He lives in a rough neighborhood. Time to move?
Ever seen someone bleed out in a net? No? Let's get started. Here I am! Stay near.
You know what to do.
Regeneration.
A prize.
That's for me. Double damage. Smash the stone.
Always, always, always. Greetings. Silence. Silence. Come out. Here I am. Interesting. Hey, how you going? Behold! Silence.
Don't you roll with a crew?
A soldier's fortune.
Silence.
A wise king always has an army in the wings. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Silence. Double harm shall I deal. Silence.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Regeneration.
Silence. Here I am.
Dire's top tower is about to take the flood. Dire's courier has been killed.
Short-lived creature. Silence. Here I am. Stay near.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Those beyond the veil cannot touch me yet.
Killing spree! Dire are scanning for enemies.
Double harm shall I deal.
They'll pass me muster. Roshan's pit be a lot safer in the ocean.
Can't ford an ocean.
Time is money.
Don't mind if I do.
Dire's top tower is under attack. chewing.
In you go.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Silence. Greetings. Interesting.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Want to see what we do around here?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wicked sick! Double kill! Always want to be right on another
Killing spree!
You better off, dude. We're invisible.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
To the void! Oh, they're a dangerous lot. Dire's top tower is about to take the Dire's top tower is gone. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Middle tower just got knocked down. Dire's top barracks have fallen. Dire's middle barracks have fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
A team that gives up their barracks earns
Dire's middle tower is under the bottom barracks have fallen.
Radiant now have mega creeps. It's about time to jump ship, perhaps.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Invisibility.
Guess what comes next?
Don't mind this.
Hey, how you going? Turn around. A strange time to hibernate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Mortality. Kill the living and smash the stone. Just got knocked down. I'll be right there. Dire's middle tower has fallen. In the land of the blind.
Double kill.
Sun's over the 4-yard. Radiant win.
Ya absornya bikin muncrat itu, percaya gue. First thing first. Kayaknya gue banyak bacot gak nyalain mic dah. Fucking ass man. Fucking shit man, mulut gue berbusa. Dan ternyata mic saya mati. Udah amat lah. Oke. Maybe kayaknya gue bakal kelarin dulu untuk hari ini. Mengingat besok gue masih ada acara, gue ada seminar. Dimana seminar itu seminar wajib buat gue. Dan di bulannya pagi. Sekarang udah jam 1 kurang. Jujur dibilang capek, gue capek gara-gara mic gue mati sih demi apapun. Gue udah ngomong berbusa-busa itu late game. Udah bener-bener didrag banget anjir sama kedua tim. Mana ya absor? Oh enggak deng. Yang makan muncar ternyata Nisha. Oke, itu aja sekian dari gua. Sebenarnya kalau misalkan gua nggak ada acara besok, gua bisa ngelanjutin sampai series terakhir, di mana series terakhir merupakan series di mana Nigma bakal ketemu dengan juara major pertama Invictus Gaming. So, sekian dari gua. Mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan dalam segi nge-cast, kesalahan ngomong serta berbagai macam hal lainnya di sini. Jujur gue marah dengan diri gue sendiri. Kenapa gue lupa ngecek mic tadi. Pada saat gue, kayaknya pas gue ke toilet deh tadi. Lupa gue nyalain. Oke, it's time for me to rest. Thank you for watching. Thank you udah mampir di channel gue. Thanks for the likes. Thanks buat orang-orang yang udah ngeramein chat. Even cuma ya teman-teman dekat gue doang. So, sekian dari gua. Thanks for today. Dan sampai bertemu di hari kedua dari Wildcard AniMajor present by WePlay Esports. Gua Paulus Joy. Gua Joy dari channel Paulus Joy menurut gua. Sorry salah ngomong. Pamit undur diri. Dan bye-bye. Have a nice day. Have a good rest. Dah itu aja, nggak ada lagi. Dan bye-bye.